Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Series. I'm Matt Monty. I am here in Louisville, Kentucky, hanging out with you all weekend long. I got some friends I'm going to bring in just a minute here. But what I really wanted to talk about is this is our last event weekend of the year. So we're going to crown a bunch more people to get into our championship at the end of the year here. But first of all, let's talk about next year. I know a bunch of people have been waiting to see kind of what the NRG Series has in store as far as next year goes. So you can check out on our website now. There is an announcement about the 2023 series and the year for 2023. There's going to be the same kind of thing, main events with cash prizes, okay, but it's going to be a little bit different. And I don't want to go into too many details, so I'll direct you to the website there. But what you should know, what's very important, is that every one of these events is going to be a $10,000 showdown, okay? I know it says trial there in the graphic, but they are showdowns. And what that's going to mean is everyone who wins one of these events on this Saturday is going to punch their ticket to the end of the year championship, which is a little bit different than what we've done this year. Now, there's still going to be at-large points receivers and things like that. But the big change there is that Saturday event winner is going to qualify for our championship. Again, more side events, more command zone, more artists. It's really amazing how we get to fill up the hall nowadays. Thanks to you guys, to all the players at home. So make sure to write these first few dates on your calendar. Again, our championship is going to be the 14th and 15th of January at our home base location in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. We're going to go ahead and take a quick breather in February, and then we'll jump right back in March, kind of in our home base in the Chicagoland area, and then we'll run events through the year. So remember, check out nerdragegaming.com to get all the information on those awesome events. Now let's talk about this year. So what's on the line today? Let's talk about our players here and how we've gotten to the point we are here with the last two events of the year. You can see those players in orange again are already qualified for our end of the year championship. Now the players in white there are still vying for spots, whether they're at large bids or season 3 point berths. So Zach Allen at 162 points is kind of our leader in the clubhouse, I would say, to get into the end of the year championship. Now there's tons and tons of players here. I've seen Zach Allen, I've seen Adam, Zoe, Will, Raja, Mack. Everyone has shown up to this event, obviously with good reason. They're chasing down those end of the year invites. So what I want to do is I got some new friends with me today. We're actually going to bring in and some old friends as well. So what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and bring in our first pair of commentators for today. So we're going to bring in Joe Lissette and Dom Harvey. So hey guys, how you doing this morning?
Dude, I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here. This is awesome. Last event of the year is kind of crazy. The last championship seems like it was a long time ago. And Dominic, this is your first time with us, so good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I guess old in age, but one of these new friends that Matt was talking about here. Glad to be joining you guys for the tail end of this season. We have, I think, going to be a fun event in its own right, and also really big implications in terms of booking some slots for that championship as well.
Definitely. It should be awesome. And again, I mentioned there's basically all the players in the top on that slide there are all in attendance today. So it's going to be crazy to see how it shakes up. And what I'll be doing is kind of hanging out throughout the day, kind of giving you updates throughout, kind of see where the points shake out. Obviously, there's the big event today and then tomorrow's event as well. Now, something that I didn't talk about was today is a showdown. So the winner of today's event is going to get into the championship as well. So a lot of those players that are towards like the tail end of the leaderboard are just hoping that Zach Allen wins this event, right? That's kind of what, if they don't win the event, they want Zach Allen to win the event, right? That's kind of how it shakes out.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have some other people in the room too. Some maybe some of the SCG grinders for the old SCG grinders from the Southeast are here trying to snipe the invite into the championship. I think Ross Merriam and Todd Anderson are there, among others. So certainly, yeah, contesting lots of things this weekend. I think we have 9 slots locked up for the championship right now. So the other 7 will be determined this weekend.
Yeah,
there you go.
So you can see the graphic there. Those players that are already qualified, again, that's season 3 showdown winner, which is today's event. That person will punch their ticket to the end of the year championship. There will be 2 season 3 at large bids given, which I'll go to that in just a moment here. But then there's 4 overall at-large bids, like you saw in that first piece with all the players. So let's talk about season 3 real quick before I get ready to send down some magic for you guys. So the season 3 leaderboard, I believe Raja Szylman has a pretty substantial lead. You see there, 80 points, also in attendance today, looking to cement that Season 3 leaderboard bid. Again, and Zach Allen has a shot kind of just at everything. He's got a shot at winning today. He's got a shot at Season 3, and he's got a shot at the overall leaderboard. So Zach probably feeling pretty comfortable with his chances of getting into the championship. But some of those players down there you see, like Adam Wasburn Moses, looking to qualify. Again, just hoping maybe that Zach or himself wins the event today to punch their ticket in. So
I'm disappointed I didn't make the list.
you did pretty well. You did pretty well for being a washed up Tron guy. So well done there. We actually have some more of our commentators are in attendance today. I see Mason Clark playing as well. So guys, with that, I'm going to go ahead and send you down. Looks like the players are ready for round number 1. So with that, we're going to send you down to Joe and Dom and enjoy some rounds of Magic, and I'll see you all in just a little bit.
All right, so here we go. We're underway. Ross Merriam, one of the old SCG players I talked about in attendance here with Jeskai Breach versus Anthony DeVarti with 5-color creativity. 2 of the kind of combo-ish mainstays of the format these days.
Yeah, and Ross, a mainstay of competitive Magic in all its forms. If there is a circuit that he can be in attendance at, he's going to be there. And we see him dipping his toe in the NRG series. Very glad to have him here. And he is on this Jeskai Beach deck, which I know he and his old SCG compadre, Corey Baumeister, have done a lot of work to popularize. And with the help of Jesse Robkin as well, someone who is firmly at the top of the seasonal and yearly leaderboards here. All of them have done a lot of work to really bring this deck from this fringe player in the format to being one of the top decks in Modern at this point.
Yeah, no, it's exciting to have seen this rise over the course of the year. It's definitely increased its presence as time has gone along. And then now it's kind of, I think it's just solidly in tier 1 at this point. Now, this deck, as opposed to, and I said combo-ish for both sides, Anthony's deck, the creativity deck, looking to put a group of Archon of Cruelties into play. This is more of a combo deck. Ross Merriam's deck, kind of less of a combo deck, but still it's possible. He can actually win through regular damage.
Yeah, this Breach deck, the go-to joke is that every form of hate is good against it in some way because it has some creatures, we've got some graveyard stuff going on, relies on artifacts, enchantments in some way. But this is the other side of that coin is this is a very flexible deck. And if you are too narrowly focused on targeting the Underworld Breach, Grinding Station combo, or something like that, you can still get beat up by Ragavan and Ledger Shredder and tokens from Urza Saga. So a lot of plans that work here. This creativity deck, like you said, much more focused on its namesake card, but still a lot of other stuff going on there as well. And this is very much a 5-color creativity deck. Sometimes we see that 5th color is just for that 5th land type on Leyline Binding or something. Looking at Anthony DeVarti's list, we have all the colors of the rainbow going on. Every color is represented.
Well, yeah, you got to be able to hardcast the Archon.
You sure have. Yeah.
Can't leave that. All right, so as we're developing here in the early game, Ross with Springleaf Drum into Emery, so getting things rolling. Emery survives. That's always a good sign in the iteration here. So stacking up card advantage early here for Ross Merriam.
Yeah, and this creativity deck, you have your lightning bolts here and there and other removal like Fire Ice, Prismari Command. There aren't that many ways of just dealing with a turn 1, turn 2 Emery. And so if that Emery survives, that's going to create this cascading advantage turn after turn here.
So we saw a Mishra's Bauble mill over, and this is kind of the main Emery usage outside of the combo turns here is just recurring Bauble every turn, which is just a free card every single turn. And that obviously adds up over time.
And one really nice aspect of this Breach deck is so many of your cards are so cheap, you can take all of these game actions and cast several spells, even in these early turns. And so often you'll see the Breach deck do 4 or 5 different things, and that will be like turn 2 of the game. And, the creativity deck has a lot of virtues, but it is a little clunkier. You're trying to cast one expensive spell, your namesake card is a little more expensive. So that is one advantage Ross will be looking to exploit here.
Right. So we talked about Ross with card advantage every turn from Emery. Anthony also, well, I spoke to slowly there as Ren 6 was his form of every turn card advantage, and that bites the dust here. So Ross with a heavy board here versus Anthony needing to do some work to catch up.
Yeah, and we see Ross already has 6 permanents to play, a pretty stocked graveyard with Delirium already on turn 3, really kind of using every part of the Buffalo here. And Anthony will be firing back with another copy of Ren 6, maybe looking to snipe down this Ragavan.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, you don't want to let that thing get just churning away, building up treasures, because this Breach deck, I mean, it's pretty efficient. It does take some amount of combo, some mana to get the combo going, as you have to resolve Breach and the grinding station. And so the treasures are nice for that. So Anthony shuts that down. But this Endree lives. And that's got to be, I mean, if you're playing Jeskai Breach, if you're signing an agreement beforehand and the deal includes Endree surviving, you're probably signing up for it.
Yeah, you're certainly happy with that. And both of these decks, because they have this combo finish at the top end, you can have these smaller fights early on in the game, and then one player just does their thing. You know, Anthony can put at least one Archon into play, or Ross can go off with Underworld Breach, and that can kind of erase all of the progress that the other player has made to that point. So yeah, Ross certainly off to a good start, but doesn't have that much left in reserve at this point, and we'll see if Anthony can follow up with a creativity or with something else there.
So we saw Anthony, I believe, has one or maybe even two copies of Spell Pierce in hand. And he is going to recognize, I mean, any player at this point in Modern, if you're paying at all attention to the format, you're going to realize what you're up against at this point, probably on both sides, and what you're facing here. Now, Anthony, what defenses is he going to be facing out of Ross's deck at this point? Is Ross going to be interacting? Is there any counter magic at all?
So there's no counter magic, either soft or hard counter magic in the main deck. You do have Unholy Heat as a card that can either kill an Archon or maybe kill a Dwarven Mind token that's being targeted by creativity. But for the most part, he can offer less in the way of resistance than Anthony can. You see, Anthony has the Spell Pierces, also has stuff like Leyline Binding, Prismari Command. So a lot more ways to mess up what Ross is going for here.
All right, so we did see a Spell Pierce here that Ross paid for, but Teferi is online, and now Anthony trying to determine the way forward.
And this is one issue in a matchup like this, is that Spell Pierce can go dead quite quickly. You see Ross with 4 lands of play and a Springleaf Drum, and so even Teferi, which is the most expensive spell in the deck, can easily shrug off that Spell Pierce and still get to work.
All right, so Prismari Command here is going to take down Endree and then draw 2 for Anthony, followed by a discarding of 2, but this should allow the hand to be cleaned up somewhat. Let's see if there is an Archon, and there is now in the graveyard, which is something that not easy for the deck to cast. It's not really the plan to hard cast the Archon. So in the graveyard or in the deck is where you want them.
And that's why you see some lists, including Anthony's, picking up Persist as this backup plan, where if you do have an Archon in the wrong zone, suddenly that can become the perfect place to get it into play on the cheap. And there's only 2 Persists, so this is a kind of marginal angle to the deck. But it also means that you can't really board in a bunch of the go-to graveyard hit against the deck, because that's not an angle they're really reliant on.
Right. Yeah, you definitely make yourself harder to play against. All right, so another expressive iteration for Ross. Merriam looking for action here. Has picked up some card advantage so far this game, but not a lot going on. Looks like just a land and a removal spell in hand, and that's not where you want to be sitting. I mean, like you talked about, Ross could Unholy Heat down, an Archon maybe, but that's not a good plan.
Yeah, the Archon has kind of done his work by that point.
Yeah.
Eating one of their cards and their creatures, getting you something in return. And this creativity deck, you can kind of present this first wave, this first creativity, and then even if the opponent can slog through all of that, well, you've created such a crushing advantage that you can easily seal the deal again after that point. And you see how good iteration is in the Jeskai Breach deck, where your deck is very low curve, very proactive, so you can make some kind of relevant play, and then also, if you are missing a combo piece, the iteration can help to dig for that as well.
Okay, so we see Ross, for the moment, tapped out here, but Springleaf Drum mana available and a land drop to come, I believe. So there is potential interaction for a token if Anthony picks one up, but okay, what it feels is breaking here. And Ross maybe did play a land that turn, although I didn't notice it myself. So just 1 mana to work with.
Yeah, this is the kind of the break point for the Breach deck, where like 4 lands is a little bit too many, especially if one of them isn't an Urza Saga. One of the downsides of having a deck with such a low curve on the other side is that you can't really exploit having the surplus of mana very well. And we're kind of seeing this flooding issue come into play there.
Yeah. And Anthony not fetching up a token here. So Ross probably making note of that, as the lines of interaction are not going to be Indomitable Creativity likely this turn. And I guess, yeah, Ross could be holding the land in hand to discard to connive if that opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, it looks like Anthony does have that creativity ready to go. So now it's going to be about finding the right spot to line that up, and then that risk assessment of, do you try and force the creativity for one? Do you wait until you have a second token to target in case there is an unholy heat or something like that? Do you have the time to try and wait for that? We are fetching the first draw from my token, so we'll see if Anthony tries to pull the trigger now.
Well, if there is a persistent hand alongside a creativity, am I right in thinking persist is probably the safer way to go here?
Yeah, it's safer, it's cheaper, and it's a guaranteed Archon. You don't have to worry about what if Ross does have the removal spell or anything like that. And like you said, Anthony did have a chance to fetch that Dwarven Mine previously. So the fact that that didn't happen suggests that maybe we're playing it a little slow, or maybe we just needed to fix our mana situation there in advance. So we're going just for the creativity for one here. And Ross does have the Unholy Heat to blow that out. And that Teferi, meaning no possible response of any kind. Ross has to feel great about that exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Archon will regurgitate another land back from the graveyard, and Anthony will try and set up for another turn. Not at the moment looking to be under any sort of game-sealing pressure, but this breach deck can kind of win out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah, you see how much good work that Rena 6 has done this game. Picking off the Ragavan eons ago, it feels like at this point. And since then, it's just been this steady stream of additional cards, allowing Anthony to fix his mana every turn and then start creating these Roll Mine tokens off fetch lands. And you see why Rena 6 was this integral part of the format, held up as one of the best cards. And even Summoners of Breach now are Temur Breach instead of Jeskai for Rena 6 and a few other green cards.
Yes, indeed. There are certainly options to go a lot of ways. Mana is so simple these days in these more higher powered formats that you can realistically add colors to decks if you feel like it's worthy. And then in this case, become kind of the mainstream. Jeskai Breach is kind of the accepted version, as Ross will connive away an unneeded Mox there. And then the 2-color Breach deck is kind of the outlier.
Yeah, I know, like many of us, you've been playing a lot of Pioneer recently with the attention on that for the regional championships and so on. And when building mana bases in that format, you almost have to stop and check yourself, like, oh, my mana isn't free here. I don't have fetch lands pair with my shock lands and triumphs. Like, I do actually have to work for it if I want that third.
Right. Yeah, coming to play tap lands. I mean, that seems like something from 20 years ago, but now we're doing it again. All right, Dash Ragavan combines with Ledger Shredder to take down Ren in 6. And once again, Ross passes with 1 mana available. So let's see if Anthony is able to make headways on the board here.
And you're seeing what we flagged up before, that there is no Underworld Breach in sight for Ross just yet. And yeah, he's still playing a pretty good fair game here with all these various threats and planeswalkers and card advantage engines. Like there are a lot of dimensions to this Breach deck, and that's part of why I think it's so tough to play, but also why it's been so successful and resilient.
All right, so Lightning Bolt takes down Teferi, which turns on the remaining Spell Pierce in Anthony's hand. So now he can, with confidence, play this Persist here. Okay, Ross on top of things is going to connive with Ledger Shredder. Ooh, finds a breach.
Okay, and in the face of that on-board Ether Spellbomb, this Archon is not long for this world getting bounced back to your hand, but I think Anthony will, again, take what he can get from that exchange and then try and set up for the next fight. But that next fight might be right now, because with Ross picking up that breach, he is off to the races.
Right, and so that may show kind of the importance of Anthony having picked off that Teferi, as he does have the Spell Pierce still in hand. So maybe if Ross's mana is a little constrained next turn, that Spell Pierce may come into play, as here is the Persist for the Archon. So this Archon does a whole lot. Maybe we can pop that up on the screen for anyone that's not familiar with all the features of this card. But it is going to result in, well, it's going to go back to the hand just to kick things off. And there you can see Archon of Cruelty. The net result of all that text is that the life totals will slide in Anthony's favor by 3 points, which is not super relevant. Anthony will pick up a card. Ross will lose a card and his choice of a creature or planeswalker, which in this case is just Ledger Shredder. So the board's cleaned up. Card advantage slightly in Anthony's favor. But when this breach deck works, card advantage is not really a factor. It either has it or it doesn't.
And the nice thing about Breach is that with enough resources to spare, you can if you've milled over like an Unholy Heat or a Spell Pierce or something, you can use that to protect the future parts of the combo with the Breach. Or Teferi actually is really nice in this role too, where you can play the Breach, play Teferi from your graveyard, and then if you are low on resources after that, sometimes you just bounce the Breach back to your hand and then have the protected Breach ready to go for the next turn. So you don't have to combo all in one go, and when you do go for it, the Breach itself adds that layer of protection potentially.
Yep. All right, so Urza Saga, the draw for turn for Ross Merriam. That's obviously great at accruing long-term card and board advantage, but as far as the combo turn goes, it's just a mana source. So we've seen no grinding stations so far. So do you expect Ross to attempt as much of a combo as he can here? It looks like he's going to.
Yeah, so you might see this kind of short Breach, if you like, where there's no deterministic combo just yet, but we can recast an Endree for the graveyard, and then if that mills over the grinding station, we might be off the races. We can get back this Mox Amber for free, effectively, because we have this stocked graveyard at this point. So we might see this Breach just drawing a bunch of cards, putting a bunch of resources onto the board, and then setting up for the real hit the following turn.
Yeah. So the Mox comes out first. That does make the Endree cheaper, and then now the Mox will generate mana. And here's the mill. So there's 4 cards in, no grinding station there. And that's really what Ross is looking for. Maybe the only relevant card, right? He's just going to mill as much as he can, looking for a grinding station to win.
Yeah, if there's another Endree in the graveyard, you can kind of swap them over, escape the second one, mill 4 again, and try and keep going. We might see him just go for the Teferi, do that play I mentioned, bouncing back the Breach, and then having the onboard Teferi there for next turn. But yeah, we can do this as a preliminary step and then reassess after that.
All right, so here comes another Endree, like you said. So this is going to Legend Rule the first one. Spill over 4 more cards, and well, this Breach is shy. I'm sorry, the grinding stations are shy right now, not coming out.
Yeah, this is part of why these Breach decks typically don't run 4 copies of Grinding Station, because you really don't want to draw that card a lot of the time, except when you're just about to go off. And when you are about to go off, often you can mill a bunch of cards with your Endree and so on and try and find that. But we're seeing, the lack of Grinding Station really come into play here.
All right, Ross deciding which mana source to commit here for the next Endree. Legend Rule again. 1, 2, 3. There's the Oracle. That is the win condition. Thassa's Oracle on an empty library, or a library that's as small as your blue Devotion, does win the game.
And that Mox Amber is an additional mana for this combo turn. And once you have 2 Mox Ambers kind of in the rotation, you can keep playing the new one, legend rolling the old one for as many batches of 3 cards for escape as you have. And so that is going to allow Ross to have this big mana jump on this turn potentially to keep cycling through those Endrees and keep going.
So I believe there's still a Spell Pierce in Anthony DeVarti's hand, so that is looming. So there is the grinding station. So Ross conceivably, with enough of a graveyard here, could cycle through Moxes, like you were saying, and make enough mana to be able to pay for a Spell Pierce. Possibly. I don't know if the graveyard is big enough to do that. There is 2 mana. I believe there's 1 floating. Here's a grinding station. Anthony jumps into action after sitting back for quite a while here, and Pierce.
Yeah, the nice thing about Endrees looping themselves is you're milling 4 cards each time, so you are restocking that graveyard. And so it seems like there should be just about a precise count of what the graveyard's like at this point, but it seems like he should just about to be able to stitch it together, barring any additional interaction from Anthony's side.
Right. So with 1 land still untapped, here is a fresh Mox. 3 more cards going to the exile pile. Ross will spend 2 mana and then just recast Grinding Station. And the resiliency of this deck, Anthony doesn't have another answer, and that's going to be enough. And Ross Merriam is going to pick up game 1. So he had to work for it. But Ross Merriam is 1 game to the good here in the first round of NRG 15K Showdown here in Louisville this weekend. NRG's first trip to Kentucky. So
easy to lose sight of the fact when we talk about these leaderboard races and so on that this is a $15,000 tournament. There's a lot of money on the line here. And if you win this, you punch your ticket straight to that championship. You don't need to be grinding for the whole season or the whole year. You can be one and done. You can show up. You can hit and run our tournament. That's what Ross is hoping to do. Just get right there. And we might see him or someone else just unexpectedly snipe one of those slots this weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a prize that a lot of players have their eye on. All right, let's go ahead and look at the deck lists here. See what the players are fully working with. Anthony DeVarti's 5-color creativity deck. You can see the entire rainbow represented here. Some of these cards we didn't actually see this game, but there are, even though it was a fairly in-depth game, but you can see the interaction he has available there. We did see Spell Pierce, 3 Spell Pierce. It feels like a fair amount main deck, as well as for interaction for the creatures. We have Lightning Bolts, we have Fire Ice, we have Leyline Binding. And then kind of the rest of the deck is devoted towards, let's get this Archon into play, and hopefully you can't beat it. And this, game 1, Archon showed up, and Ross kind of shrugged it off.
Yeah, before Archon, there wasn't really a reliable thing that you could creativity for or try and cheat into play that was good against everyone. And so, you had cards like Iona or Emrakul and so on, and these would be game-winning against some matchups, and then not enough to get the job done elsewhere. The thing about Archon that's really appealing is it does a little bit of everything against everyone, but sometimes that's not good enough. Sometimes you need something that actually slams the door shut. Archon couldn't do that in that game, and Ross was able to go completely over the top with Underworld Breach as a result.
Yeah, all right. So let's go ahead and look at Ross Merriam's Jeskai Breach deck. These decks have probably become fairly stock at this point. Like you talked about, there's a lot of players that have put work into this deck, and kind of coalescing over time, the decision made, okay, it was a 2-color deck. No, it's really a 3-color deck. What's the right amount of interaction? And then the sideboard tools available for a deck like Creativity, which is obviously a significant, also probably a tier 1 deck. So Ross will have a good idea of what he's facing and what he wants to do. So is anything in the sideboard that really kind of jumps out at you? Like, this is a card that Ross is going to want here?
I think at this point, Ross is one of that council of Breach Elders who decide what stock is for this archetype. So we would definitely use his list as a starting point. I think his own Spell Pierces will come into play here. That 3rd copy of Teferi, potentially, I could see doing some good work. And then there's other stuff which, Invasive Surgery lining up nicely against the card Indomitable Creativity, potentially. So a lot of good options. And then from Anthony's side, we have that issue that we mentioned before of like all of these cards in theory seem like they do something, right? So we have those Unmoored Egos. Those could name Underworld Breach and sweep that angle out of the deck. And then you could still lose to Urza Saga and Ledger Shredder and so on. So really tough to know exactly which angles to target. And there is a big danger that I think you'll see a lot of players who haven't played against Breach run into of, well, I sideboard in too many cards, and now those aren't doing their job. And now also I've diluted my deck to the point where it's not functioning properly as a result.
Right. And now the Breach deck being vulnerable to kind of any angle of attack contributes to making it very difficult to sideboard against, because it can beat you in different ways, and also it's vulnerable to different things. It's the same as, I really immediately thought back when you talked about how everything is good to sideboard against it. Back when, I don't know, this is maybe 10 years ago at this point, but I'm old. Before playing Cephalids and Legacy, and it was vulnerable to everything, and yet it was still a decent deck for a while. And actually, that deck made a comeback recently. So if you're a Legacy fan watching our series, thank you. I know there are options available for you today, which is not the norm, but we appreciate you showing up to watch our channel. If you're enjoying the content, hit the follow button to get reminders. We have our next event will be the championship in January, and then we have a 2023 schedule. So get reminders and show up to watch or play in all the future NRG Series events. Anthony DeVarti on the play for game number 2. Trying to catch up here.
Yeah, we love having Legacy as part of the rotation, but we got some high stakes Modern to watch today, and then our Pioneer trial tomorrow as well. So a lot of options. Like if you're a player on this circuit, you need to be able to kind of adapt to all of these different formats. But then if you do specialize in Modern, specialize in Pioneer, or in Legacy, then there's stuff there for you as well.
Yeah, all right. So no turn 1 play for Anthony. No surprise there. His deck really gets rolling on turn 2 with Ren and 6. But Ross out there with a Ragavan, and, well, Ren and 6 excellent against Ragavan. Let's see if Anthony can find one. And that's really, Ragavan is so good. But one place where it comes up shy is surviving Ren and 6, especially when you're on the draw.
Yes. Yeah, that exact interaction really highlights the play versus draw difference in the format. If you're on the play with the Temur Ragavan, maybe you can shrug off the Ren and 6. Maybe the Ragavan has done its job by then, or you've stolen their Ren and 6 from the top of their deck. If you're on the draw, You go for the Ragavan, they pick it up with Ren and 6. Now they have maybe the best card in the format in Ren and 6 still alive on the table. You really feel far behind at that point.
Mm-hmm. All right, so and tapped land fetched up for Anthony. It might be a Zaggoth Triome. I don't know what that is exactly. These players and their arts.
It is really tough with so many different arts nowadays. I know back in the day on the SCG grind, the expeditions and so on were the big culprit back then. Now it feels like every card has 5 different arts, and as a commentator, you really have to be on top of everything there.
No, I know. It's great for players. They can, have their individual options on every, although probably annoying for stores, I know, because they have to list 27 versions of every card. And as commentators, I mean, it's just like right now, we got land to play. Is it Jetmir's Garden? Is it Zaggoth Triumph? Who knows?
That looks one, like, I think it's a Jetmir's Garden. In this creativity deck, you need all of your lands to be mountains for Dwarven Mine. Mm-hmm. So something like a Zaggoth Triumph, which is the Sultai land, is kind of off the table. So I know it makes red. Beyond that, all bets are off.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's Ren 6 off of Blood Crypt and the unknown land that makes 3 mana that may or may not be Jetmir's Garden, and Ragavan is out of here. So certainly Anthony holding serve early on in this game.
And now, though, that Ren 6 is on 2 loyalties. So if Ross has an Unholy Heat, we may be able to take down the Ren 6 and then follow up with some other cheap play, kind of break serve and regain the initiative. Not the actual initiative, but just the hypothetical initiative here.
Right. Yeah. Actual initiative rampaging through older formats as we speak.
There are other streams to watch today if you want to dip your toe in that whole fiasco. But for now, over here in this the safe space in the modern format, we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. All right. So Ross, I believe, does have another Ragavan in hand. So hard casting that is not going to do much good, but dashing it and just knocking out the Ren 6 and picking up a treasure, that is going to be his choice of actions for the turn.
Yeah, that is kind of the choice here. Is you have to go after the Ren 6. As a result, we don't get that trigger. So no treasure, no mystery card off the top of the deck. But maybe next turn if we have another good window to do that.
All right. So Anthony on an empty board, which is probably the way his deck likes it. I guess you're fine with your opponent having 1 permanent once you have Archon come out. But up till then, not only lands, that's good for him. All right, finds his steam vents here.
So so assuming that was in fact Jetmir's Garden, then we do have all of our ducks in a row. We've got our mana lined up. So Leyline Binding will just cost 1 at this point. We can cast a fairy. We can cast basically anything that takes our fancy at this point.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's going to be Fable the Mirror Breaker, a card that is fairly new and yet has found its way into basically every format.
Yeah, I think maybe the breakout card of the entire year, honestly, and one which I know during preview season, a lot of people just didn't really look twice at, and then you fast forward a month, it is everywhere in every format, and we're all wondering, like, what did we miss? How did we not see this at the time? And we even see lists of the Breach deck. We have a Corey Baumeister in the chat here, actually, who pioneered putting Fable just in Breach. No real combo interaction to speak of, nothing really great to copy with the backside or anything. Just a good card, just a good magic card we're going to put in our deck.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to ban Faithless Looting. It's okay. We'll attack a couple extra mana on and 5 extra abilities, and okay, still good enough. All right, so Ross trying to think about how to proceed here as Fable does put a token on the board as well as get some rummaging going. And then it has the reflection token a couple turns from now, which can actually have some matchups where the reflection, I feel like, isn't that relevant. Here, potentially giving haste to an Archon can actually matter.
Yeah, this deck is one that really does leverage every part of Fable properly. So you have the token being made by a non-creature source, so that gives you something you can creativity into your Archon. And then once you transform into Reflection, why not? If Archon is good, getting another hasty Archon is lights out. So this deck really uses every part of Fable properly.
Mm-hmm. Needless to say, if that actually is happening, then something has gone very wrong for Russ Merriam. But you never know. Okay, so we see here, Unholy picks off the token. Ragavan dashes in again, this time connecting with Anthony. And Anthony actually, life total isn't all that high. So there are times when this breach deck can just recur a series of lightning bolts, no grinding station required to finish off a game.
Yeah, that's why you see that one copy of Lightning Bolt in a lot of breach lists, where this gives you this extra angle where maybe you don't have the deterministic combo with Grinding Station and Thassa's Oracle, but what you do have is just this Lightning Bolt, and wait, they're on 9, and I have a bunch of mana left over, and you just you light them up out of nowhere. And I don't think we're quite in range of that yet, but never say never. We can't ignore that.
Right. Okay. So Anthony does his rummaging with Fable, and then we're looking with Persist here on an Archon. Does Ross have a counter? He has the Invasive Surgery, and this is, well, less of a beating than if it hit Creativity, but still, this hurts.
And yeah, Ross is really going to be hoping there's no spell pierce to help fight over that, but instead, that resolves. We get to extract all copies of Persist from the deck. Only one additional one to speak of, so again, that's not really a main angle that we're trying to fight over here. But we counter that big play, and we see that Anthony really doesn't have much left over in reserve here.
Right, no, certainly not. And Ross will be happy to see that, as well as getting to take a look at Anthony's deck. In case Ross does drop this game, he will now get a preview of what he's up against and how Anthony sideboarded for the future games. But stopping this Persist is a good way towards ensuring his position in this game is rock solid, because, yeah, Archon's being in play with or without active reflection. It's kind of a beating.
Yeah, worth noting that this is not an open decklist tournament, so the players don't know exactly what they're up against. So Ross taking this chance to see just what off-the-wall card choices might be in Anthony's deck, and then also see how he's bobbing and weaving and sideboarding there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Ross now aware Anthony's hand consists of Sacred Foundry, Leyline Binding, and I believe an Archon.
Yes. Which,
so that's not much.
I mean, if Ross isn't doing much in the next few turns, the Archon isn't that far away, all things considered, right? Like if you have a Renaissance, finding more lands, like we can see how that Archon could really become relevant here.
It could happen. So Ross sitting up here, there's Urza Saga in hand, and he now knows that there may actually be time for that to get to work. Comes into play here. A lot of options, actually. We know there's Ragavan in hand. Here is Teferi. Ross not interested in bouncing that Fable the Mirror Breaker, understandably.
Yeah, Teferi lines up interestingly against Leyline Binding, where the opponent has to use the binding in response if they want to do it in that turn cycle. But then if they do, the Teferi can just bounce it to immediately unlock whatever was removed by it. So a lot of the time, especially if it's something like a Fable, or if down the line, if it's something with a enters the battlefield effect or something like that, that lineup can really be flipped around on you. If you bounce the binding, you unlock your thing again and really put them behind. Here, though, this draw from my token is actually surprisingly annoying, where it threatens to either try and block the Ragavan or attack and take down the Teferi. So
no, it's actually doing a ton here, way above its probably expected value, of which is being fodder for creativity. And Anthony will set up here. So we know that the hand didn't consist of much. Let's see, what is the draw? What do we got going on here? It's going to be an attack on Teferi.
And this is part of what allows this creativity deck to play a decent fair game going long. Is past a certain point, every fair hand, and you have double-digit number of those in your deck, translates into just this instant speed 1/1. And those really add up if you're doing that 2 or 3 times in a row.
Which seems ridiculous. If you go back at any point in Magic's history, you're like, oh yeah, this deck's plan B is to spew out random 1/1s, but it can only do it a few times and it takes a life every single time. That doesn't sound that impressive, but it comes up that works pretty well.
I think it's something you actually see in these older formats, like Legacy, even, right? Where you have these really powerful threats and these powerful interactive cards. Those all kind of trade off, but then when the dust settles, just this one tiny thing left over actually becomes surprisingly relevant.
Right. All right. I believe Soul Guide Lantern the draw for Ross. Effectively just a cantrip now, as the persist threat is gone. Is there another use for Anthony's graveyard besides the persist?
I guess Ren and 6 kind of.
Oh, sure.
The
Yeah,
Soulguide
you're right.
Lantern is not great at containing that because it's kind of this one-shot effect. But the nice thing about Lantern is it has that buyout clause, right? You can always just cycle it to draw a card. So if it's not doing anything, cash it in. If it is doing something, you might blunt this entire angle of the deck by itself.
All right, another saga for Ross. And okay, here's a bauble. And now Construct is able to be made. Reflection is now active, but with nothing currently to copy.
Yeah, Reflection by itself, not too impressive here. And Ross kind of took the risk on that iteration, looking for that additional land drop, found it, and it was maybe the best land drop he could ask for here in another Urza Saga. So over the course of the next few turns, that's going to generate this game-winning attack force potentially by itself here.
Okay, there's Leyline Binding from Anthony. Another card with contending with Fable as kind of very impactful cards in multiple formats this year.
Yeah, not so much in Legacy, despite what some might tell you, but every smaller format has really been doing some great work.
And the first Construct is coming online.
Yeah, first of many, I think. Ross has quite a nice production line set up for himself here. I think this is also part of why you want your curve to be solo as the breach deck, is that Urza Saga kind of takes out one of those land slots. It's also a colorless land, so you can't use it for these demanding color requirements. And also, a lot of your mana is just going to be spoken for activating Urza Saga to make a construct, and you want these cheap spells that you can use at the same time as you're doing that.
Okay, so Chapter 3 coming in Urza Saga. Ross's draw for the turn was Springleaf Drum, which was one of the cards potentially that he might have been interested in tutoring out. So that is now in hand. In fact, alongside the Soulguide Lantern. So some restrictions on what's available here.
Yeah, it can help to make that construct and all future ones even bigger. So if Ross just goes, Springleaf Drum, Ragavan, use the drum and the Ragavan to play Soulguide Lantern, well, now that construct is, what, a 4/4 already, and there's more to come, even after that. Ross may have other ideas here. We'll see.
Yeah, some uncertainty on how to proceed, but it looks like it's going to be a construct. Yep. Okay, so construct number 2.
So that first saga popping off here for that final chapter and finding maybe Ether Spellbomb, maybe the Mishra's Bauble. Looks like it is a Spellbomb.
All right, well, that is certainly a nice way to be able to control the board. And yeah, it can be cashed in for a card if Ross desires it. So certainly a useful utility card to have here. I do like the way Urza Saga influences deck construction. Just, kind of, you have your random mix of artifacts that you main deck or sideboard, whether it's, Pithing Needle, Graveyard Hate, Ether Spellbomb dealing with the board we saw deal with Archon in the first game.
Yeah, even just from the recent set, right? We have a Haywire Might as a card, which is a really nice option for Urza Saga, but then also a great option against Urza Saga too. So a lot of that kind of cuts both ways.
All right, an attack in here for 5. And I believe what we just saw was an attempt to copy the token and then Ether Spellbomb bounced it in response. So this 5 damage will just come through. Actually, it'll become 4 damage. Dropping Anthony to 6, which is, dwindling.
Yeah, I think this is a turn where he needs to make something happen, but it might be a good turn to try for that because Ross's shields are down effectively. But yeah, it looks like nothing left in the tank. Ross Merriam, his raiding party here, getting off to a good start. 1-0 in our tournament so far.
Yeah, no, excellent start here. The invasive surgery on really all Anthony was able to do. The only powerful thing attempted that game was the persist. He does show off that he did board in Unmoored Egos and Ley Lines, so heavy boarding there for Anthony. But yeah, just the one powerful threat attempted there. Ross had the answer and then was able to clean up. And we saw in the 2 games that Ross won, we saw one game won by effectively damage and one won by the combo.
Yeah, that second game, I think Ross ended the game with an Underworld Breach in hand that he just never needed because he had enough other stuff going on. And I think we're going to try and get to hear from Ross directly. If we can rope him into the booth there. with Matt, maybe hear some more about that match and then more about that breach deck and his mission here for the weekend overall.
Yeah, that'd be great. So yeah, kind of the breach deck. I mean, are we the most elite combo deck in the format? Arguably not. Are we the best like mid-range interactive aggro deck? Probably not. But the fact that we're close to being, we're really good at both is kind of where the power of this deck comes from, right?
Yeah, it really is a jack of all trades, master of none, I think. If you want a pure combo deck, lots of options for that in Modern. If you want a deck that can play a more consistent grindy game, you kind of have the Murktide deck operating in the same space. But if you want something that can do both, that's pretty hard to accomplish, but the Breach deck has shown that it can pull that off.
Yeah. Now, where would you rate this Breach deck as far as difficulty to play in the format? Because of having the two routes to victory and kind of having to keep track of a lot of stuff, it seems like it would be harder than a lot of other things there's a lot to keep track of.
Definitely. I know Colin Mullally, who is our current frontrunner for Player of the Year, and he'll be looking to formally look up our title this weekend with another good finish. He's someone who really likes to pick up the best deck, no matter what it is, no matter how challenging. He has picked up Breach as his modern deck of choice, and I believe he has said this is the hardest deck he can remember trying to play. So that shows you how challenging it is to play this deck at a high capacity.
Right. Yeah. No, definitely in the elite tier. I think at this point, I was looking at quietspeculation.com, and they have pretty elaborate tier lists based on monthly results. And their tier 1 for November was Rakdos Scam, Blue Red Murktide, Hammer, and Creativity. And then just below that was Jeskai Breach. So certainly right at the top of the metagame. Alongside, although not dominating, it is I wouldn't say any deck is really just crushing. Is there a best deck in Modern right now?
If there is, it's kind of hard to identify what that is. Maybe it is a scam deck, depending on who you ask. Murktide's still putting up great results.
Right,
Creativity. Yeah. A lot of people, especially in this room, if you ask them, would say the Breach deck. I think on this circuit, this is where that deck has really flourished and taken shape in the hands of Jesse Robkin and others, and Ross hoping to really cement that even further here.
Yeah, all right. So Ross is right. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Ross Merriam, good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
We're doing all right. So we're talking about the top tier of the Modern format right now, and Jeskai Breach's place in it. Is this the best deck in the format?
Yeah, I've been telling people for 3 months, and I feel like they just refuse to believe me. So I recruited a bunch of other people that also kept winning with the deck, and it feels like at that point, it should be pretty clear. But I guess we just have to keep teaching people a lesson until they learn.
Now, Ross, we don't often see you around these parts. We recognize you from the SCG circuit back in the day. You won one of the recent SCG events with this Breach deck, and now I guess you're taking your talents to the Midwest as well.
I'll take my talents, anywhere within a reasonable drive of Roanoke, Virginia. And so was really happy to see that the season 3 of the NRG series was coming a little bit closer to me because I've definitely wanted to make it out to an event, just been a little bit too far out of the way.
So obviously a lot on the line for you not being a participant in the points race, but can actually win direct entry into our championship by winning this event today. I mean, this is obviously you're feeling the deck to do it with. What's the main obstacle for the Breach deck that's likely to be played in the room today?
In my experience, and some of the other notable Breach players have different opinions here, the matchup I've struggled most with is Hammer. And, just the resilient pressure that they're able to put you under limits your ability to leverage the deck's versatility. In slower matchups, you're able to be the aggressor early. You're able to grind with them with fair breaches and expressive iterations and Urza Sagas, but you're able to do so with the looming threat of the combo that they have to worry about. Instead, the dynamic is flipped in the Hammer matchup where they're the deck applying pressure to you, forcing you to be reactive, taking away a lot of the proactive fairness or fair games that you can play. So that's been a matchup I've struggled with a bit. And, if you look at my sideboard, I've made some changes this week with a couple copies of Fury, in addition to the typical engineered explosives and wear tears. And that's in large part to help that matchup along with Rakdos Scam, because I thought those two decks and Murktide would be sort of the 3 most popular in the room.
Yeah, Hammer's a deck which you can bet on being one of the most popular decks in basically any modern tournament. And on this circuit, we have some notable Hammer mains. Will Kruger. We have Harrison Funk trying to claim one of those leaderboard spots. Are you scared of them, Ross, or are you happy to take them on with this new sideboarding plan?
Dude, at my age, I'm not scared of anybody. I've been there. I've seen it. I just let's play some cards.
All right. So one more question about the deck. Now, as it slowly rises in popularity, I mean, you probably think it should be more popular than it is, but you're gonna play more Merriam matches now than you would have back in the spring. Has that changed the deck construction at all, or do you just kind of do you take the mirror into account nowadays?
Oh, definitely. And this is the first weekend where I've played a copy of Drannith Magistrate in my sideboard, and the mirror is the main reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Prevents casting cards with Underworld Breach, of course, but also the exiled card off of Expressive Iteration, cards in your graveyard that you target with Endree. So there's a lot of ways that card can help in the mirror, and then it happens to help out in some other matchups, notably all the Cascade decks. So it's fortunately not just a one-trick pony. And that's why it gets the nod over other possible options. So not a ton to change there, because you don't want to over sideboard in the mirror. It's mostly about being ahead on the battlefield with the creatures, so that you're the one who is who is able to stay back and hold up interaction for the combo. So you still need to keep in a lot of your threats and your removal, and then, of course, all your combo pieces. So you can't make a ton of changes in the mirror, but a Haymaker like Drannith Magistrate is definitely a good option to have when you're expecting, a higher density of that deck.
More broadly, I think one of the running jokes about the Breach deck is every sideboard card is good or good against it in some capacity. A lot of those maybe less so in practice. If people actually want to beat you, Ross, and your cabal of Breach grinders, what should they be doing? Like, what should the approach actually be, do you think?
Well, I think the main approach is to try to be aggressive, be proactive and put the Breach player on the back foot. And if you can't do that, it really almost doesn't matter how much hate you have. Like, if you bring in and draw a bunch of hate for the combo, I just play towards my fair game. If you beat the fair game, I play the combo game, and that's why it's so tough. So, you've got to kind of draw all the right pieces in the right proportions based on my draw, and I'm able to do things like loot away cards I think are going to be dead from Ledger Shredder, or choose the right card off of Express Iteration to kind of tailor my draw based on the texture of the game. So really being proactive is important, because that way you can cut out certain elements of my game, implicitly, and then focus on the ones that you haven't cut out. But as far as, individual cards that I think are a little bit more effective, Dress Down is a really good one. Again, because it's multifaceted. It's a card that can stop Thassa's Oracle, and most builds are still using Thoracle over Grape Shot as a win condition, but it also helps, mop up a bunch of construct tokens, and sometimes even just stopping the mill on Endree and reducing that card's effectiveness so they can't dig for baubles can also be relevant, and it comes at a very low cost because it cantrips, so you're not really spending a full card no matter what effect you're getting out of it. So Dress Down has definitely been the big one, but really it's just about being proactive.
Wow. Okay, Ross, Merriam, one match to the good. Good luck today. Maybe we'll see you again later this afternoon.
I'm counting on it.
All right. Thanks for talking with us.
Thanks for having me.
And for those of you watching at home, that's what it sounds like when someone really understands their deck.
There's understanding your deck, and then there's articulating that thought process and conveying it to other people. And Ross is one of the best minds in Magic at doing both halves of that. And there is a lot to understand about this deck, and it is clear that Ross knows it inside and out.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a competitive player, but you're not at the top, and you're wondering what the difference is, I mean, can you talk about your deck in detail? Can you answer questions about your deck like that? That is rarefied air, and it's something that's takes a lot of work and a lot of experience to achieve. Ross Merriam clearly knows what's going on. Okay, well, we are reaching the end of round one. Thanks for being with us. We're going to step away, and we're back with round two in a few minutes. This is the NRG series. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I am Matt Monty here for the NRG series. Getting ready to kick off round number 2 here in Louisville, Kentucky. But first, I wanted to kind of talk about, again, this is our last event of this year. We have Saturday and Sunday, and that's our last weekend. So let's talk about the overall Player of the Year race. starting to shape up, obviously, as we've got just a few rounds of Magic left, and you can see there. So Connor is in first place here currently at 168 points. Jesse Robkin at 156, and then sandwiched in between there is Zach Allen at 162 points. Now, I have some results for you here. I can tell you that Connor actually lost his first round. Meanwhile, Jesse and Zach both who are trailing have won their first round. So it is going to get very interesting as we continue to progress through both today and tomorrow's tournament. So even more so. So the Player of the Year race, obviously, they're going to, the top point leader is going to make it into the championship. But there is a race going on for the Season 3 leaderboard. So let's talk about that for a moment here. And again, as I mentioned, Raja Szylman in the beginning of the morning here started off at 80 points for the day. Raja also lost his first round matchup. So people that are trailing are going to be happy to hear that result as they continue to move up. I did see Zach Allen and Adam Wasburn-Moses both pick up wins, as well as Mack, Endree, and Will Kruger. So you can see that. Someone I didn't mention is David Delgado. He actually won his round as well. And we're actually going to pick him up on the feature match here for round number 2. Now, David's had great success on our series in several different formats. Top 8 at our last tournament, has also top 8 at a legacy tournament with Doomsday, I believe. So David, again, has masterful in every format basically here that we play on the series. So we're going to be able to watch him play a little bit of Modern here against a good friend, Todd Anderson, as well. So I'm going to go ahead and send you back down to Joe and Dom for round number 2 as we get ready to spice up some mid-rounds here in Louisville.
All right, thanks, Matt. Here we go. Joined by Dominic Harvey again for the first half today and tomorrow. Todd Anderson, David Delgado. Like Matt was just explaining, David with the opportunity to potentially move up into a Season 3 points invite. Todd Anderson, it's win or not in the championship, as he is a newbie to the series, playing Gruul Breach.
Yeah, so a very familiar face on a somewhat unfamiliar deck. I know that Jesse Robkin, one of the pioneers of the Jeskai Breach deck, or that Izzet core with the Breach deck, has said that basic shell of I'm going to play Ragavan, I'm going to play Underworld Breach with Grinding Station. That core is strong enough that there are lots of different ways you can build it, and all of them are going to be decently successful. Todd really taking that principle and running with it here. So forsaking the blue cards altogether, this is a much leaner, kind of red-heavy version of this deck with this green splash for red and 6 primarily, but also the one Haywire Might that we flagged up before, and then some green sideboard cards like Ancient Garage and Veil of Summer too.
All right, well, we'll see how this plays out against another one of the accepted Tier 1 decks of the format. Izzet Murktide in the hands of David Delgado, looking to jump a couple people for the Season 3 points invite.
Yeah, Todd is almost free-rolling this tournament. I'm going to come along to this large tournament with my friends and have some fun. And, hey, if I win, I get to play another big tournament. Delgado is really in the thick of things. He's in that scrum for the points race, so he has a lot additional on the line here. And playing, a stock version of one of the mainstream decks. But whenever I hear that someone is an expert with Doomsday, that always seems faintly intimidating to me. So I'm going to have respect for their abilities no matter what they're playing.
Yeah, the Doomsday deck. Now, there are some combos that are just, you reanimate your big creature, you sneak attack, whatever. It's over with. Then there's Breach decks and there's Doomsday decks where like you set up the combo and you still have a lot more work to do.
Yes, some of these combos almost write themselves, or they tell you how to go through the steps. But Doomsday, you're left to figure it out, and if you get it wrong, you died, and you did that to yourself.
Yeah.
So a lot of ways to humble yourself, potentially on camera, even with Doomsday. So anyone who can survive that gauntlet has some credibility in my book. And we are off to a pretty fast start here. Ren 6 being tagged by Ragavan, tagged by Ren 6, in turn tagged by Unholy Heat. And now the board is mostly clear, but it looks like Delgado missing that second land drop, potentially.
Yeah, Delgado missing a land drop. Todd Anderson with actually almost a worthless hand at this point. A Grinding Station extra and a pair of Mocks in hand. Now, he does have a Breach, so there's potential for Grinding Station to just lead to a win. But if it doesn't, he just has nothing. But Urza Saga does a good job of bailing you out when that's the scenario. And with the Mocks in play here, making a couple constructs versus David's empty board, but at least he drew a land, is, we still got a real game developing here.
And now Todd has this choice of, do you just jam and go for the win against an opponent who's showing weakness, or do you think, well, 2 open mana representing counterspell, I have other ways to use my own mana with the Urza Saga, I can afford to wait and kind of pick a spot, and if David is having to take the shields down to deal with these Saga tokens, well, then that's the perfect window to jam the breach and get the job done.
All right, so construct number 1 into play. Construct number 2 on the way, and yeah, David with counter spells and a dress down in hand. Dress down's going to come out right now. Now, is this
main deck dress down doing a fantastic job at cleaning
Right.
up those Saga tokens, while also potentially helping David to repair this this awkward draw that he has.
a little? So obviously there is some sacrifice here for David taking down counterspell mana. Conceivably could have just taken 1 hit from a construct, which arguably would have been a fairly large hit, and then used dress down at the end of the turn. So certainly prioritizing his life total here, which is a choice.
Maybe suggesting he also has the spell pierce, or one of the main deck spell snare actually would also work as a way to deal with an underworld breach.
Yeah. Alternatively, maybe trying to bait Todd Anderson into something else that his hand was capable of dealing with, despite only having 1 mana available.
And this is the nice thing about your combo pieces being artifacts, is ideally this grinding station, this Mark Samba would be helping you to win the game directly. But if they're not, then they're +1/+1 for your construct tokens, and that's that's the job they were doing for now.
So David bobbles himself here, perhaps looking for a land, and if the land was there, maybe Expressive Variation would have been cast, but since presumably it's not, going to hold up counterspell mana and not fire it off for this turn. And Petty Theft was in fact the card there. Todd, unfortunately for his side, for fans of him, drawing redundant combo pieces and Urza Saga targets. But I mean, Breach has a way of finding value even when it's not winning the game.
Yeah, that Haywire might not doing much for Todd in this game. But yeah, drawing redundant Underworld Breaches against a deck with a lot of interaction might be the best place to be, where you can just put David to the test time after time, and if he ever doesn't have the right solution, you can just win the game on the spot.
Right. And David's going to let Breach resolve.
Okay, we are off to the races here.
So there's the first bauble. So you haven't seen this before. Breach and Bauble can just cycle baubles for each 3 cards in the graveyard. However, with Grinding Station in play, there's potential for, more goodness. I guess we can actually just go with Station and Bauble. We can just go pretty far, can't we? Can we go the whole way with that?
Yeah, I mean, if you have Underworld Breach and Grinding Station mills you 3 cards, and you need 3 cards to escape something with Underworld Breach, so that creates this perfect loop, where if you have an artifact that costs 0 mana, like a Bauble, like a Mark Samba, you just cycle that over and over again, mill through your entire deck. You get to the point where you mill over your Grape Shot, you can cast that, or the Thassa's Oracle in the blue list, and win the game from there.
So then, knowing that, could we say that David Delgado may have tripped up here by not counterspelling this Breach, or is there a decent chance that Todd Anderson fizzles out from here somehow?
If you can counterspell the Breach, you have to counterspell the Breach. There are temporary answers, stuff like Petty Theft and so on, but even that delays the inevitable by just a turn. And also, Todd can still immediately recast something after getting priority back with the Breach. So, so we're seeing Petty Theft bouncing the Grinding Station. So that is a pretty heads-up move here, in the sense that if Todd doesn't have a way to keep going, you stop the combo, and you also burn through the Underworld Breach. But as you mentioned, going to get some value from that regardless.
Right. And also David having no way of knowing that Todd has extra Breach in hand, and giving up a couple cards for the first Breach wouldn't be so bad on the face of it, as Todd's board is still, I mean, not anything that David probably can't handle if he finds some land drops. Not a lot of interaction though, a lot of card advantage for David Delgado. Both players draws not elite at this point.
Although from David's side, looking over at Todd with you have the Ragavan in play, and then what is it, 6 cards in hand at this point? You can't be feeling great about your position, I think.
No, I would not think so. All right, Saga drawn for Todd. That's generally good. Here is a Fury to clean out this Ledger Shredder. And if you're David, can you counterspell this? It's pretty risky.
And this is a test, right? Now, every single card that Todd presents, if you counter the wrong thing and he has another copy of Underworld Breach, that's it. The game is over on the spot.
Okay, so Ragavan Haywire might connect. Flip over a Bolt. That's good sometimes. Here, it's castable, but not super exciting.
Yeah, and this is kind of the same test. Even if David had an Unholy Heat or something like that, can you afford to go down to 1 mana to stave off that Ragavan hit? Probably not, right? You have to take your licks and maybe try and do that at another time.
All right, Bolt does get fired off. Grinding Station on the way back down, and this is unfortunate for David Delgado. Not necessarily a misplay, but Todd has plenty of Grinding Stations in reserve here.
And countering the Grinding Station is risky insofar as if Todd has enough mana, the Underworld Breach can just return the Grinding Station as part of the combo anyway. Past a certain point, the Breach is this self-contained 1-card combo in its own right.
Right. Okay, some confusion there on the Expressive Iteration resolution, but Floodstrand does make it into play. And
yeah, Todd may be missing some chances to pad his graveyard further with these Grinding Station activations. So sacrificing a construct that's about to die, for example, to mill over 3 cards. Or one of the weird quirks of Grinding Station is that it triggers off itself. So when you cast it, if you're on Magic Online, for example, you immediately get a trigger for it to untap, and then you can sometimes respond to that by sacrificing something and then having it untap, and that lets you kind of almost cheat this extra activation out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about those kind of things. Same as Kappa Cannoneer. It comes to play and triggers itself, and it's like, could this have been written a little smoother? But it works. It's functional, but yeah, kind of an odd interaction there. I agree with you.
Because Haywire Might is just helping to beat down in this game.
It's got through for like 3 points already. It's doing work.
It's the one that's going to pump our constructs. And hey, once again, if Haywire Might is on the way out, just sacrifice it to Grinding Station and mill some more cards over.
Okay, Shredder for David. Iteration gets a Connive. However, the Urza Saga is looming. And this is, exactly what Ross and then you were talking about earlier, is the attacking from multiple angles. You're putting pressure on the board, and at some point, David may not be able to leave up counterspell mana. And then if Todd's at the ready with Breach, which we know he is, that could spell the end of the game.
It has to be so scary trying to play this game from David's side, where there are all these threats you have to fend off and try and stabilize, and at the same time, you take the shields down for one moment at the wrong time, and the game just might be over.
Mm-hmm. All right, David, giving some thought to this Expressive Iteration resolution here. Well, that Murktide is looking pretty juicy for Todd Anderson, because if it resolves, that means David's spending all his mana for the turn.
Yeah, and we've already burned through that one main deck copy of Dress Down, and so if David wants to deal with these contract tokens, you have to do all of that manually, spending at least 2 removal spells potentially to clean all of that up.
Right. And a good way to deal with them is to just have an outsized blocker. So David may go for that here and then just hope there's not another Breach in hand, which, Todd didn't do a whole lot with his last turn. So maybe David assumes it's not there. And Todd's like, Todd flashes it. He's like, if you want to concede right now, here's a reason you might be interested in doing that.
Yeah, we can go through the motions if you like, or we can save some time and move this along. So, yeah, Todd Anderson going to lock up this first game, and this is one disadvantage or trade-off with this Gruul version of the breach deck versus the Izzet or the Jeskai and so on is that without iteration, without your own ledger shredders and so on, there's less card selection, and so yeah, it's a little less likely that Todd does have that second copy of Underworld Breach. I mean, let alone the first one. But Todd had what he needed here, going to take down this first game, and we'll see how the players want to handle this in sideboarding now.
Yeah. So if you're new to this and curious what just happened there, Todd Anderson saying, I'm going to combo out, and David either offered by Todd or David suggests, okay, you can save yourself the trouble, but your deck is going to be revealed while you combo out. So can I just see your deck and then I'll save you the trouble of going through all the steps? Todd agrees, hands over his deck. David looks through it, and then we're on to sideboarding. So let's go ahead and bring up the lists and see what the players are working with. David now working with slightly more information than Todd is, having seen the main deck. But again, when you're playing a tier 1 deck in Modern, experienced players probably know what's in here anyway without even having to see it. So let's
kind of
let me ask
50 something of those main deck cards.
Right. So let me ask you this: what tier is Todd Anderson unlikely to know for sure is in there? The counter mix, probably.
Yeah, that one spell snare may catch him a little bit off guard, and then there's always this question of, do they have that one main deck Petty Theft, Brazen Borrower? We see some lists with main deck Blood Moons, a little less so now, but that's still a fairly common choice. And then sometimes it's Archmage's Charm, sometimes it's a few other things. Those final flex slots are where the real variation comes in. And then Todd's deck is kind of off the wall. I mean, if you're a fan of Todd's stream, you can see him. He was streaming this deck over the course of the week, so maybe David was there in the chat there. But for the most part, this Gruul version of Breach is kind of off the radar. So yeah, even if it is worth, especially in this tournament, which is closed deck list, you're going to take the chance to go through and see what those cards that would have been milled are. But especially when Todd is, you're bringing something pretty new to the table here.
So let's go ahead and look at Todd Anderson's deck list. This Gruul Breach list. Dragon Rage Channeler. Something that's present that's not always in the Jeskai list, as we don't have Ledger Shredder here. We have Fables, we have Furies, and we saw that come into play and kind of clean up the board a little bit, add card disadvantage, but at some point you don't care. And then, so Ross mentioned in the interview about the Grape Shot versus Thassa's Oracle. Some players are playing one way or the other. And he mentioned that one drawback of, now obviously the Gruul Breach deck doesn't have that option, but we do see the alternative here, Grape Shot, not vulnerable to dress down, spiking the win condition, and also able to potentially win without, you don't need to deck yourself completely. Grape Shot can be cast twice off of a Breach, I suppose, without having to go so deep maybe.
Yeah, the Grape Shot also, I think, is often better just as a magic card if you're casting it. So sometimes can clean up their Ragavan, let yours get a hit in. You have a lot of cheap spells, so sometimes you can build towards this big Grape Shot turn. And then one trade-off in the Izzet Breach decks is often they can play Gigantha in their sideboard. If you give up the Thassa's Oracle, that is actually the only card that's incompatible with Gigantha, and so switching around the kill condition gives you a companion as well, which in theory would be on the table for this deck, but Todd has decided that Fury is actually worth ignoring the big moose. And I think Fury, from what Todd has said, this is one of the main draws to this build of the deck. It felt like every time he would start a new league, more and more copies of Fury would find their way in because it was just consistently overperforming. And it makes sense, right? Because this is a deck where you will often have a redundant red card. So the second copy of Ragavan or Red and 6 or something, an Underworld Breach that is offline for whatever reason. And it's a fantastic removal spell. And then in this deck, between Mox Amber, Springleaf Drum, Treasures from Ragavan and Fable, you can just cast that thing, and it's really beefy. That's your backup win condition. And if you ever get to copy it with Fable, well, that's a great time too.
Yeah, that is good stuff. It also gives him more play in the early games against decks like Hammer. They're trying to get out ahead of you. All right, so game 2 getting ready here. David Delgado looking for a more stable start than last time. Not missing the second land drop would be an improvement.
Yeah, this Murktide deck is built to operate on few resources, but getting stuck on one land is as much a danger for it as it is for any other deck in Magic for the most part.
But I mean, that opening, the previous game's hand, I mean, there was a bobble, there was a Ragavan. Like, you have some potential there, even though you're keeping one land, and it just didn't work out, which, obviously can happen sometimes.
Yeah, turn one, Dragon's Rage Channeler for Todd. And this is a card which was in the first versions of the Jeskai Breach deck and kind of worked its way out as these other options like Ledger Shredder found their way into the mix. In this Gruul version, there are fewer alternatives, so you're more likely to play it, but also you're more likely to want to play it. I think it is better in this setup that Todd has going on here.
All right. Second land, I guess, achievement unlocked for David Delgado. And Todd Anderson looking to build here. Ragavan is a good place to be. And he's got one. Maybe deciding whether to dash or not.
And this Ragavan may be paying for itself this turn, just turning on that Mox Amber, effectively becoming free if Todd has a decent follow-up here, which we're cracking this out, Mesa, so maybe he does.
All right, let's see. I didn't spy anything in hand that looked like a follow-up, but we'll see. No, it looks like it's just a pass. And that's something.
It's that classic bauble trick, right? Of kind of build your own opt with a Mishra's bauble and a fetch land.
Right. Yeah. All right. So David will get things rolling here. An answer required for the Ragavan on the board. Oop. And yeah, all right. So while cutting David's deck, Todd knocked the card over. So they will get a judge over and get permission to just re-randomize the deck. And while they take a moment to fix that up, we'll just remind you that you're watching the NRG Series, the Rage Gaming, a tournament series that covers the Midwest of the United States, centered out of Chicago. Thanks for being here. Hit the follow if you're enjoying the content. We'll be here all weekend. Dominic Harvey with the first half of the Modern Tournament today and the first half of the Pioneer Tournament tomorrow. So if you're interested in Pioneer and you just tuned in and you're like, oh, crap, it's Modern, just come back tomorrow. We'll still be here.
Yeah, we got a nice range of formats on offer, and over 500 of you, I think, at the current count, joining us here on this Saturday morning. So very thankful to all of you for giving us your time. A lot of good Magic coverage on offer this weekend. It's a nice problem to have, but we thank you for giving us your attention.
Okay, well, they are still... So, okay, because the card flipped over, just speculating here, this is actually maybe going to be looking at extra cards, not just like a dexterity we need to randomize. There actually has maybe be a penalty. I don't know. It won't be a significant penalty, but there may be something that needs to be just noted down by the judges before things continue on. So while we have a moment here, so we looked at the players' deck lists, during a sideboarding, but it is a closed deck list tournament, whereas recently we had the regional championships, which were open deck lists. Dominic, do you have an opinion what you prefer out of those options?
I think both sides have pros and cons. I did enjoy with open deck lists that people could tweet out this deck that they were excited to be playing, or in that scramble that happens at every tournament for I need these cards at the last minute. You didn't feel like you were leaking any information with that. So I kind of enjoyed that people could just be open about their choices and talk about the tournament in this more open way. At the same time, it is fun to see on camera when someone shows up with something completely off the wall,
right,
and you can tell their opponent is caught off guard. And I like to reward people for making those choices too. So I think it goes back and forth, but the convenience of open deck lists, I think, is a big selling point.
No, and yeah, I feel similarly in that I could probably be convinced either way. Playing in the regional championship was kind of a departure from what I was used to, but then the next week playing a regular tournament, I was like, why do we have open deck lists? This is, right? I get used to this after 1 week anyway. So yeah, it's definitely, the case is not settled for me, one way or the other. As we're back to the game now, we got that sorted out with the card being knocked over, a consider end of turn, and then we had the 2 Ragavans trade off, suggesting that no one has removal.
Yeah, it's like a nature documentary, seeing these rival gangs of monkeys, doing battle in the forest here. But Todd is going for Underworld Breach here. Wow.
And David's like, yeah, that didn't work out too well last game. Let me go ahead and spell pierce this one, get this out of here.
And that's not a I'm going off and killing you this turn Underworld Breach. It's a
Right.
I'll buy back my Ragavan and buy back my Mistress Bubble Underworld Breach.
Yeah. And still a 2-for-1, and David's not interested. Leaving Todd with a Fury in hand and obviously not anything else on the board.
Yeah, and that Fury potentially costable if the game drags on a little bit. And these, the entire cycle, honestly, of Evoke Elementals from Modern Horizons 2, so powerful as both these early plays and these late game plays. I think they are interesting additions to the format, but you can certainly tell the effect that they've had.
Right. No, in general, I think, and actually this relates to a comment just now in the chat about open deck lists helping the player on the draw. And the same thing, I think these pitchcast elementals really help the player that's going second interact and keep up. And I think that is something that's relevant as going first in Magic is, I'll be honest, when I saw statistics on it, it wasn't as significant an advantage as I thought it would have been, but it still does matter.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who is known for tapping and untapping Lotus Field and trying to assemble 3 specific Tron lands, I think there are certain classes of deck where if your opponent knows, this Fatal Push, if I'm mulliganing to 6, I need to put this back, or they need to know what kind of hands to mulligan or to look for. I think that does really benefit some decks at the expense of others. So there are trade-offs involved for sure. And, I am open to arguments either way here. But as we mentioned, that Hardcast Fury now, if this resolves, like, going to eat that Ledger Shredder and then maybe just eat David over the course of the next few turns.
I mean, Fury hits pretty hard. So, okay, not this one, though. It's out of here. Dispatched by, I think that's an Abrade. And David with not much to do, but draws an Expressive Iteration. That's a good thing to draw when you're empty-handed, or with no action at least.
And that Endree Explosives on 0, just sitting there waiting for Todd to activate that Urza Saga and threatening to clean everything up after that happens.
All right, we have definitely reached the middle later stage of this game, as we have both players have deployed all the land they need to cast whatever they want, and it's just a matter of how we can outmaneuver each other, or in this case, just how we can draw the right tools. Todd with a Breach in hand, deciding to hold it for another day with one gone already. I suppose maybe the value Breach plan probably gets more frightening the later you go in the game, or the more breaches that are gone, because you do need one left at the end of combo with, so you can't just use them as a divination too many times.
Yeah, so Explosives will clean up both Construct tokens and the Mox Amber that was just hanging out there as well. But you see Todd has, I think that's 4 separate rows splayed out for his graveyard at this point. So that Underworld Breach can recur several cards, even if we're not going for that full combo once again.
Yes, indeed. And responding here to the Urza Saga, because we are in closed deck list, David has no way of knowing if a Pithing Needle was going to come out from that Urza Saga and lock down the explosives. So doing it preemptively there, as there really is no choice in that scenario.
That does open up this interesting back and forth of, if Todd just doesn't make a token and passes priority, then David has a choice of either you activate the explosives and then Todd still has a window to make the construct afterwards, or you let the Saga Trigger resolve, and then if Todd does have Pithing Needle can shut off explosives. In practice, I think this is not really a matchup where Needle is going to come in. Explosives is really the only card you might care about that it does hit. But an interesting thing that can come up sometimes.
Yeah. All right. Replacement Mox for Todd, and then Ragvan to turn it on.
And this is a mystical archive lightning bolt, I want to say.
Sounds good to me. Perhaps. Something that rained fire down upon the Dragon Rage Channeler, and it is out of here. Ooh, not much going on here for David. And Ragavan is going to connect, and that's always a happy feeling. If you're Todd Anderson, or if you're, well, I take it back.
Yeah, it looks like this is dress down just to prevent that damage trigger from going ahead. And maybe if we do draw into a removal spell off that, then we can deal with it more permanently. But David has a fairly reactive hand at this point and is also flooding out. So really not much going on. And Todd has all the time in the world to get this second wave together.
Yeah, and using a dress down on the Ragavan there, I mean, that is a real cost. I mean, I understand David needing to dig deeper in the deck looking for action, but that is not free.
Yeah, if there was a follow-up Urza Saga, then you really wish you had that back. But
right. Okay, now Ragavan will connect. No big hit this time, I guess. Well, with a creature in play, Todd could cast that counterspell to protect a breach conceivably, but there is no untapped creature to generate a second blue mana.
I wonder if Todd is thinking about just deploying the Fury as a 3/3 double strike.
No,
he has that additional Unholy Heat for any kind of non-Murktide threat anyway, so maybe this is the time to press your advantage.
I agree. That's definitely what is under consideration here. And yeah, he's going to pull the trigger on it. So there it is, not wanting to wait. Okay, so he's using the Fury. Oh, this is interesting. He's using the Fury just to pitch cast and then generate mana with the Springleaf Drum. Okay.
Oh, okay. This is okay. So we're going for Underworld Breach with Counterspell backup in our Gruul deck via Evoke Fury becoming Lotus Petal off of Springleaf Drum.
Yeah, very, very cool. Maybe we can get, that is a blue mana that's floating. Very well done by Todd Anderson there. So now this counterspell with a blue mana floating and the treasure in play is actually castable. And now he can go to town with this breach.
A lot more game actions will be taken this turn, I suspect. And you saw David had that spell piece in hand, just almost mocking him at this point. Just that card really has outlived its usefulness by now.
All right, Dragon Rage Channeler into play. That will allow surveilling on basically everything else that gets cast for the turn. And
yeah, so with the Channeler in play, these loops of Breach and Grinding Station, you're actually netting a card in the process. And so the Channeler also really helps the Fair Breach plan, where if you're just recasting some baubles and some lightning bolts and so on, you're adding a new card to your graveyard each time, makes it much easier to cast more of those. And then once you get the second Channeler or the third Channeler, that really adds up to the point where if you just have 3 Channelers and an Underworld Breach, you don't even need the Grinding Station. You're just tearing through your deck manually regardless.
Sure. So this other die on the board, I believe this is Storm Count. Let me find out for sure if that is true. Okay, that is. Yeah. Okay. As that is relevant. We don't see Storm Count be relevant too often these days, but it does matter for this Grave Shot kill.
Yeah, the actual Storm combo decks have not been seen in Modern in quite some time, but a Storm card can still sneak through here and there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was playing a league this week with Tron online. I played against Storm. I was like, what is this? How did this player escape from, 2 years ago or 5 years ago into my league? This isn't
Joe,
right.
I think they're saying the same thing about your Tron deck. I gotta be honest, but
yeah, that's fair.
Some real, 2017 open vibes from that matchup. For sure.
I suppose. All right, so now we have blue and red mana floating. We've got Storm building. We've got David hoping this fizzles out somehow. There is no Grinding Station yet. Well, okay, there's one. They just got surveilled into the graveyard and effectively surveilled into Todd's hand with Underworld Breach already being in play, and here it comes.
So this is the beginning of the end, I think, here for David Delgado, who will be 1-1, so still very much in contention, but no loss to give anymore. Back up against the wall, got to rattle off a few in a row to stay in that scrum for that at-large spot here.
All right, so some questions from the chat as to why isn't David playing his counterspell? So the counterspell that's, and then also why is there a counterspell in the middle of the table? So if you're just joining us, that counterspell in the middle of the table was hit by Ragavan this turn, and Todd Anderson used a Springleaf Drum to make blue about 10 game actions ago, and then now has a treasure to make the second blue to be able to counterspell back, and that's why he did it, and it pays off 5 minutes later, and Todd Anderson will defeat David Delgado 2-0 in a what was, I would say, a pretty well-played game.
Yeah, but we're going to try and get Todd's insight on that match as well. We can also report that Jesse Robkin, a strong contender in the Player of the Year race, also playing Breach, also in our feature match area, also won. So the 3 copies of Breach of various guises in the feature match area so far have all won. So that deck's certainly living up to the hype so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving, the two Star City boys, both picking up wins early on, showing their stuff. I know Todd Anderson from his Twitter feed sounded more excited about Pioneer tomorrow, but certainly his deck, an outlier from the top tiers of the format, delivered and looked good doing it.
Yeah, Todd has kind of rebranded as the Pioneer guy and was streaming a lot of that format even before a lot of eyeballs were on it with the regional championships and so on. But, a accomplished Magic player will dip his toe in whatever the format is for the next tournament, and seems to have found something that he really clicks with in Modern here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that's while he's making his way over here. So, okay, how many formats are you comfortable with preparing for at one time? Like, how many formats do you want to actively be tracking and playing? Is it 2? Is it 1? Are you think Standard, Modern, Pioneer, Legacy, you're good with all of it at once? What do you think?
It's really difficult. I know for tournaments like the Star City Players Championship and then for the NRG Championship as well, that burden of juggling 3 formats at once, that's really difficult. And usually something has to give. Usually you kind of pencil in a default choice for one of them and then really devote your energy to the others. But it's difficult, especially if you have other commitments on your time as well. And I think knowing how to balance that, we all remember the stretches where, okay, this tournament is Standard, then next week it's Modern, next week it's Pioneer. Staying on top of all of that at once, very difficult. And the players who figure out a way to manage that time effectively, I think, are the ones who really get rewarded there.
Yeah. And that used to be something, like you were saying, just for, kind of these elite invitational tournaments where you had everything at once. But now with the RCQ season alternating formats, a lot of, local players are having to deal with, on a week in, week out basis, playing different formats, and that can get taxing, which is where, even though I don't agree with it, the argument comes from of having the RCQ formats be single format for each season. Anyway, we can table that for now. Todd Anderson is in the booth. Good morning, Todd. You there? There he is.
Yo, sorry, I was grabbing a drink of water. I didn't get it done in time. Hi, Joe. Hi, Dom. How are y'all?
We're doing good, man. All right. Yeah. So we saw Jeskai Breach this morning already.
Yep.
And so what was the decision process to play the Gruul Breach deck?
So about a month or 2 ago, there was a RCQ in Roanoke, and I haven't really played that much Modern in the last year. It's mostly just been Pioneer for the stream, and honestly, I didn't really know what to play. I've been watching a ton of Aspiring Spike stream, and he had this really cool Gruul Breach deck that, played very similarly to the decks that like Ross Merriam and Jesse have been playing, and but it had an alternate mode of attack and also a different engine. I loved the Renin 6 with Urza Saga, allowed you to like win longer games. Dragon Rage Channeler gave you that ability to like get under opponents with Ragavan and DRC to just overwhelm the removal spells. I wasn't a big fan of Ledger Shredder, and this might sound weird. I actually thought Expressive Iteration was pretty bad in the deck. It's obviously a great card. It's just insanely mana intensive, and for a deck that wants to play almost all 1-drops and Urza Saga, having something that costs 2 kind of gums up the works on occasion. And so what ended up happening is I just saw Spike play. He went 10-0 in 2 leagues, and I was like, okay, I want to play this deck. And so I've been kind of on this deck for, a month or 2 off and on. Preparing for this event, I tried out a Temur build. I tried out the Jeskai build. I tried out a blue-red. Like, I tried a bunch of different color combinations, a bunch of different combination of spells, and I couldn't really find something that I really liked. But I did know one thing from testing, and that's that Fury needed to be in the main deck. And if I want to play Fury in the main deck, I thought the best way to do it would be to be able to hard cast it. And Ren 6 helps with that. Mox Amber with Ren 6, it's harder to kill, so Mox Amber is more reliable. That helps cast it. And Fury can not only be your interactive piece that you need in the early games against opposing Ragavans and Creature Swarm decks, but it can also be that Ledger Shredder type threat in the late game that you can hard cast because we have the ability to hit all our mana.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, we saw in that game, too, we saw a pretty crafty play by Evoke Fury, I think, just to have a creature to tap to Springleaf Drum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now,
so,
is that go ahead?
go ahead.
Is that
Okay.
something that, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I revealed Counterspell off Ragavan, right? And I'm just like, I have an Underworld Breach in hand. Even if I can't kill him this turn, I can still Mishra's Bobble like 6 times because there's a Dragon Rage channel in the graveyard. And the only way I could get the second blue was to pitch the Fury to be able to do the Springleaf Drum. And while it's like -2 cards to do it, what it could do is win me the game and through like a lot of different stuff. And so I thought like also this is gonna get me more camera time if I do this play because this is a really cool play.
Yeah.
And so it all worked out and it was a great play and ended up winning me the game. So
it did. I mean, yeah, David was sitting on Spell Pierce and Counterspell, probably felt pretty safe. And then you would evoke Fury on an empty board and everything falls apart.
Yeah, imagine your hands Counterspell and Spell Pierce against my deck, and then your opponent reveals Counterspell at the top, and they pitch a Fury with no creatures in play. You cannot imagine you're getting out of that turn alive.
No.
Your Gruul deck somehow won the counter war against the blue deck. I'm not sure how that's meant to happen, but it really seems like you look at this deck from first principles. It's just all of the broken MH2 cards, and then the most broken MH1 card, which maybe is just the best card in the format, some would say. And then Underworld Breach, which is, to use family-friendly language, a messed up card in its own right. And you tie all of that together, and you have the ingredients for a pretty good deck there.
Yeah, my deck, all the cards were printed in the last 5 years, except for the fetch lands. So.
Yeah, no, it looked impressive there. So now you're here, obviously playing. You know, we have a big event today for the invite to the championship and a good prize money. But it sounded like you're excited about playing tomorrow as well. And if people now you've done a lot of writing about your deck for tomorrow. So why don't you hit people with your Patreon in case they want to look it up and read about what you're going to be playing tomorrow?
Sure. So I do stream. It's twitch.tv/TandyMTG. I have a Patreon where I write about all my content. It's patreon.com/Tandy, TANDY. Tomorrow for Pioneer, I have maybe my favorite deck I've made in the last 5 years. The moment I saw Third Path Iconoclast, I thought we just get to play 8 Young Pyromancers. That pivot point on turn 2 is just going to be what I want to build around with all of this cheap 1-mana interaction, all these treasure cruises. And even before Third Path Iconoclast, the card of One Mind was actually seeing play alongside Young Pyromancer. And now we just get to see it with 2 different versions of it. And it's just this churning deck that I just love. And until last week, I wasn't sold on the archetype. I kind of put it on the back burner, but we do this thing called the Apex Gauntlet for a store in Caldwell, Ohio, Apex Gaming, and Ross Merriam and I went up there to do commentary on one of their RCQs. And the Saturday, though, we just did like old versus live, basically, where we just pitted my APZ deck against Mono Green, Rakdos Midrange, and Mono White. And I won 11 or 12 games out of the 15 we played. The deck was churning awesomely, and it felt great. And even Ross is playing it tomorrow. And when you convince Ross to play a new deck, you have to know it's good. He only chooses the choice bits.
All right.
It's got Steam Fence in it. It kind of been a hard sell.
That's true. It's not that hard to convince him, I guess.
All right. Well, Todd Anderson looking to enjoy himself both days this weekend. Good luck good job so far, and maybe we'll see you back this afternoon or tomorrow.
All right. See y'all.
Okay. So 2 rounds in the books. Star City guys looking good on camera. Next few rounds, I'm sure we'll be featuring the points race. David Delgado is in the points race. So we got the best of both worlds as far as the round 2 feature match. But stick around the rest of the day, and we're going to put somebody else into the championship. And then through today and tomorrow, we're going to fill up. We got a bunch of spots. We got 6 leaderboard slots to fill. Who is going to punch our ticket to the Nerd Rage Championship? Find out the rest of this weekend. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Matt Monty. I am here in Louisville, Kentucky with the NRG Series. We're getting ready to kick off round number 3 here in our tournament, in our showdown. Again, the winner of this event is going to our end of the year championship. So besides that, there are tons and tons of rewards on the line here. So let's take a peek actually at our players to watch leaderboard before we get much further here. And you can see Adam Wasburn, Moses, Jesse Rabkin, Will Kruger, Zoe Riederman, and Mack Endree all hopeful for our end of the year championship, starting off at a nice 2-0 to get us going here. Zach Allen and Connor down at 1-1, and then tough start for our season 3 leader, Raja Szylman, which for my sake adds some drama. So I that's nice for the stream, obviously. Get a little bit of drama in there. So tough day for him, but the rest of the players are still battling it out here. Now I wanted to talk about the player you see on top there, Adam Wasburn Moses. Been a regular on our series for quite a while here. So a little bit of information about him. You can see 22. He's a server out in Oxford, Ohio, not too far away, with 6 NRG top 8s with 1 W. One of my favorite things, and actually maybe least favorite, is his Fast Facts, that hot take. Modern Horizons 2 is the best Magic set ever for Modern and Legacy. I'm going to let some people that are a little bit smarter than me go ahead and discuss that, where they stand on that. They can probably jump into it. Yeah, Adam's been a staple here on the NRG series for several years now, so good to see him performing well and trying to crawl up our overall leaderboard as well as that season 3 leaderboard. So let's take a peek at our overall leaderboard here. And you can see kind of where we stand. You see Adam down there in 7th place. He's one of the 2 in those top 7 that's not already qualified for our end of the year championship. But again, at 135 points with a 2-0 start here today, is looking to punch his ticket to the end of the year championship. So with that, I'm going to send you back down to Dom Harvey and Joe Lissette here for round number 3. You're actually going to watch Adam play against one of the friends of the stream. Mason Clark is actually down there in the feature match area. So you guys enjoy, and I'll catch up with you in just a little bit.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yeah, here we are entering round number 3. Adam and Wasburn Moses on the right, and Mason Clark, who will be doing commentary tomorrow afternoon for Pioneer. He is here to play to try and get into the championship.
Yeah, I know it's often unfairly said that the booth is where you send your washed up gamers who are being put out to pasture, but Mason really showing that is unfair and scurrilous.
Yeah, obviously he's up to par. 2 creatures on turn 1 for Adam Wasburn Moses to deal with. One of them being the ever annoying Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, and this matchup, Hammer versus Murktide, this is really a classic of post MH2 Modern, and I think the consensus historically has been pretty favored for the Hammer side if the Hammer player knows what they're doing, and both players I think pretty confident with their choices here. So I think Mason will be pleased to see this pairing, but obviously got to keep his focus and play tight to convert on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen a lot of sharp plays so far today. No reason to think it wouldn't continue this round. Mason's in with Urza Saga, developing early here. Another, okay, well, none of the real power creatures yet, though. No Stoneforge Mystic, just a couple of Mem Knights.
Yeah, Mem Knight, not one of the heavy hitters in this deck. It does enable some of those really fast goldfishes. That is not on the table in this game, and so those Mem Knights are, I guess, pretty nice roadblocks for Ragavan is their purpose now.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I think that we've seen and heard talk for quite a while now about boarding Ragavan out in some matchups, so the opponent just has numerous free blockers like Mem Knights. And you see here it trades for, I mean, yeah, that is not what Adam Wasburn Moses was looking for with one of the arguable top cards in the format, trading with a free 1/1.
Yeah, who would win? A $100 Mythic Monkey or a Scars Mirrodin Uncommon, which actually I think, was a fair penny itself in its day. But I think Mason will be happy to take that trade. And now Urza Saga creating yet another substantial threat in the second construct and digging up. We'll see if it's Hammer. We'll see if it's something else, given that there doesn't seem to be Pure Steel Paladin or anything in the mix just yet.
Right. Doesn't matter what it is here. Anything will pump those constructs. Yeah, Mason will consult the hand and go with Shadow Spear. Does very well attached to constructs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pairing we see in basically any format where Urza Saga is played outside of stuff like Vintage. Just the one Shadow Spear, pretty low cost to include in your Saga deck, and it makes those constructs much more substantial. But this is an equipment-based combo deck, and so you can fetch out Shadow Spear with your Stoneforge Mystic, with cards like Shield Shaper's Gift, and just add a whole new dimension to the deck in that way.
So Colossus Hammer attempting to pump the construct by 1 there. Instead it gets countered by Spell Pierce. as in one construct gets burned off. So 3 damage comes across, but this is a lot for Adam Wasburn Moses to have to deal with without even costing Mason much in the way of resources, just time.
Yeah, and a second copy of Urza Saga is sneaking onto the battlefield there. Another steady stream of threats, and then something strong there on the back end. Interesting. Adam feeling the need to use this dress down now, which then finds a third land drop, cleans up the board, but now the coast is clear for just that second copy of Urza Saga to go again.
Right. So Mason may have been inclined to activate Saga during combat to try and push through extra damage, and Adam could have picked off an extra token, but again, maybe he wouldn't have. Certainly safe to get it out of the way there, and maybe looking for a draw for the turn to get things going. But as it stands, that Saga, that dress down picks off 2 tokens, but 2 more already on the board.
Yeah, these are going to be 5/5s, and that's before any additional artifacts join the board potentially.
Yeah, this is I'm not sure how many copies of Dress Down are in Adam's deck. Maybe we'll take a look here, but the more the better. There are 2. Okay, so potentially there's another one waiting.
Yeah, and I think that's a conscious choice by Adam in a region, in a circuit where there are a lot of good Hammer players. Use those flex slots to shore up that Hammer matchup a little bit. So Dress Down doing its intended purpose here, but it may not be enough because that second Urza Saga is just doing the same work as the first.
Yeah, and now problematic, even more so, I guess, is a Dress Down, although I haven't actually seen this come up, a Dress Down will not actually kill the token equipped by Shadow Spirit now, right?
Right.
It'll survive the turn and then go back to its former size. So that's another irritant for Adam, who is sitting on at least 1 counterspell. And counter magic, not so great when your opponent's cards are all cheaper than yours.
Yeah, Counterspell, a historically just universal and efficient answer, which I know a lot of control players were very happy to see join the format with MH2. Hammer is a deck so efficient that they can kind of sneak under a Counterspell a lot of the time. And, a card like Urza Saga, right, is a fantastic trump to any kind of reactive card like that.
Well, so Matt said that Adam's quote about MH2 having such a huge impact, all the best cards in the Eternal formats came from MH2. Do you think he was talking about Counterspell specifically?
Well, both of these decks really epitomize that. You've got Urza Saga on the one hand, Esper Sentinel as well, and then on the other side, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Ragavan, Unholy Heat, this kind of trio of red cards, Counterspell, Murktide region. This is a Modern Horizons 2 theme deck, essentially.
Yeah, I don't know that Counterspell is quite up to the power level of a lot of those other cards we mentioned there, but that's the one Adam's going with alongside the Murktide. And Mason takes game 1 pretty decisively, although not maybe in the classic Hammer style. It was just Urza Saga just beating down.
Yeah, Hammer was a known and pretty successful modern deck before MH2, but you really were reliant on your Hammer draws, that kind of combo aspect of the deck. Now with Urza Saga and this additional range of tools for Stoneforge Mystic and some other aspects of the deck, you can very easily win just by being this kind of artifact aggro deck of sorts.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead and look at the sideboards here. And if you want, video footage, if you think our commentary sucks and you wish we would, just get beat up, go back and watch the top 8 of the Nerd Rage event, and you'll see me losing to the aggressive Hammer draws in about 8 seconds. So kind of the approach. Sometimes we see the slow Saga beatdown. Sometimes we see the Hammer viciousness. All right, Adam Wasburn Moses, Izzet Murktide here. Got kind of crunched in game 1, even though did have some of the interactive cards he was looking for. Sunburn, Dress Down, but Ragavan trading for a Memnite. That's a rough place to be. Looking for help here in the sideboard. Are we going to find much here? Endree Explosives? That's good, right?
We're going to find some. Yeah, Endree Explosives, one of the better sideboard cards that really any deck can play against Hammer. We have Fury that we saw do some good work, the 3rd copy of Dress Down, and then maybe the spiciest option here, the one Brotherhood's End, which, either half of that card, either choice is going to be pretty good, but the mass artifact destruction just can clean up the entire battlefield a lot of the time. And then going over to Mason's sideboard, Mono White deck typically doesn't have great sideboard options here, but we have the Drannith Magistrate, I think, earmarked for a few other matchups like the Breach decks. Sanctifier on Vec, which not as great as it used to be against Murktide, thanks to Ledger Shredder primarily, but still pretty good. And then a few options here like Path to Exile, Relic of Progenitus, I think maybe on the table here. Blacksmith Skill as a nice way to kind of force your way through interaction as well.
Yeah, and we see the Haywire Might there hanging on the sideboard also. That's something where we do have a Temple Garden. All right, I was wondering, yeah, it's unlikely just Springleaf Drum was going to be enough to pull that off. But yeah, there's Temple Garden as well as Horizon Canopies. So actually a whole plethora of green sources to be able to activate that Haywire Might at very little cost. So that's another exciting inclusion in the deck here. And yeah, players
it's quite convenient actually that you look back a few months ago, blue was actually the go-to splash in the hammer decks for stuff like Spellpierce and Lavinia and some of these sideboard cards. The one big downside of blue is blue white as a color combination doesn't have one of these canopy lands. Whereas if you just have the light green splash, you get the original canopy land, you get Horizon Canopy. So that's a nice way to kind of free roll this smallest of possible splashes, just the one ability on this one card, but which actually does add a lot of angles to the deck at the same time.
Yeah, I mean having singletons, it's not really a singleton when you have 4 Urza Sagas that can tutor it up, and yeah, it definitely adds a lot of power and capability to the deck. Haywire Might. So both players with kind of a relatively new card in the sideboard, Haywire Might, and then with the Brotherhood's End. Let's go ahead and pop up Brotherhood's End if we get a chance, as that's a card that has not had a huge impact yet, and some people might be unaware of a new sweeper / artifact removal spell that Dominic was describing there. You can see 2 options, 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker, and that's kind of a new element to this type of card. Like Anger of the Gods is not going to hit planeswalkers as well. And then the other option, to destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less, which is basically everything relevant in this deck. You're not going to get Culture Complete anyway, so 3 or less or 7 or less, same difference.
Yeah, we've seen cards like Anger of the Gods and so on show up in Modern from time to time. So there's a home for that kind of effect. Not exiling is a pretty big deal, especially you think about like a deck like Yawgmoth, for example, where a lot of the creatures are quite sticky in that sense.
Yeah.
But if you're playing this card, it is for that second mode primarily, and it's for this hammer matchup, which, as we mentioned, not great for Murktide on the face of it. You really need the help there, and this is one way to help yourself out.
All right, so let's see if how things develop here. Well, it looks like Mason Clark unsatisfied with the hand, Adam keeping, and now being aware of the matchup. And we talked a little bit about open versus closed deck lists. You know, if Adam was unaware game 1, what he was playing against, that may have led to counter spells being kept in hand, whereas now they very possibly are even not in the deck anymore.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players, especially once you play a lot on a circle like this, like you get to know each other's tendencies, and I imagine they both knew what the other one was playing.
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
But then, you know, it's pretty easy for a deck like Murktide to have stuff that's going for it, and then to just draw a counter spell, which is, you know, too slow, too late to do anything.
Yeah. All right, Mason happy with 6, and we're underway in game 2. I don't think have we seen a game 3 yet today?
I don't think we have. No.
All right. Well, we'll see if Adam can make that happen for us this time around. There's the Esper Sentinel, but the Bauble gets into play first as Adam on the play this time, so a little less taxing. But again, another creature that can jump in the way of Ragavan. Is that a good trade? Esper Sentinel for Ragavan from Mason's perspective? Obviously, Memnite was a good trade. This one is closer, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's generally fine. There's always this kind of groan when you trade off and then they just have the second Ragavan, which would have been dead otherwise. At the same time, I think if you let Ragavan start connecting, then it's much easier for them to pay for the Sentinel tax with their treasures and so on. And that, Esper Sentinel coming off of Mason's deck for Adam, I was about to say, the thing about Hammer having a lot of these off-the-wall cards, like, Adam's deck has no use for a Colossus Hammer, right? Unless you also hit the Cigardas 8 or something. But Esper Sentinel, one of those cards, but you might actually consider just cashing in that treasure for.
All right, well, we'll see what Adam chooses to do here. Going to bottle himself and does not like the card, so Fetch is going to clear that away. And yeah, in addition to whatever he's got from his hand, we'll see if this Esper Sentinel finds its way onto the board. And it will.
And Sunbait Canyon being the first land for Mason, dealing him a point of pain whenever he uses it, suggests that either land light or just maybe light on white sources, which is an issue when you have, I think we see at least one Pure Steel Paladin and potentially Sanctifier and Vec in the deck now as well. But there was a Springleaf Drum that can help to remedy that.
Yeah. But that does take up more of Mason's turn than ideal, at least when you're going to pay the tax. And then Bolt takes out an extra Sentinel, and Adam will pay the tax. So, yeah, taxes all around.
And this is a nice sequence here. Bolting the Sentinel in response to the drum, meaning Mason can't use the drum now with no creature left to follow up with another play on this turn. So getting punished for that, I don't think he could have avoided that necessarily. And oh god, this is a
wow.
The second Esper Sentinel potentially joining the army here for Adam.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly not in the range of plays that Adam would have practiced, but having 2 Esper Sentinels in play is going to be fairly irritating for Mason. I mean, it just costs you, some mana or maybe a card a turn, but when if he wants to resolve something in Imperial Paladin plus something else, it's going to cost him.
I think practicing flipping good cards off the opponent's deck is a vital skill if you're going to match the Ragavan in a tournament.
And there's a Colossus Hammer.
Yeah, not an impressive turn for Mason. So Adam,
but
Adam really running away with this game here. And did Adam remember these Esper Sentinel triggers?
He spaced on him that time. So that's a gift for Mason there.
Yeah, although I think it's because Adam kind of smells blood in the water here and is moving him
perhaps.
For the kill.
All right.
Maybe Mason can hold those missed triggers over Adam's head afterwards. We'll see.
Yeah, Pure Slope Paladin. All right. Well, okay. I mean, you said, hitting Colossus Hammer is not going to do much good, but, depending on how much of Mason's deck gets into play for Adam, maybe that won't be the case. Although I guess Pure Slope Paladin is not actually going to be castable here as there aren't 2 white mana, but here's a Murktide. And yeah, Mason missing land drops. Half of his deck's in play on Adam's side of the board. Not looking too great here.
Yeah, when your opponent is playing more relevant cards from your deck than you are, you know that you're in dire straits.
All right. Saga reaches chapter 3 without construct mana available. So we'll tutor up, but then Mason will be down even further on mana, which makes these Sentinels even more likely to trigger. Or I guess least likely to be paid for. They're going to trigger just as often as Adam remembers them.
Yeah, tough to find a way out here from Mason, I think.
Yeah. 9 life, facing down a 5/5 flyer plus a variety of other creatures. And we're still tutoring. Okay.
I think if there is a way back, it involves maybe if Mason can play Pure Steel Paladin and I suit it up with Hammer. If he has extra Shadow Spear, then maybe you set something together. But I mean, on board, Adam is very far ahead, and that's to say nothing of what might be in his hand or on the top of his deck. Being delivered via Esper Sentinel as well.
Well, Mason taking his time here, trying to think through the options. Springleaf Room was the first card pulled forward. Now Ginger Brute, and I'm sure if that's okay. That is going to be it. Ginger Brute into play, so that can get through. But I'm not sure that attacking is worth a ton here for Mason.
Okay, so if this is Memnite trying to set up Pure Steel Paladin, then that's a start.
Yeah, that is a lot. Yeah, it is. You're right. So that's a point there. So down to 8. So this Colossus Hammer, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, we got a dress down. Well, so what that's going to do here is it's going to not allow Pure Steel Paladin to equip Colossus Hammer this turn, which really takes the wind out of the sails for Mason.
Yeah, and there's a Shadow Spear. So if Adam was on nothing, that would represent a 12 health life-linking Ginger Brute, which could actually flip the game on its head there. So
no, you're right. That would have reset Mason's life total, and Adam would have been right on the verge of death. So that was a pretty huge interplay there.
Okay.
And then
kill everything, kill you, game 3. Let's go.
All right. Wasburn Moses ties us up, sends us to a game number 3. Mason playing for potential of making it into the Nerd Rage Championship, which do we have a slide for the Nerd Rage Championship? We've talked about a whole bunch. Let's go ahead and throw up the details on that if we have it available. as that is certainly something that's been being eyed by a lot of the players for the last several months. There are the full details. It is Pioneer and Modern this year, Departure. Some years we've had Legacy, some years we've had Limited. This year it's just Pioneer and Modern. 16 players split into 2 groups. Play everybody in your group. That's day 1, aside from tiebreaker rounds. And then we move through some double elimination sets. And then the top 4 in the finals are going to be best 2 out of 3 matches involving both formats. So a lot to look forward to. Pioneer and Modern action for high stakes, January 14th and 15th, if you want to put a mark on your calendar. And we got 9 players locked up with invites. The winner of this Modern event will join them. And then we've got 2 season 3 points invites and 4 overall year-long points invites. And the way that prioritizes is the season 3 counts first. So any players that are on both lists, which I believe includes Zach Allen, will qualify season 3 first, and then season 4 will fill the remaining players. So that's how things look. And you see the rest of the players already in the field. Ivan Espinosa won last year's championship, so he was the first one, and the others have been filled throughout the year. So a lot to look forward to with the NRG series. Hope you'll join us in January and next year. But this weekend, this is the last event for this calendar year, and we're excited to bring it to you. And Dominic, we're happy to have you here.
Well, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, and that last event of the year for any kind of series like this, you can feel the buzz in the room as these players who have played with and against each other the entire year, like only some of them can claim those spots. And there's always a sense of, the matches are very high stakes. And then also, you're also invested in other people's success or failure potentially in a way that you aren't at a normal tournament. So it really feels like a special tournament. I'm sure that there might be some nerves for players who aren't feeling them normally. A lot on the line here, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely, so a lot of these players, fairly large interactive groups of friends who, maybe test and play together or advise each other. And there may be a little bit less loyalty going on in a weekend like this, where you're thinking, okay, I have to compete against my friends, but, qualifying or winning does matter. And, maybe there was less cooperation heading into this event than usual, or maybe not. They still have to beat everyone else in the field. And these players have proven over time that they are adept at doing that.
You end up in these interesting positions sometimes where it's, I really hope you don't top 8. But now that you have, I really want you to win because that means you'll qualify through some other method or something. So you end up with these real roller coasters of emotion in these top 8 sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So we saw both players took a mulligan, and then Mason's still shuffling. I looked away for a second, but I assume we're on our way to 5 here. Which is, Will Kruger did finishing me off. I alluded to me being destroyed by Hammer. Will Kruger mulled to 5 and beat me on turn 3. So this deck is capable of a lot, even with limited hand size. So no reason to count Mason out, even though he is, as of yet, unable to find a hand to keep.
Yeah, the nice thing about Hammer is all of your cards that matter cost 1 or 2 mana, effectively, or less, if you count Urza Saga and stuff in the mix. And so you're back in the Lewis days. Lewis was effectively free, and it was very common to mull to 6, mull to 5, and then that 5-card hand will just win the game on turn 3 without breaking a sweat.
All right, so let's see if Mason can find a hand here that will work. She Sentinel, some lands, Inkmoth Nexus. All right, we are underway. All right. Similar to the beginning of game 1, Esper Sentinel will pick up a card, so Mason works back some of the disadvantage, and then Adam will deploy the Bauble.
That is okay. Inkmoth Nexus and then Gingerbrew just straight into the red zone, coming to play tapped, just encroaching upon Adam's side of the board. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So Adam will take a point. And still, out of all possible plays from Mason Clark, Gingerbrew on turn 2, Adam is probably thrilled with that outcome.
Yeah, if Mason had followed up with turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic or maybe Urza Saga and something else, then maybe you start to get worried from Adam's side. But with Gingerbrute, I think the spread is off for now.
Yeah, no Cigar's 8 or something to set up the future, although I believe there's one in hand now for Mason. All right, now I got the Bobble Trigger resolved.
Hiya.
Yeah, in for one. Adam's done more work in his life total than Mason has so far, down to 15. Oof. Okay, another Nexus for Mason. So, I mean, Nexus has the potential to cut in half the number of total damage you have to do. A hammer can one shot. And Adam's like, you know what? I'm actually going to waste a spell on this Gingerbrute because you're not doing anything else.
Yeah, Mason potentially getting stranded with double white spells in hand, potentially Pure Steel Paladin, Sanctifier and Vex, stuff of that nature. Adam just sees a shot to actually clear the board up and leave Mason on basically nothing and decides to take it.
Right. And then Unholy Heat going to the graveyard helps set up a Murktide if there is one. More cards in the graveyard, the better. More instances of sorceries in the graveyard, the better. So let's see what is on the menu here for Adam Waspermosis. And it is a Murktide. So I will chunk out most of the graveyard there. I believe we still got a land incoming from the fetch land. And passing with no mana available, but not overly concerned with what Mason's got going on right now, which appears to be nothing.
And a whole lot of nothing, it looks like. And Adam knows there's really no way that Mason, from this starting position, can string together some impressive turn. Maybe there's a Sandbag Sagada's Aid and a hammer and then something else. But even that, if Adam has any kind of follow-up, he can clean that up pretty easily.
All right, so there's a Sanctifier and Vec. The graveyard has already been, for the most part, eaten up. Now, Sanctifier will prevent spells from going to the graveyard, or red spells at least, for Adam. Murktide grows when cards leave the graveyard. Is that going to work together to grow the Murktide? My instinct is no.
Yeah, so I believe that, for example, this iteration that's being cast right now, that will go directly to exile, and thus will not buff the Murktide there.
Yeah.
And Sanctify is excellent against the trio of red MH2 cards that kind of headline this Murktide deck. So Ragavan, Dragon's Rage Chandler, Unholy Heat. Also good against big blue flyers. So Murktide, as we see here, and then also Ledger Shredder, I think, played a big part in that card dropping off a little bit.
Yeah, even for a 5-card hand, this is fairly unimpressive for Mason Clark. But you're right; he got stuck on not having double white for a couple turns, and so that Sanctifier wasn't able to deploy early, which would have made a difference on the size of the Murktide now. Still, this hammer deck is dangerous. It can do a lot, and with Cigar's 8 in play, you're always at the risk of just getting blown up out of nowhere.
Yeah, you can imagine a world where Adam's interaction in hand is Lightning Bolt on Holy Heat, and those don't deal with the Sanctifier. And now if there is a hammer or something next turn, then we might be able to just make a big creature that shrugs off removal.
Yeah, Mason may not have a lot of tools to work with here, but Adam is the one that's probably concerned, because when you're gifted an advantage like this, you really want to take advantage of it, and there's fear here.
It's one of those times where you feel you're either very far ahead or could just get punked out of nowhere. And
right.
You got to make sure that you keep it in that first column.
Yeah, and you don't know which it is. Here's Sulfur tapped, and Adam is going to slam the brakes and not send in with a Murktide. I would think this suggests to Mason that Adam doesn't have a very good hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for so here's Pure Steel Paladin, but do we have an actual equipment to pair with it here? If you have to end up Tron blocking the Sanctifier with the Murktide, then you're in a pretty tough spot at that point, and I don't know if you have the tools to come back. So maybe you're meant to just press your advantage with the Murktide on board and close the game out before Mason can find that missing ingredient.
We'll see. We'll see. Adam's certainly choosing to slow play it so far. Now cracking the islet at the end of the turn, so a few more cards in hand to play with. So bolt in hand, Murktide being a 5/5, 2 swings plus the bolt would be enough to end the game, but gonna go for the more conservative route and try and take down the Pure Steel Paladin here. Also, I guess of note is that Inkmoth Nexus could actually block Murktide and slow things down a little bit. All right. So Mason figures out if he wants to respond to this lightning bolt. I'll address a question from the chat on did Adam keep 7 cards? No, this was Mason mull to 5, Adam mull to 6 this game. And Adam's graveyard consists of 2 Mishra's Wobbles and the Fiery Islet. All the other cards are the Exile Zone. That is the differentiation between the vertical and horizontally placed cards.
And there's Dress Down, which would allow red removal like a Lightning Bolt or Unholy Heat to take out the Sanctifier. So that may be what we're going for here. Yeah, no, it is. Sanctifier down.
And that bolt actually should go to the... It did go to the graveyard. Yeah, okay.
Yes. And it seems like Adam doing this in his own end step. Smart move there, just allowing the Dress Down to persist through Mason's turn.
Mm-hmm. So this is an attack for 1 regular damage. Make that 11.
There's okay.
There was a block. Okay.
Yep, Murktide down. Now that hammer will fall off when the Inkmoth Nexus deanimates at the end of turn. So this is more of a temporary thing. But okay, we dealt with the Murktide region. That's a good start.
Yeah. Okay. And all of a sudden, Mason, while currently unable to re-equip the hammer, is in a much more stable position now.
Yeah, there is iteration though. So Adam will, I imagine, be able to present something threatening in the near future.
Ooh, Explosives is a winner.
Yeah, we'll take that one.
All right, Explosives into play 4/1, which currently wipes out every non-land permanent on the table.
And there's no pressure to act now either. You can just let that one sit there and bide its time.
Yeah, Adam would probably be wise to just pass the turn here and just build for the future. Instead, okay, Explosive is just going to blow up immediately, clean up the board, and Mason will draw, putting a second card in hand with 2 Nexus. And do we just see an attack for 2 poison here? No. There's more action coming than that.
Yeah, I think we want to cash in this canopy for a new card. And it looks like we're casting whatever that was. Maybe a follow-up Sanctifier? No, just one of these new old border Springly drums that added to the range of possible card choices with Brothers War.
Yeah, so I get the range of possible card choices. Mason Clark here with mismatched basic lands.
Mismatched Horizon Canopies. I mean,
some people have no style.
Disgraceful.
Yeah.
I mean, not to harp on Adam here, but we got a signed Steam Vents, and then we got some non-signed Steam Vents. I don't know how offensive that is in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, yeah, you know what? I played 4 Pithing Needles at the regional championship, and I only had 3 signed ones, and I was just so disappointed with myself having to play an unmatching one. And these players are just, trumping that. They're like, you shouldn't feel bad, Joe. We have much worse stuff going on here.
Rob Alexander is a tough man to track down signatures for, so can't blame him too much on that. All
right, Iteration finds a Sulphur Falls. we're looking for actual action here. There's Dash Ragavan. Okay, that's something. I mean, it could trade for a land. So, okay, it wasn't much, but
It's still really not much going on either side here,
No,
despite
there sure isn't.
successive expressive iterations for Adam.
There's a Sanctifier, and that will take a chunk out of the graveyard. And I mean, it being a 5-turn clock seems silly to think that could matter, but not much is happening. So maybe.
Mishra's Bauble, and then Dress Down is there if Adam wants to access that card immediately. I think that's an important enough tool that you would rather hold that until a crucial moment, but looks like we're just shuffling that card away instead.
Yeah, that is a route to removing the Sanctifier and Vec, and Adam's at 9. But yeah, unless it gets equipped, shouldn't matter too much. And when you're thinking through lines against the hammer deck, you're not thinking, okay, well, this and this could happen, and then I'm dead unless Sanctifier and Vec attacks 8 times unopposed. But we're approaching that here.
Yeah, Adam making his 8th land drop of the game. Okay, there's Letter Shredder, which is a good start, but a little short on spells to pair with it or good connive fodder at this stage. And I almost wonder if maybe Adam is meant to hold one of those excess lands, just with a vision of potentially having something to connive away if you do draw Shredder. But
yeah, well, he may still have more in his hand. I haven't got a good look at his hand recently, but certainly there. I mean, some of those lands came off of iterations. Here is a Stoneforge Mystic.
Okay, and there's Dress Down.
All right,
which will turn that into just a lowly Squire.
All right, that's in there. Stoneforge Mystic will just not search. And then is there a removal spell for Sanctifier? There is no conniving as...
and Blacksmith Skill is going to protect the Sanctifier.
All right. Well, maybe not. All right, there's an Abrade. So a whole bunch of cards to get exchanged there. No conniving for... So yeah, Adam didn't need to hold lands for conniving because there was not going to be conniving. He obviously perfectly reasoned out what was likely to happen here for the rest of that turn. And does still have a land left over. Adam, solid player, knows what's going on, not going to commit everything like that, but is holding Dragon Rage Channeler right now, maybe to...
Just passing again. Yeah, so if Mason can find a Saga or another Stoneforge Mystic, then the game is very competitive all of a sudden.
Yeah. Both players have had plenty of time here, and we're just we saw a flurry of interchange a couple turns ago, and then not much before or since.
Yeah, but both decks off to a pretty bad start, and now also sputtering out again in the mid game here.
All right, here's a bolt to trigger connive finally. I think we're bolting a Stoneforge Mystic. Perhaps a case can be made as well for bolting Mason, but the Mystic is the target, and Mason will drop to 9.
Yeah, watching this game, you would not think that these are two of the long-standing consensus best decks in Modern, and yet, so sometimes even the best decks, even the most consistent decks, end up in these like weird, scrappy games.
Yep. So this being where we are, I believe the players were checking for Delirium right there. Without Delirium, this Nexus can just trade for Dragon Rage Channeler, which I'm sure Adam... Actually, I'm not sure who would be against that trade. Well, Adam has been consistent. He is playing conservative. He does not want to, as you said, get punked out in one shot here.
Well, there is our third different Horizon Canopy art being cycled from Mason.
And here is a Mystic. So this one is going to be able to find an equipment. It is tough to balance between being aggressive or being careful. And it is not easy to tell in the moment what the right choice is. That's why we play the games out. Adam certainly, Adam choosing to be conservative and paid off earlier was the Murktide absorbed the what potentially would have been a lethal attack something like 8 turns ago. Colossus Hammer is the choice, and now Adam potentially has more to actually be worried about. This match coming down to the late stages, though. It can't last much longer. Whoever's going to win.
We are also hearing that Hammer expert in his own right, Will Kruger, someone who is constantly floating around the top of the seasonal and yearly standings and who is looking to lock up one of those spots this weekend, moves to 3-0. So after a great start again here, and looking good to really punch his ticket officially there.
All right, our 2020-21 MVP looking to make his way in off of the at-large leaderboard spot this year. So not quite the lofty performance of years past, but then that was a lot to aspire to and still doing fairly impressive work. Adam has now got Mason to the spot where one Dragon Rage Chandler hit is lethal, but again, there is a Nexus that can block. It's time to unleash whatever is left. For Mason, it looks like some land and a hammer that Adam knows about. And Mason is not going to commit the hammer. He's just going to let the creatures bounce. Oh boy. Oh yeah, lots going on here. Wow. What costs 4 mana? Otawara.
Wow, okay.
Otawara does not say non-land like a lot of these cards seem to do these days. It does specify all the different types. Target artifact, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Mason's like, hopefully it says non-land.
Is that going to be the finishing blow here somehow?
Something has to. We're right at the death of this game here. One of these players is going to win pretty much right now. And Mason's sitting there and he's like, hey, man,
there it is.
I had this Colossus Hammer back to be able to block and kill your guy. That was my plan. And
wow.
Adam Wasburn takes it down. So well-navigated game there. There was multiple different points in that game spread out over kind of the period where nothing happened for a few turns, where Adam played conservative and was rewarded for it. I mean, some players would have attacked and died in those scenarios. So good on him. And he does defeat Mason Clark here and advance to 3-0.
Yeah, I would not have bet on that game lasting, what was it, a dozen turns or more? That
At
was
least.
quite something. Yeah. The Odawara was the real clincher for me. Because that often that one copy of Odawara, which is so effectively free in many decks, is the one thing that could get you out of a certain situation, or it's the one card that could maybe offer this theoretical out, and you have to consider what if they have it. And so to see that kind of pesky one-off just somehow decide that entire game is the real cherry on top.
Yeah, no, nicely done there. So it sounds like we're going to have an interview coming up in a moment, but Adam Wasburn advances to 3-0. Let's go ahead and pop the leaderboard back up there so we can get an idea of where he's at, what spot he's actually in, fighting for qualifications. And he's in spot where if things ended now, he would be good. You can see there.
Likely to make it, I think, no matter what happens, but you don't want to leave that your fate in other people's hands. You want to just get some W's on the board, you get a little higher on the board yourself and actually, take that out of play. And it looks like with a 3-0 start, even if Adam doesn't end up converting to top 8 here, even just a top 16 finish or something slightly below, that might give him just the kind of small points buffer he needs to really lock that up.
Right, especially with Szylman starting off 0-2 today. So then, do Adam's sights shift higher? Let's see. Can he make it all the way into the lead? That looks like 33 points. So with 2 Dynamite finishes this weekend, Adam Wasburn could conceivably threaten the overall leaderboard and be the MVP this year. Now, what does the MVP get? Well, they get free entry to all the events next year. That's pretty cool. They also get to make an alteration to the pods for the championship. The MVP, after the players are split into 2 pods of 8, the MVP can make an exchange, either move themselves to another pod or just swap one of the fearsome players of their pod into the other one. So that's a little perk that we threw in there that has been exciting the last few years. So we'll see who ends up earning that and what they're able to do with it as we move towards that championship. All right, so Adam is ready. Let's go ahead and bring him in here.
Hello.
Hey, all right. So we got a lot to talk about here. So that match,
Yeah.
and particularly that last game. So
Yeah.
it seemed like there were multiple points in that game where you could have chosen to be aggressive or conservative, and you made the conservative choices and got paid off for it.
Yeah, I like the one turn I took the aggressive line was just immediately blowing up EE when he stopped out, and like I can lose from that spot if his last 2, like if he has Sigarda's Aid or Hammer and then draws the other one, and I was like, I'm not playing around that. But I played around basically everything I possibly could to the best of my abilities. You just have to like force them into an awkward spot with their protection and hope that dress down is good enough to snipe it, because matchup's really not ideal.
Yeah, that was a very strange game to watch unfold, where it felt like you really were far ahead in the first few turns, and we were almost riding Mason off and trying to think about the segue into whatever segment would come next. And then the game just kind of stalled out for 5 or 6 turns in there, and it seemed like Mason was maybe inching ahead or even stealing it, depending on what he drew, and then just didn't really draw anything, and you were back in it again.
Yeah. I had Fury as the last card in my hand, which was very good in theory, but the issue is you have to board out counter spells because their deck is like really good against counter spell, but then you get into an end game where you don't have counter spell, and I'm like, well, I have all sorts of bad draws here, but so does Hammer, so it all balanced out in the end.
Right, and then so we saw at the end there, the Otawara obviously played a big role there. Was that something you're sitting on for a while, or did that come right at the end?
Yeah, I had that one for a while. I surveilled it top at some point. I believe I knew it would come up at some point where I was like going to be attacking for lethal and wanted to bounce, but it's also just very good against them, especially if they have Sigarda's Aid in play. A lot less good against Pure Steel.
So you're looking pretty solid as far as getting into the championship. Your spot looks okay. Szylman had a rough opening this morning. Now, 33 points for the lead at the moment for you.
Yeah, I mean,
on the table? You're looking
sure.
good today? Yeah.
If I like win, maybe I'll go for it tomorrow. I kind of just want to do super well today and then not worry about tomorrow. Maybe not even play tomorrow. Just relax. Have my walk arounds, chill out, go bowling or whatever.
What that makes me wonder is how awkward is that ride back to Oxford, Ohio going to be if you jump over Connor and steal his Player of the Year spot from him?
Oh, it will be a fun ride for sure, for at least one of us.
For at least one of you, yeah, sure. So if you did decide to play tomorrow, what deck would you run in Pioneer if you are trying to play tomorrow? You have Lotus Field. Good choice.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I just want more reps in. I really want to know how to attack Lotus Field, and I think the best way to do that is just by playing it.
Sure.
I don't necessarily want to play it again in the future. I just kind of want to know how to shut it off in the future.
Yeah,
I see. All right.
It does.
Well, then
it does
we are not
seem
friends.
like the deck is the talk of the town at the moment, and it just seeing card requests from people asking to borrow Zakamas and what have you. Seems like there are a lot of your people out there in the room this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not super worried about it. It's more just so I know how the deck functions. I played a good amount of it online, but I just want to know how to combat it most effectively, and it's a really hard deck to play against, I think.
All right. Well, Adam Wasburn 3-0, looking to lock up a spot in the championship today and get it done. Congratulations on your good start. A few more rounds to go.
Yeah.
Good luck. How you feeling? You feeling confident? Or you feeling nervous?
I feel very good. I've practiced a lot with this deck. I normally don't practice that much Modern. I practice a lot of the Hammer matchup, the Mirror, and Breach, which I think are going to be big top table decks. And I think those reps have really helped me. And so hopefully they continue to help.
Yeah, looks like it's paying off. All right, Adam Wasburn, good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we're back here. We are playing Modern all day today. The event will finish up with the semis and finals tomorrow morning, and then we'll be into Pioneer 5K for the rest of Sunday. But it's all Modern today. Thanks for being with us. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. We know there are other options out there for Magic coverage, so thank you for choosing us. And now we're going to wait for direction on whether we're going to a break. Okay, we're going to a break. Okay, and we're going to a break. So we'll be back in a few minutes with round 4. Stick around.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Matt Monty for the NRG Series. We're getting ready to kick off round number 4 of our coverage here. Now, I wanted to get back to that players to watch leaderboard here as our end of the year race and season 3 race start to heat up here. So you can see, you saw Adam Wasburn Moses there with a 3-0. So good for him to start it. You got a little interview action with him there. Obviously, the end of the year race is very important to him. Jesse Robkin at 2-1. Then you got Will Kruger, Zoe Riederman, Mack, Endree all at 3-0. You see Zach, Connor, and Jesse, all who are on that slide we have are all at 2-1. So holding tight in the race there. Tough day for Raja Szylman. Still battling it out, though. Was 0-2, picks up a win last round. And I actually saw him. He was playing against Harrison Fang, who was trying to battle up the points as well. So really tough day for Harrison. Now we're getting ready to watch a player that's been on our series for quite a while here. Zoe Riederman. She missed last month's event. Unfortunately, she was not feeling well, so missed last month's event. But she's obviously a mainstay here on the NRG series. As you can tell, 2022 team trial winner. So tons and tons of experience. Now, it's funny. Zoe had mentioned something about, her burn days were in the past. And Joe will definitely be able to speak to this a little bit better. Zoe used to play only burn. That was kind of like her bread and butter deck. She played burn in Modern as well as in Legacy. Kind of broadened her horizons, I would say, probably over the last year or so. And we'll see what she's got for Modern. Now let's take a peek overall. So Zoe, I mentioned, was battling out for that 22 leaderboard spot. She is in 8th, right behind Adam, so keeping pace with him very nicely. And then we mentioned, Will Kruger also 3-0, Raja down at 1-2. And again, I mentioned Harrison Fang, who was chasing down those slots, starting off on 0-3 today. I assume still battling it out. We'll see, but in 12th place, kind of in jeopardy of being passed by some of the people behind him in the pack there. So we'll see where Harrison ends up today as well as tomorrow. But we're going to jump down to watch Zoe actually play a match down here in round number 4. So I'm going to send you back to Dom and to Joe, and we're going to get round number 4 underway.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yeah, here we are. Zoe Riederman, CJ Voege, and Living End versus Temur Rhinos, 2 Cascade decks. Well, that certainly could be kind of messy. CJ taking a mulligan here.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot messier. We had planned to feature Zoe earlier until we realized the match in question was going to be a Living End mirror, which is not something I would wish on my worst enemy. And so we kind of tabled that one for the time being. Back in now with not really a mirror per se, but a battle of the Cascade decks. Both of those 3-0 at the moment. We'll see which one can take it down here.
Yeah, and this is something that I feel like is we have the same engine powering 2 very different decks, which I think is cool.
Yeah, I mean, we even have a 3rd Cascade deck in this tournament. One of our leaderboard contenders playing Glimpse of Tomorrow Cascade, which is one of my personal favorites in the format too. So this Cascade pseudo mirror, I think game 1 consensus is pretty heavily favored for Living End. You have the disruption, you have kind of more consistent ways of doing your thing, and then also that thing just resets any board full of Rhinos, overpowers what they're doing. Co-sideboard, it gets a little tricky, and it's safe to say, looking at these lists, CJ came very well prepared for this matchup.
All right. Well, we'll get to that between games. We'll start off here with a Grief from Zoe Riederman, revealing, looks like, a couple lands, a couple of Shardless Agents, and a Force of Negation. And Force is the pick. unsurprisingly there. So Zoe knows what she's up against. Yeah, and Matt was saying, yeah, Zoe Riederman in the past, always a burn player, always a min cash player. Never really broke through top 16s, no top 8s. No, never really, completely blanked on the weekend either. Just always min cash. And switched up decks, and whether burn is just weaker than Living End or this deck just spoke to Zoe or she rededicated herself, whatever the cause, her results dramatically improved. And this year looking in a good spot to be joining us for the championship, but not locked up yet, as a striped Riverwinder is cycled here and replaced by another copy.
Yeah, I think it's really nice in a format like Modern where, decks do stick around for a long time to kind of get that sense of mastery with the deck and, to find a choice you're really comfortable with. And I mean, if that is burn, fair enough. It seemed like Zoe had higher ambitions than that, but wasn't sure where she wanted to go. Settled on Living End, really has achieved a level of mastery with that deck over the months and years, and that's paying off for her now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll see if CJ Voege is up to the challenge here. Obviously, had no difficulty in the first few rounds today, advancing at 3-0. And we're definitely into the midpoint of the tournament here, where 8 rounds of Swiss, so you're through the early stages. You're probably playing mostly against tier decks at this point, kind of avoiding the random fringe riffraff that can sometimes show up in events. More likely to see that, round 1 or 2 or the 1-2 table than you are at 3-0.
Yeah, Living End used to be this mainstay of the Modern format. Has fallen off pretty hard in recent months. It's only the diehards like Zoe that you see playing it these days. But certainly on this circuit, you have Zoe, you have a few others who are known for being proficient with this archetype, and so you still have to respect it more than you would have just the average online tournament, let's say.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here is a Charlotte's Agent into a couple of Rhinos. Zoe manages to avoid drawing another Living End, which at that point would have been crippling. I don't know if we're playing 3 or 4 copies of Living End in the list today. We can take a look at that.
Yeah, it looks like 3 in the main deck and then the 4th in the sideboard. Pretty common there. There are some matchups where you expect that you're going to need to cascade twice and then fight over a few different Living Ends, and at that point you want to make sure you're not drawing all of them. That is one of the things that can happen, especially with the Living End deck. Is you've drawn 2 of them already, and then you want to keep cycling to build your graveyard and find the cascade spell. But then if you draw that 3rd Living End, then it's just kind of lights out on the spot here. But luckily, Zoe has at least 1 Living End left over, is going to get to cascade into it here. And we're going to see why, at least in game 1, this matchup is so tough for Rhinos. 10 power on CJ's side, that is going to disappear. Zoe is going to have, more than that, plus a grief trigger to work with as well. And unless you have a timely force negation, which CJ did until it was griefed out of his hand, then there's really no other line of defense there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so CJ looks through what's going to the bottom there, whatever information might be gleaned from that, knows that Charlotte's Agent is going to be getting tagged by the grief and being left with just 2 lands in hand, which is not a lot. I don't think Zoe's got a 1-turn clock here, probably 2, as this looks like 5, 9, 12 damage maybe on the board, but a lot to deal with, as there's no easy way to deal with this from CJ's deck.
Yeah, this is one issue the Rhino set can run into, is you have stuff like Fury, you have good interaction, but once you fall behind to this degree, there really is no good way to catch back up. And even this top deck Charlotte's Agent into yet another set of Rhinos, it kind of pales into comparison to what Zoe has going on.
It's still pretty good, though. This will limit the attacks and certainly slow the clock down quite a bit. And Zoe CJ doesn't know this, but we know there's no more Living Ends in the deck. Although the Colossal Sky Turtle in hand will be able to disrupt a double block on the Riverwinder, or if that is something that's in the future.
Yeah, these are the creatures we have to get the job done. The question is, can we cross the finish line? One thing we might see, though, is just hard cast Curative Mysteries to add another 4/4 flyer to the board. And these the board states you end up with in Living End sometimes is, all right, well, I've either cascaded once or I can't cascade anymore. Time to just cast some, 4/4 flyers before and get to work.
Sure. Yeah, that will certainly work. CJ with even more to deal with now. This deck not great at picking off flyers anyway. You're used to dominating on the ground, which isn't even something that's really happening right now. And certainly a deficit in the air. And lining up an attack here just to push some damage through. That seems pretty speculative.
I mean, knowing that there's 8 power butterflies on the other side, you don't have much time to close out the game. So you have to, I guess, try and stitch something together. Maybe if CJ just drew Violent Outburst, that could complicate things a fair amount.
And that can certainly influence Zoe's choices of blocking here. A Violent Outburst would mean the Strike Dwarf Wonder would die if it blocked. And yet, I guess, Zoe's going to line it up anyway. CJ doesn't have it.
Yeah, one of these smaller burn spells like a Fire Ice or something could maybe finish off the Curator that's blocking the Charlotte's Agent. But yeah, other than that, I think this is this kind of Hail Mary attempt here. And yeah, Channel Odawara bouncing Curator after it's already blocked. I think CJ sees the running on the wall here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a play that wasn't super likely to work. The attack was, will Zoe over-respect Violent Outburst? She doesn't. She blocks appropriately, and she just play ends up looking a little silly. But you're right. This was basically just a Hail Mary shot. I'm pretty screwed anyway. I'll try and do something. And in return, 7 damage comes across.
And I think we're going to go to a game 2 right here between Zoe and CJ. And based on that game, you would think correctly, this seems like an awful matchup for Rhinos. Rhinos does have some room to regain some of that in sideboarding. And not to offer a preview of what we might see here, but looking at this list, we have 3 Endurance and 4 Leyline in the Void in CJ's sideboard. And even 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, which you can board into to win fights over an Endurance when it comes down to that. So a lot of dead cards in a bad matchup game 1. Really get to flip that matchup around post-sideboard, though.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look then and see what else there is to bring to bear. But I imagine that's the bulk of it, and that does seem like a lot. Now, is that more than Zoe would expect to see out of CJ's sideboard?
I think it is. Usually you see at most 1 of Endurance and Leyline, and it's tough to know which one you want to respect, right? So usually in Living in sideboards, and this is true of Zoe's, you see Foundation Breaker, Force of Vigor, Boseiju, effects like this, and those are good against Leyline, but you don't really want to draw Force of Vigor against the rest of CJ's deck, I guess Blood Moon aside. And so it's tough to know, again, for a closed decklist tournament, do you respect the threat of Leyline? Do you board these cards in the dark? Do you just hedge more generally against stuff like Endurance and then maybe reassess for game 3 once you see the Leyline? It's tough to say.
All right. Let's just swing over to Zoe's list and see the tools that you're referring to there. Yeah. I mean, potential cards to bring in. We're looking at Boseiju, Force of Vigor, Mystical Dispute, maybe the Last Living End, Foundation Breakers, Endurance. Yeah, that's a lot. And obviously, all of that isn't coming in. So, or probably all of it's not coming in. I shouldn't speak for Zoe on how the sideboarding works. I'm sure she's got it down pat. But choices have to be made here. What cards do you target? And whatever she excludes, she's going to end up being wrong since CJ has everything.
Yeah, I would expect maybe the Foundation Breakers to come in anyway, because against Temur Rhino specifically, Blood Moon is a threat, especially on the draw, so you want to hedge against that a little bit. And Boseiju is really nice for letting you do that too, because at its best, it blows up the Leyline that might otherwise win the game by itself. At worst, it's a land that helps you get to 3 mana to cast your Cascade spell. So fine deal either way there. Stuff like Force of Vigor, a little bit more speculative. If you know there's going to be 4 Leylines where you grit your teeth and you bring those in and you hope for the best. For game 2, I'm not sure how far Zoe will go in that direction.
Right. She did see, I believe, 2 Blood Moons in game 1 on Cascade, and there are 3, although that's not necessarily something she would assume. But there are targets for it if it does come in. And Boseiju seems like a winner. I love the Channel Land cycle. It's so good. All of them.
It adds this wrinkle to these games where your opponent's partially green deck, they're probably going to have the one supposedly free copy of Boseiju, and the threat of that can really warp how entire games play out. Just the threat of this one-off can change everything. I think there's been pretty nice balanced additions to most constructed formats, and then Modern in particular is where you see, I think, the most room to lean hard on those if you want to. So you see, Amulet Titan, for example, might have 3 to 4 copies of Boseiju in a 75.
Right.
Other decks, I'm green, so I'll just slot the one in there and call it a day. You can really adjust how far you want to go there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, players getting ready for game number 2, but you have to be careful, especially when you're loading up on them. There is a limit to how many you can comfortably play. I actually was gifted a game a couple months ago in our CQ when my Amulet opponent played a second Boseiju without realizing it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, that's a legendary rule. And the opponent was like, uh-oh. And then they kind of threw in the graveyard, they recalculated, they're like, I can't win the game anymore. And that's
we're both long in the tooth. We both remember the days where, like, Kamigawa standard or block constructed, where these legendary lands, like, you would play your Manamo and then they would strip mine your Manamo with their Manamo, and then it got very messy sometimes.
No, the rules are definitely better now, but
yes.
The token legendary land that fits into the deck, it's not a new thing, but these ones are certainly have an outsized impact on the game compared to previous cycles. All right. Opening up game number 2 here. Do we like our hands? Opening requirements in Cascade decks are fairly light compared to other decks. Is that right? Would I be right in saying that?
I think it depends on the Cascade deck. The thing about Living End is, because so many of your cards cycle and replace themselves, you can keep a hand that's an interactive card, 2 lands, and 4 cyclers, and that's a pretty strong hand. In Rhinos, if you're missing that Cascade spell, you can't really rely on drawing it in the same way. And so unless a hand has other things going for it, and the merit of Rhinos is you get to play more interaction, then you'll consider mulliganing, or, if you have one of your specific sideboard cards, like your 4 ley lines, your 3 endurances, then you can keep a hand based on those as well.
Yeah. All right, so looking at 6 here now for CJ. Yeah. Leyline of the Void, an excellent card to find in your opening hand if it's going to be found anywhere, because it's not getting cast.
One interesting wrinkle about these Cascade decks too is, you mentioned we saw Blood Moon in game 1. Blood Moon was never put on the stack, but we just flipped past it in search of our Crashing Footfalls while we were cascading. And so that is something that can spill this information sometimes. If CJ cascades past a Leyline of the Void, well, so he knows to respect that if we go to a game 3, even if it wasn't a factor in this game.
What would be something else? So I know that I don't think it's common, but there have been Living Index that had an Urborg in it to be able to cast Grief later on.
Yes.
If Urborg came down and allowed CJ to hardcast a Leyline, that would be an amusing turn of events.
Yeah, seeing people get screwed over by their own Urborg is always a treat. Don't think we're going to see that this time around.
No.
Zoe's mana base not going in that route, but always one on the coverage bucket list.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so here is a Ketra Triome and a familiar artwork that is easily recognizable. Appreciate that, CJ. There's Otawara. And what do we have action-wise? We have a Charlotte's Agent. Well, that's a good place to be. And away we go.
So yeah, there's Scratching Footfalls, and no sign of Leyline or anything just yet. So that game is still afoot.
So he cycles into Street Wraith, I believe. So we're going to cycle Curator.
On the hunt for Force Negation here, potentially. The merit of Living End is it can reset or clean up Rhinos while developing your wall at the same time. But Zoe might not be in a position to do that just yet, and so might feel obliged to spend a force negation if she can find one.
Mm-hmm. Instead, looks like Zoe's got multiple Cascade cards in hand. Here's a Street Wraith. Needing a third land. I think she may have already had it, but she draws one off the top anyway. And, well, this is going to be exactly what CJ doesn't want to have happen, which is losing his board and Zoe creating one simultaneously for the cost of one spell.
Yeah, the worry from this position is going to be force negation if you have to do it on your turn, or endurance at any point if CJ has that, where yeah, he loses his Rhinos and so on, but gets to keep the 3-4 round and eat Zoe's graveyard in the process. So yeah, it looks like this is going to be an upkeep Cascade via Violent Outburst, which still is actually vulnerable to force negation just being hardcast, but or endurance. But if that's the case, if it's endurance, then at least the endurance can't attack this turn, and you get a little bit more breathing room.
All right. Here's the outburst. Also, if it's not endurance, if it is a force, then Zoe can untap and then cast another Cascade spell if her graveyard still existed. Yeah,
and you see Subtlety coming in, I think, explicitly out of respect for endurance, really doing nothing else for you, but that card is so important that you want to nod towards that in some way. Right, so yeah, there's hardcast force negation, which if Zoe has... Okay, Zoe doesn't have the force to fight on CJ's turn.
Okay, but this is... well, I guess it's not really a blank turn for CJ. He's still going to attack for 10 damage. But now out of mana, and Zoe can untap and go with the Shardless, if that is in fact in her hand.
Yeah, there it is.
And if this one works, then the 10 damage that just went by the wayside is not going to matter too much. Skating away, finds Living End. And there's Endurance. CJ was ready to hardcast the Force, pitchcast the Endurance.
And yeah, here's Subtlety to fight back over that.
All right. Lots of stuff on the stack. Who needs mana? We got free spells.
Yeah, the free spell cycle, a massive boon to Living End, where it can play Force Negation and then Force the Vigor out of the sideboard, and can play any mix of Grief, Subtlety, Endurance. You even see lists that are heavy on red for Fury. But both of those free spell cycles were a massive boon to this deck.
Yeah. So this is tough. I mean, I feel for CJ here. He had the tools. He had the Force. He had the Endurance. And it looks as if he is still going to get absolutely shredded, as this Subtlety will go to the graveyard, and then it will come into play as well, unless CJ's got something else.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of why you can see Rhinos players feel they need drastic steps on the order of Blade Under the Void to really compete in this matchup, because it's this is so demoralizing otherwise.
Yeah, this is brutal. And Zoe now... probably does have a one-turn kill here if CJ can't muster quite a bit of defense. And cascading for a new set of Rhinos will buy him a turn, but it's not going to be enough to turn the whole game around, I don't think.
Yeah, those Rhinos have to jump in front of the oncoming train, I think.
There go the Blood Moons. There's a ley line, so Zoe gets to see that that's actually there. And yeah, so I mean, CJ does what he could hope for this turn. But the 10 power, which looked fearsome a couple turns ago, this is the same 10 power as he had before, with a pair of 4/4s and a 2/2. But Zoe's board is powerful and not going to shy away from just a measly 10 power worth of stuff.
Yeah, and there was that Foundation Breaker as well. It's kind of hedging against Leyline over here, and then Subtlety hedging against Endurance over there.
All right, attack looks like it's going to be for 12, but double block is likely incoming.
Though I think Zoe still has Colossal Sky Turtle, if I saw it right. So that can mess up any kind of threatened double block.
Yeah. Then would that suggest then that CJ likely ought to triple block here?
I guess so.
Okay, instead it's going to chop block. Okay, that's reasonable also.
Yeah, so this might be the same position from last game of is there any chance I can sneak through? And maybe it involves, all right, well, I draw Violent Outburst and then I get to attack here and then, you know, force some damage through, trade off with Riverbinder and make more Rhinos for next turn. But
yeah, so he's not taking any chances here. Blocks to absorb all
snaps
the
off those blocks.
Right. Yeah, she had thought that through beforehand, knew what she wanted to do. And CJ Voege this time does have the Violent Outburst.
So that's not nothing, but
Right.
I don't think it's enough.
But it is going to allow him another turn, as well as picking off the Riverwinder. But Sky Turtle has something to say about that. You were right about that. And that means, well, there's new Rhinos, but the attacking one that was going to take down the Riverwinder is bounced into the air to discorporate. And on top of being behind on the board, another problem is that if CJ does catch up on the board, if Zoe cascades again, he'll be right back where he was in the first place.
Yeah, this really feels like just struggling to push the rock up the hill at this point. It's just, it feels hopeless.
And
so doing some quick maths and realizing, yeah, I can just turn basically everything sideways here.
Yeah, here comes the team. And if both of those Rhinos are forced to chump block, this game is all but over. Yeah, 9 damage comes through. CJ Voege down to 3. So he's going to show this again. And I would think, or we're just playing this to have a 2-2?
Looks like it, yeah. It's good to spend a little more time on camera.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and so he passes on the living end. So this is just to add an extra 2-2 onto the board. She doesn't feel the need to have that Cascader in hand, which may imply that there are extras, or that she just realizes that CJ doesn't have much chance of beating this. Anyway, it's like, well, okay, CJ has can at least tap the Shardless. Okay. Yeah, we are definitely done here.
Yeah, that was a fast one. I don't know where we plan to head next, but yeah, Zoe swiftly jumping to 4-0. She was another person who I think was feeling pretty safe about her spot in the championship, but wanted to really cement that. And 4-0 start, I think, has to be feeling pretty happy and pretty secure at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So she locks that one down. Now we've got maybe we'll hit over to a backup match. I don't know if we have a match on replay or if that was fast enough that we can jump into a match live. We'll find out. But anyway, we are going to see a backup match.
We do have Merfolk on the backup table, and if Twitter and coverage have taught me anything, it's people love Merfolk. So we will see if we can get the masses what they want here.
All right. Well, if it's a replay, let's roll it. If we're jumping in live, let's go. Either way, the Merfolk await Connor Mullally with Azorius Hammer versus Nicholas Salyer with Merfolk. And yeah, I played against Merfolk a couple times last week with Tron and lost both times. They definitely have their, they like their islands and they like to gift you islands as well. And that makes some decks less functional. With Hammer, I guess you could turn Urza Saga to an island. That's the way to get rid of it. So there is interaction there as well.
Yeah, Merfolk, one of those decks which in years past was the butt of the joke a lot of the time, I think. It would have some finishes here and there, but never really broke through. Like you, I've played against Merfolk a decent amount in the past few months, and I think it's actually a legitimately impressive deck now. Like, this matchup is, I think, meant to be tough, but I don't know. I think if someone told me, yeah, I'm going to play Merfolk in my next tournament, I wouldn't try and talk them out of it.
Sure. Yeah, that's maybe a rarity over the last. Merfolk was a playable deck maybe 2014 to 16 or so in Modern, and then fell off significantly.
Yeah, it just, one issue, right, is they just don't print that many new Merfolk unless it's a set that really explicitly leans into that. And so all these other decks, all these other new toys, and Merfolk was just there doing the same old Merfolk things. But the various trips to Dominaria over the years have been pretty kind to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Connor Mullally here, who is our current leader, the pole position for the MVP, heading into this last Nerd Rage event of the year at 2-1. And we as we saw from Matt's update at the beginning of the round, all three of the prime contenders for that spot are 2-1 at this point in the day. So we'll see how this plays out.
And a little interesting to see Connor playing Hammer, actually. I know he was experimenting with the Breach deck and said it was one of the hardest decks he tried. Maybe deciding too hard, didn't have enough reps in just yet. But Hammer is very popular, very successful deck. He's close with Raul Kruger, who is one of the best Hammer minds out there. So this choice isn't too surprising given that.
All right, so we see Spreading Seas followed up by to take out Urza Saga. One of the newer Merfolk is it Vodalian Harbinger? Is that the right name?
I wouldn't say Hexcatcher.
I think you're right. I think it is Hexcatcher. Yeah, maybe we can pop that up. Vodalian Hexcatcher. Anyway, it's a 1/1 Merfolk Lord that all your Merfolk can sacrifice to 4-spike non-creatures. I believe it's not limited to instant sorceries.
There we go. Out there catching some hands, catching some hexes, and Merfolk is a deck with a glut of good 2-drops already, so it's hard to find room for another one, but this one is good enough to make the cut, even with that in mind.
Yeah, and it's nice that several of them are double blue. This one is only single blue in the colorless, so easier to cast off of Mutavault than a number of the other ones. But still facing the kind of the obvious problems that hammer creatures, once they get equipped, are just way stronger than anything the Merfolk deck can muster.
Yeah, your 2/2s and 3/3s look pretty unimpressive against 10/12 Ornithopter or whatever's in store here.
Yeah, and the Merfolk deck's not really high on removal either. So
yeah, it tends to be just you see some copies of Dismember or something here and there, but even that is conditional on power and toughness in a way that can be trumped pretty easily.
So here we see 2 sacrifices with the Hexcatcher to keep Sigarda's 8 off the board, but at the cost of everything Nicholas has. So there is need for a rapid rebuild here. Let's see what he's got.
So that is, I think, Sphelion. This is the MH2. It's not a lord, so to speak, but it's just a good Merfolk that
it's more like a king, right? He's very powerful. Indestructible if you have 2 other Merfolk, and I believe attack and draw a card. So lots of good stuff there. But even this Merfolk leader, whatever position Sphelion holds, it's not going to hold off this whole army from the hammer deck. As Calder Complete joins Connor's hand and just looking to build towards kind of an inevitable finish here.
Yeah, Merfolk definitely swimming against its tide in this game, and taking a glance at the sideboard quickly, not sure it's going to get that much better for Nicholas in the next game.
That's tough. He does have a foil hat, though. So, that's
does have a very nice hat.
Yeah. But no foils in play, just big potential power as we see Connor playing with his hand revealed from the Stoneforge Mystics, the Cauldron Complete, and the Colossus Hammer.
Yeah, I know back in the SCG days, there were lots of people who wore very colorful, lurid hats and became known for those. So maybe a spot in the market has opened up for someone to do that here. I don't know.
All right, here's a Lord for Nicholas taking a pain. Yeah, not even in addition to other problems Nicholas might have right now. Also, the 2 Mutavaults mean that the deployment of the Merfolk has actually been somewhat sluggish this game.
Yeah, and Hammer, a deck which, if it's firing all cylinders, is great at punishing you for any kind of stumble like that.
Yeah, Urza Saga rolls up to 2. And, well, no equipper rarely available for the Colossus Hammer, but Cauldron Complete doesn't need any help. I suppose.
Yeah.
Connor
this is kind of what we highlighted before, right? Of
Mhm.
Stoneforge Mystic with Cauldron and then Urza Saga. You don't need to draw on a Equipper sometimes. You can
Yeah.
just... you have lots of other avenues of victory.
I'm not sure what happened there. That was a mess. But Cauldron Complete is getting dropped now with a mana floating? Not sure what happened. Anyway, text coming across here. Nicholas can animate a Mutavault into a Merfolk, which means Phelan will gain Indestructible. But does Indestructible not stand up to, I guess, yeah, Indestructible, you still take damage, you just don't die from it, and then Cauldron Complete exiles the creature to take damage. Is that what happened there?
Yeah, it looks like there was some back and forth about that.
Yeah.
Cauldron is really basically impossible to block that profitably in combat and have your thing live to tell the tale. So, yeah, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, you exile that creature, has first strike for good measure. The Cauldron grants indestructible, so even if you get past that first gate, your thing is not dealing lethal damage to it anyway. So, lot of words on that card.
Yeah. So likely what happened there was that Nicholas probably assumed that his indestructible Svalan would survive combat there, but it does not. It survives the damage, but then it gets exiled from the trigger or from the static effect, I guess, on the Cauldron Complete. And yeah, why does this creature not have Death Touch? Why is this Cauldron Complete not? I mean, it has everything else. Do they just run out of room for keywords?
I guess there's this weird interaction with Trample and Death Touch, right?
Yeah.
There's a spillover, which I guess would make it even better, not that it really needs the help there.
No, I mean, you could give it swimming. These Merfolk don't stand a chance against it as it stands. So,
yeah, we have the entire ocean again, just like one germ holding a big ass sword, and the sword is spinning out this time around.
Yeah, well, this germ is big and mighty, and now it's going to pick up some keywords it doesn't already have in lifelink. Here's a Pure Steel Paladin. Yeah, and Connor is just okay. Nicholas doesn't need to see any more for this one. So we're coming back to the booth, and then we're going to jump. Here we are. Dom Harvey, Joe Lissette representing Nerd Rage Gaming. Let's go ahead and look at some deck lists before we continue with the backup match for round 4. Nicholas Sawyer. All right, you mentioned briefly during that game that you were looking ahead to the sideboard and didn't see much.
Yeah, there's Harbinger of the Tide, which is one of these wonky Merfolk, has flash, can bounce a tapped creature. So if they commit to Colossus Hammer on something, you can bounce that back potentially. And then one card which might be an interesting wild card here is Chalice of the Void. If you look at the mana curve of the Hammer deck, this is a blessing for the most part, but also a curse in the context of a Chalice on 1 can shut down a vast swathe of the Hammer deck. That being said, it's yet another 2-drop in a deck that's already flush with those, and you don't have ways to accelerate it out. There's no like Gemstone Caverns or anything like that. So maybe on the play that can be fast enough. I don't know if on the draw that's going to cut it, and so you might see that switch up a bit for game 3 versus game 2 if we get there.
All right, let's go ahead and look at Connor's list real quick, and then we'll get game 2 going. Looks like, didn't look like he needed a ton of help in game 1. Well, we do have maybe some extraneous cards, like Spell Pierce doesn't seem like it does much against Merfolk, so those are probably able to be cut for removal or whatever Connor sees fit. March of Early White, Blacksmith Skill, that's probably it, right?
There's not a ton here. There's Path to Exile, maybe Needle actually shutting down Ether Vial, Univolt or something. It's pretty marginal, but then none of these options are that appealing.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get game 2 rolling and see if Nicholas can fare a little better here. Unclear yet whether he just took more time shuffling or if he's already on a mulligan. No, it is a mulligan. All right, so Nicholas down a card, but opens on a vial. That's a good start.
Yeah, Temur Vial is the scariest start from a lot of these creature decks. However, it does get strange when they don't have many cards to start with because you're kind of investing a card in the vial to kind of gain back some time later on. And if you don't have creatures to cheat in the right spots on the curve, then you've wasted another card for not much gain.
Yeah. All right. Esper Sentinel also not at its best in this matchup for the same reason that Spell Pierce isn't. There's just not a lot of non-creature spells in this deck, in that being Merfolk. Spell Pierce did stay in though, and here is Stoneforge number 1. And okay, there's a Hex Catcher, but Nicholas is already up against it, facing down Hammer and Saga.
Yeah, that Saga, potentially a juicy target for Tide Shaper, Spreading Sea, something like that. But Connor has enough going on that he might even be able to survive that loss. So yeah, Tide Shaper going to take down the Urza Saga, kind of kill that one for free. And I think sometimes with the Hammer deck, you just have to accept that risk, right? If Urza Saga is your second land, what are you going to do? Not play it, right? Like it's tough to actually acknowledge that risk in game sometimes.
So whether it came off the top or not, unclear to me, but Connor does have Urza Saga, another Urza Saga, and a fetch land in hand, so is able to delay development of the follow-up Saga if he chooses, and yeah, is going to play Windswept Heath instead. So to get a second planes on the board and a for sure third land available next turn. Paladin Ornithopter, all right. Just seems tough though for the Merfolk. And you talked about the glut of 2-drops even on turn 3 here. I guess there's 2 1-mana spells as Dismember plus well, I was thinking plus Ether Vial, but it's actually be Dismember plus pay the tax on Esper Sentinel to keep rid of Pure Steel. So that's good. But this is just Nicholas surviving. This isn't Nicholas actually like making real inroads on Connor's life total.
Yeah, it's treading water, but we're not actually swimming anywhere, right? There's another Saga. Okay, Drum. Or no, Gingerbread, excuse me.
Gingerbread, yeah. Okay, well, this isn't too scary. Maybe Nicholas is looking a little better this game.
Yeah, I wonder if Connor is biding his time on some kind of instant speed Stoneforge Mystic activation here.
All right, here's a...
Okay, so...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Blacksmith Skill can give hexproof and indestructible to any permanent, so protecting the Urza Saga from the Tide Shaper that was hoping to repeat the same sequence we saw just a turn ago.
Yeah, that is quite slick. So, yeah, Nicholas's hopes dashed there, and now this, until there's an island in play for Connor, Nicholas is going to have trouble attacking through Stream of Constructs, which are already, I mean, the first one's going to be a 4/4 that's already going to be bigger than what Merfolk can easily deal with.
So here we go again.
All right, so construct made, and Ursa Saga. This is kind of amusing the way this is playing out. But yeah, so now we have no island walk. We have no island, and a 4/4 is enough to hold off this army of Tide Shapers.
Yeah, you just have to pass the turn. So I wonder if now is a spot for Cauldra, which can potentially take over combat here by itself.
Right. It seems like, yeah, that's the obvious way to go for Connor. And then, well, no, it's going to be Shadow Spear. Okay. Well, okay. A more significant board presence now for Nicholas Salyer as a second Lord comes into play. Still not enough to deal with a Shadow Spear on a construct. Another Dismember Strong. All right. Well, I think we need to settle in for a more interactive game than we had in the first one here. I'm not feeling that Connor is necessarily ahead anymore.
Yeah, Dismember is one of the few removal spells that does actually deal with a germ token equipped with Cauldra. So, but using it here instead, just taking out the construct and setting up a really big attack for this turn.
Yeah, I mean that's clears away a bulk of the board. The cost of one Tide Shaper. I mean that's something that Nicholas can live without. He had a full house on the board. Now it's just 2 pair of Merfolk, but that might be enough.
And there is, I think, Harbinger of the Tides in Nicholas's hand, which, if the Cauldra token tries to attack, could eat that up. I think we might have to just rely on a defensive Cauldra here, though. Don't know if we can afford to attack into this board.
Okay, you're saying Cauldra, but I don't know that we have Cauldra this game. We picked up the Shadow Spear on that last stone forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad. And yeah, wow.
Okay, I think that might be the 4th Tide Shaper, but it's just another random 3/3 with no other abilities, and that's enough to tie up the match. So Nicholas Salyer will see a third game against Connor Mullally. Connor looking to cement the lead for the NRG Player of the Year race. It's not over yet.
Yeah,
all right.
And to some extent, he can rest on his laurels. He's got that invite for the championship locked up. But these people are competitive. They don't just want to be one of the pack. They want to be number one. They want to They want to be acknowledged as I'm VIP, I'm MVP, I'm Player of the Year, and that's a title which Connor currently is within his grasp. If nothing changes, he will be your Player of the Year. Yeah. The question is, he has Zach Allen, Jesse Robkin, and a few others hot on his heels, and if one of them has an especially good weekend and he falls flat, then he could get pipped to that post. So still a lot for him to play for, even if the main prize is already lined up.
All right, let's go. Game 3. Connor Mullally and Nicholas Salyer playing for a 3-1 spot. And even setting all the other stuff aside, there's still Magic players playing in a competitive event for prizes, and they're going to want to do as well as they can.
Absolutely.
Leading off on Saga again. Or no, sorry, not leading
off on Saga.
Leading off Saga this time. It was not the same way as the previous games. Getting underneath the first activations of the Tide Shapers. On the other hand,
and it seems like this time we're not even trying to slow play it to get any kind of constructs out of it. We're saying, all right, maybe this is not long for this world, but if it pops off, I can get the Colossus Hammer to pair with my Stone Forge Mystic, or I can at least get some value out of it and not give Nicholas as big a window to gobble it up.
Oh, in fact, we do have construct there.
Yeah, thanks to Ornithopter and Springleaf Drum, we do kind of get to just have it all. And so now the question is, do we just make another construct, or do we have even higher hopes for this turn? You see Sagada's Aid in hand, which sadly was not able to deploy that before Hammer off Saga, but we might be able to live with this outcome instead.
Yeah, with 2 constructs, quick as can be in the play here for Connor, and that's already a lot for Nicholas to deal with.
Yeah, and those are going to be 5/5s at minimum with something coming off the Saga here. So that by itself, I mean, that is already a game-winning attack force potentially, and it's only getting better from there.
All right, so Harbinger of the Tides. That's where we're bouncing a tapped creature. Is that double blue or blue in the colors? Double blue, I think.
Yeah, that one is double blue, and so is Merfolk Trickster, which is another nice way to clean up a construct. So
right.
Neither of those natural lines of defense are open to Nicholas here.
So instead, he's just going to get belted. Yeah, this is a rough start to this game. Hexcatcher. Yeah. Okay, your small creatures are now slightly less small, but Connors are getting bigger by the second.
Yeah, we saw Mason Clark's copy of Hammer kind of misfiring in that last round. I think you're seeing more here of why Hammer's been one of the best decks in Modern since its rise to the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. This is turn one Saga making 2 constructs. That's the dream start. And the Merfolk deck, while developing here, I mean, he's used all of his mana each turn, and he's just miles behind.
Yeah, I mean that's the trade-off with Saga normally is, do you play it right away and try and get something off that third chapter as soon as possible, or do you have to wait a turn and then, starting turn 3, you get to start making constructs. If you get to just have it all, do both at once, well that is phenomenal.
All right, a fresh Saga here for Connor. Nicholas hasn't managed to deal with the first Saga proceeds yet. All right, Hammer into play, unequipped as of yet. Sigurd is 8 in hand, so Connor clearly has a plan in mind. And it involves Pure Steel Paladin. Nicely animating Nexus first.
Yeah.
To play around potential dismember. I believe that's what happened. Now Paladin's in. Hammer is equipped. That's lethal. Yeah.
This
very nice.
Tapping. Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Tap the Nexus.
And that's a really nice sequence with the Paladin. If you have a hammer already in play, you play the Paladin, you try and equip the hammer to some other threat. They effectively have to remove that, and then when they do, well, you can just re-equip to something else, still leverage the Paladin's ability sticking around. So often the Paladin can demand several removal spells by itself.
All right, so after the Dockhand taps down the Nexus, Nicholas still gets bashed by 2 very large constructs. It does have to chump block one of them. And once you start chump blocking, it's often hard to recover, especially when the best you can really do is just deploy more chump blockers. Even with Dismember in hand, Nicholas doesn't even have a good target. The Colossus Hammer is already equipped. So that Ornithopter would need to be dealt with first, or alongside the Dismember taking out the Pure Steel Paladin, and it's just not in the cards, I think, for Nicholas Salyer.
We do have over 700 people currently watching these merfolk getting chewed up and spat out in the sea here. So we thank all of you for joining us. I hope you stick around for the rest of today with our Modern 15K and then our Pioneer tomorrow as well. And then tune in next year for the 2022 championship, the conclusion of all of these players' hard work so far. And then we have a full 2023 schedule as well that we are showing off this weekend as well.
Yeah, and Connor Mullally has his sights on being not only in the championship, but being the leading point getter this year. Just needs to hold his position this weekend. Doesn't need to pass anybody. And the players right behind him have both equaled his 1 loss so far today. So if he can continue piling up wins, the way is clear for him. And
just working through some technical issues here, but not much to comment upon. Has been watching Connor just develop his board even further, and I don't know what rabbit Nicholas could pull out of the hat here. I think these fish are getting fried. So, yeah. So we're going to come back to break. Joe is working through some technical faults. While we do that, we're going to go to a short break. We will be back with magic of some kind, whether round 5 or, sorry, round 4, more of this round or something, before too long. But bear with us, and we will be back with you very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Mappamonte here in Louisville, Kentucky, with the NRG Series Championship event here today. So let's talk about what the players are playing for today. Just some cash, and we're going to bring that up in just a moment here. Maybe sounds like it might be gone, and that's okay. So let's move on here. So let's check out our players to watch then. So little technical difficulties. Sounds like Joe's computer might have exploded during the break too. So hopefully he's back all good to go. So I see him on my screen, so that looks like he's all right. So players to watch. So Zoe Riederman at 4-0, Mack Endree 4-0, Adam Wasburn Moses, Will Kruger at 3-1, Zach Allen and Connor Mullally also at 3-1. Jesse Robkin drops down to 2-2 and still continuing a tough day for Raja at 1-3. So that 2022 leaderboard is starting to heat up quite a bit here. Again, with Zoe and Mack leading the pack at 4-0 here. So let's take a peek at that and see kind of where we're at. Let's see if this one works. Sure does. Zach Allen, 162 points up there. So again, Adam, Zoe, kind of, trickling their way up there. Again, we got quite a few slots still up for grabs. And then Mack Endree is down there in 11th, but again, having a really strong showing so far today. Hoping to pick up a few more wins and maybe possibly draw into that top 8. Tons of points on the line today for that. So I've been talking about Mack a little bit. Let's bring up their player profile slide here and take a peek. And Mack has been on the NRG Series quite a while, even probably before my time a little bit. So, about 5 years or so, Mack's been playing here on the NRG Series. So 29, an economist in Beloit, Wisconsin, 3 NRG Series top 8s with a top 8 with a win. And again, like I mentioned, 2-time NRG Series championship competitor. Mack looking to add a third, a number 3 in front of that there. So on his way, definitely here. And it sounds like we're going to get ready to watch one of his matches here. And he's playing a pretty unique deck. So we're going to jump down. I'll send you back down to Joe, hopefully, and Dom here for round number 5 here in Louisville.
All right, Matt, we are indeed back and up and running here for round number 5. Reports of my computer's demise were accurate but exaggerated. And here we are. We've got Dariusz Szylman. I think I said that right. Against Mack Endree here at the 4-0 table. Izzet Prowess versus Jeskai Breach. So 2 decks are going to share a fair number of cards, but one with a combo finish. Actually, Dariusz has 1 copy, I believe, of Underworld Breach.
Yeah, these are both breach decks of sorts. One of them is a dedicated breach deck with an explicit combo built around that, and then the other one is using it as this big photo finish in a Prowess deck, where we've even seen this leaning harder on that card, going up to 2 or 3 copies. This one is just kind of an afterthought, but it's one of those things where you can imagine a board state where this is the only card and this is the one-off that can actually let you get across that finish line.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have Soulscar Mage and Gigantha on the right, which makes it appear likely that the display is reversed.
Yeah, we it should be Dariusz on the right and then Mack on the left. So we're going to get that switched around for all of you real quick here. In the meantime, Ragavan died to a lightning bolt. So it's going to be a hyper aggressive start from the Prowess deck yet, but being on the play is very nice, and getting on the board already here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a grinding station for Mack Endree and no blue mana in play yet, although it is available in hand. But Dariusz with Soul Scare Mages with Lava Darts can cast quite a few spells in one turn to really push through damage with a pair of Prowess creatures here. Let's see how much damage actually we're thinking about here.
Yeah, it's hard to tell looking over at Mack's start if this is a sign of weakness or if you are potentially dead next turn to Underworld Breach and a 0-cost artifact, which is all it would take from this position.
All right, Mutagenic Growth in hand for Dariusz. That represents 4 damage with 2 Prowess creatures on the board. But a lot more than that is required, and it's just going to be for 2.
Yeah, pretty hard to count up to 19 here, but okay, light out the stage, providing the fuel to maybe stitch together a big turn after this. So there's Swift Spear, there's Mishra's Bauble. Gonna cycle through that one now, maybe?
No, it's gonna hold it. So Mack Endree, there is a breach in hand. Are the tools available? The Mack Endree Piloting Act did play this at the last Nerd Rage event a few weeks ago, and was maybe a little admittedly under-repped at that point, and there were some execution flaws in a camera match. So let's see if he's got this tightened up now and is able to execute this deck to the fullest of its capabilities.
Yeah, so thinking through this turn carefully, it looks like I think that was Mark's number, and if there is an Underworld Breach as well, well, that's the ball game right here. The fact that we're not going for that suggests, I think missing the breach, and so bracing for impact now, just hoping to survive through this turn and then stitch together something after that.
Okay. So Dariusz is going to bobble himself. And 3 Prowess triggers on the board. Are there tools? Did that bobble, was that an upkeep bobble?
I might have missed the timing there. So
yeah, I'm not.
This looks like a pretty tame attack, actually.
Yeah.
Unless maybe there's some math being done before damage, or I guess, okay, so we're going to try and intercept one of these Prowess creatures with the Contract of Urza Saga, and then if Dariusz can swat that out of the way and then maybe add up some more damage on top of that, then we could be looking at lethal, although it would have to be pretty impressive.
Right. I think the hand is double Mutagenic Growth. So a single block here, Mack at 14. Each Mutagenic Growth is still effectively worth 4.
Yeah, so
that's 10.
Yeah, we count to 10, but then I don't think we can deal the last 4.
What? Is the Prowess at 3? Was there a spell played beforehand? Maybe there was.
So that would still leave us too short, right?
All right, it is enough to pick off the construct. And yeah, there was a spell played before. So is that a different bauble?
Okay, it looks like Mack does in fact have Underworld Breach, maybe thinking that he didn't have the resources to go for a deterministic kill last turn. So you can get the combo going. You can start winning through the deck until you hit Endree and then try recasting that and so on, but would be missing the ability to actually win through a removal spell, I think is the issue there. So against Prowess, Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart, both would do the job. So Mack calculating that if you can survive that removal spell anyway, like if that would be removing a blocker, then waiting would make sense. And looks like he's getting paid off for that decision in this case.
All right, Springleaf Drum is found off the saga with a mana floating. Dariusz, not tapped out, but no cards in hand. I'm sorry, Gigantha in hand, maybe?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Another,
Jagantha in hand. Okay.
a missed opportunity again to mill a construct or to mill by sacrificing a construct to the grinding station. Not going to matter here. I think we're going to have the resources to go off regardless, but just, tight technical play to be aware of.
Okay, well, all the required ingredients are now here. Here is a bauble that gets eaten by the grinding station, and now we appear to be on our way.
Some discussion of a missed bauble trigger as well. So potentially all the difference here, if that would have been the lava dart or the lightning bolt that can deal the last few points of damage.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, and maybe because it seemed like a curious time for the bauble to activate in the first place, which may have contributed to if it was missed. But we are now looping through. I think this is the first time today we've actually seen this potentially going all the way through with Mock's grinding station and breach.
Previously, it was a lot of kind of hand waving and gesturing back and forth, and then both players scooping up their cards. Nice to actually see someone going through the motions on camera, although hopefully just the once. It gets a little a little repetitive otherwise.
Okay, chat suggesting what actually may have happened there was the bauble, and this would explain that other prowess trigger. The bauble was played from the life of stage the next turn, and so it was played during the Dariusz's last combat turn. So yeah, the draw was missed on Mack's upkeep, not on Dariusz's upkeep, but either way, Mack Endree does execute the combo and is now up a game. So, sorry, that was a little messy there as far as Dominic and I being able to correctly keep track of what actually happened for a moment there. But Mack Endree is up a game, comboing out. So, holding out hopes for a championship invite. He's got a little bit of work to do. Szylman is the player that's currently ahead of him, not having a good day. So, the door is open. Anyway, let's look at some sideboards.
Yeah, so from Mack's side, we have a Fury, which I think is a nice addition here. We got a Prismatic Ending.
Well, let's go with we're looking at Dariusz Szylman's list right now, so let's go with that first.
Yeah, let's start there. So, again, we come back to the classic breach dilemma of, in theory, a lot of these cards have some kind of application, but especially in a Prowess deck, a lot of the time you need all of your cards to contribute towards dealing damage or adding Prowess triggers when you need them to do that. And so a reactive card like Spell Pierce can potentially be very strong, but also often will just be like the worst card in your hand or the worst draw in your deck at the same time. Likewise, Shadowing Spree, right? You're against a deck with a bunch of, Saga tokens and Shadow Spear, stuff like that. Shadowing Spree is the ideal response to that, and then often just literally a dead card in other situations. So not sure how much Dariusz is going to want to slant the deck towards dealing with some of those kind of corner case scenarios.
I mean, Ross did talk about, one of the weaknesses of the deck is just the opponent's going fast. So
yeah,
if you don't have like premium interaction, maybe you just basically run back the same 60 and just try and get Mack dead before he gets a chance. And that almost happened this last game. It was close.
Yeah, and Szylman's list is optimized for going fast. You see some lists of Prowess moving towards stuff like the new third path Iconoclast, as your 2-drop of choice, which lets you play a grindier game, but is worse if you're just trying to get them dead. And with Sprite Dragon, 4 Genetic Growth, some of these choices are built with just getting them dead firmly in mind.
All right, so let's go to Mack Endree's Jeskai Breach deck, which is probably not similar at all from the ones we saw this morning. And looking for ways to hold off the incoming Prowess creatures. Fury sounds good. Explosive sounds good. Prismatic Ending, I suppose. And really you just want things that can kill things, right? That's all we're worried about.
Just removal. Just stave off the oncoming hordes and figure it out from there. And so I think 4 removal spells by that count. Explosives, it can be a little clunky, but can also be the one thing that just sweeps out 3 creatures at the same time. So
Mhm.
a little polarized in that sense, but definitely worth the risk there, I think.
Okay. Well, if the players are ready, we can head back down to the table. And see.
Another nice thing about explosives, if it comes to that, is it can be that 0-cost artifact that you need to start cycling through the breach and grinding station combo, which
Yeah, sure.
comes up sometimes in matchups where you want to de-emphasize Mox Amber because that's a card which relies on you having some other game piece in order to do anything at all. And so sometimes in those matchups, explosives lets you have that density of free artifacts that you need without risking drawing, at least one dead Mox Amber, to say nothing of the second copy.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dariusz, Szylman, can we get going earlier? I mean, almost got it done in game number 1. We're looking for 1-drop creatures, burn spells to finish them off. I see burn spells. I'm not sure I see a creature. Certainly there's one there, and we are underway. Round 5, game 2. Thanks for being with us, Nerd Rage Gaming. If you're enjoying the content, hit the follow button. If you want to stick around for the rest of the day, we got Modern. If you're interested in Pioneer and you clicked on this stream by accident, just come back tomorrow. We'll have Pioneer all day tomorrow once we decide the Modern Showdown winner. And here we are, Dragon Race Chandler, just to open these up. So excellent start, and it's done. Do we have another creature?
The main deck for Jeskai Breach not actually that heavy on removal or interaction more broadly, and so having that turn 1 Unholy Heat is pretty clutch there. A little more access to that post sideboard, but Unholy Heat showing why it's the kind of default removal spell in Modern at this stage.
Yeah, and I think the turn 2 draw for Dariusz was Mutagenic Growth. That had been a hand that would have saved the Dragon Race Chandler and dramatically changed the opening development of this game. Swift Spear off the top, though, that's good. Dariusz really needs to have a creature attacking, applying pressure, getting damage through, and now that is back on board.
Yeah, hard to make out exactly what's in Showman's hand at this point because we're not committing more creatures to the battlefield. I guess we haven't had many chances to use removal to force anything through or to actually use Mutagenic Growth to save a creature yet, but Dariusz just kind of not really getting up to much at this stage.
So there is a Shredder. Dariusz did have a Bolt in hand. Wise to not fire it off at the end step there and then waits on tap. This was good play, Dariusz. If he'd gone for that during Mack's end step to conserve a mana, this would have gone very badly for him. As the it would have been saved.
Yeah, I mean, any second spell conniving away another spell would have got that Shredder to 4 toughness, and then it would stick around as a pretty big problem potentially.
Right. So well navigated there, well timed, and doesn't have another creature yet, but at least the Swift Spear is still sending in through. But it's got to be painful. You're sitting in that chair as Dariusz, and just the overall damage coming through is just not adding up quickly. And Jegantha into hand. I mean, if Jegantha ends up playing a role, you're probably in pretty bad shape.
It's nice to have that failsafe and to actually have a use of that mana, but if that's your only use, then never feels good.
I mean, the 15th Cyborg Herd has to feel pretty free to justify the Jegantha because they just do not appear very often to matter. Now, this is also not the match. This is not a grindy matchup, really. This is a matchup where you're trying to race, and so not what Jegantha is intended for.
There are certainly the grinding matchups, as people call them, where like you expect to pick up and cast Jegantha over the course of a longer game. This can be one of those. The Breach deck, as we mentioned, it can combo you quickly, it can grind, but grinding is not where you want to be for the most part.
All right, Breach was the draw there for Dariusz. Let's see. There's only 5 cards in the graveyard. There is a Lava Dart, which can add a land to the graveyard, I suppose. If there's too many Mutagenic Growth, is this worth doing? Using up the Breach here just to get the Swift Spear back in play? Dariusz thinks it is, and he might be right. Actually, the choice of creatures there.
Yeah, I mean, so if you cast the Dragon's Rage Chandler again, and you're able to get another card in the graveyard, then you can maybe recast the Bauble, and then that's going to keep fueling with the Surveil off the DLC. So you can't keep surfing along that wave, but you can at least do something.
All right, so the choice is Swift Spear. Well, actually, Dariusz may be able to play both of them once the rest of the cards all end up in the graveyard. Is there enough mana for that? There may be one short, but we're certainly going to see some action here.
Yeah, looks like we're going to take this opportunity to just cast as many spells as possible, get a burst of damage in, and then convert that into getting another threat back.
Yeah. Well, I think we've deployed the breach at this point. I think we kind of have to go all in here. So maybe, the most we could see here is there's the Lava Dart, and then another mutagenic growth, and then another mutagenic growth is the most that could conceivably happen. It looks like we're going to stop here. All right, I mentioned that as being another mutagenic growth in hand. Chat pointing out, and I think they're right, that is not correct. It's actually the Gigantha.
Yeah, the big elk just hanging out over there, which means currently we just really have the Swiss Bear as what's going on. And Mack is at the kind of life total where it feels like we can weather that storm.
Yeah, so this was certainly a solid attack, but the lines I was running through are inaccurate because I thought there was another mutagenic growth and there's not. So this is the most damage that I think Dariusz could have done. It is a sizable amount, back down to 7. But now, with full knowledge of his opponent's hand, Mack can sculpt the rest of this game, figure out what he needs to do to survive, and then eventually win.
And Mack hasn't really had to put up much resistance beyond that turn 1 Unholy Heat. He's mostly kind of been spinning his tires since then and has not been punished for doing so.
All right. Explosives for 1 on the board, providing some protection. All right. Construct in is a 2/2. Dariusz attacked into it. Lava Dart.
So let's see. Do we still have that other Lava Dart? No. So that one was used last turn to maximize damage. So now this one can get that construct out of the way, and then we would get in for 3 damage, which is not nothing, but it's like this Izzet Prowess deck is not full of enough burn spells the way that like actual Boros burn is, for example, to the point where you can expect to burn them out from that low a life total. Like 4 is actually surprisingly safe when it comes down to it.
Yeah. So the Lava Dart goes upstairs, and then the Prowess allows the construct to lose in combat. So Dariusz maintains board presence, but the new construct, as well as the Saga Tutor, is going to mean that it's not going to take 2 Prowess triggers to get through. Make that 3 with the Shadow Spear if that equips. And this is looking tough. Although Explosive is now less valuable because the Shadow Spear has entered play.
Yeah, which is almost a nice problem to have if we now have a 4/4 life linking Trampler kind of trumping everything else that's going on the board, but maybe Gigantha will have something to say about that. I don't know. Probably not.
All right, Emery flips no artifacts. But I guess replaying Explosives is not too bad of a consolation prize if it comes to that. And yeah, Mack's still not done. Equips up the construct, and it's looking tough. Even running bolts isn't enough for Dariusz because Mack is looking to gain a bunch of life in the in-between turn. Oh, and there's 1 bolt. 1, 2, 3, 4. This construct looks like it's a 4/4 at the moment. Dariusz head in his hands trying to figure this out. He appears to be a little short of picking this game up here between the bolt and the lava dart. He can obviously just burn Mack down to 2. He could just hit the construct and attack for 3. That looks like it's going to be the choice. Endree blocks. Okay. So that's something.
Oh, interesting. So we'll see what Mack has left over, but blocking with Endree, potentially a sign that he was scared of, I guess, if you mutagenic growth would get it done at that point.
Yeah, he shouldn't be afraid because he knows what Dariusz's card is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. So this is, I guess, just kind of chucking that away for no clear gain. If no other reason, you could suit up the enemy with the Shadow Spear and then kind of keep the game in its holding pattern for now.
All right, so here is eugenic growth, which is going to lead to Shadow Spear being sacrificed to Grinding Station, and then the Swift Spear blown up. So resources depleted on both sides, which probably favors Mack, although he looks to just have lands left in hand.
And that Dragantha looking more and more of a remote possibility at this point.
Maybe. I mean, if we can have back those 2 lava darts and actually be able to cast it with only 1 more land. Here's Dragantha Magistrate. Okay. I mean, it's a body at this point.
It's interesting. The Magistrate, a card you often see sideboarded in against the dedicated breach deck.
Mm-hmm.
But against Dariusz, I guess it shuts down the 1 breach, is fine against expressive iteration sometimes, and then shuts off Lava Dart, but there's no like clear use for it. It's doing like a little bit of everything, and I think just being a 1/3 blocker is going to be its use case sometimes.
Yeah. And Dariusz is able to cheat around that Trans Magistrate by playing a land off expressive iteration there. Here's Ledger Shredder, and Dariusz has picked up another Lightning Bolt. So 1 more, and he can still win this game. And he's got a couple turns to draw it, probably.
Yeah, we've been through at least 1. How many are left in the deck at this stage? Do we know?
I don't know. There's at least 1 gone. I can't remember if there's 1 exiled or not.
We might be looking at a 1-outer, which is always exciting.
Yeah, but it's 1 hour times multiple card draws. We're not dead next turn. Maybe we have 3 shots at it. Well, there's another iteration. Okay. Yeah, can't afford to use a bolt first on the Magistrate, but a bolt going to hand would work just fine. Dariusz is going to keep it hidden from us. Here's a Tarn fetching. I don't know. We'll see. We could be onto a game 3 momentarily, although he probably would have shown it by now.
And notably, you can't cast spells from zones other than your hand with Magistrate, but you can play lands if that's what the card allows you to do. So even against iteration, it's not even a reliable hoser enough of the time.
All right, Dariusz, going through the deck a couple times here. Are we okay? There we go. I thought for a second he was failing to find. I think he thought he was for a second too. I'm like, no, that can't be right. It's got to be more. All right, both players maybe a little on edge here, playing for 5-0 on camera, which is understandable. Cantrip Ether Spellbomb here for Mack Endree. Looking for, I mean, any card, any spell will trigger the Connive and get him a little further. That's a Scalding Tarn, and I'm not sure what the other card is.
All right, so here we go.
All right, Bolt deployed. This is even though land would allow Dragantha to come in. Instead, it's going to be a couple creatures.
I think Dariusz just has those white bordered bolts as well, so we can kind of get a sneak preview of what it is.
Well, white border is the correct way to go. Look, yeah. Otherwise, you have these supposedly fancy, alternate bolts or that Mack Endree has. Nobody's interested in those. Come on, just give us cards we can read. Here's iteration into the goods. Second iteration, Connive. Ooh. Breach comes off the top.
And is that just the game right there?
I feel like it could be. So we need, there's a bauble as well.
Okay, so that just is the whole shebang.
The graveyard is thick. So
It is stacked.
And there's mocks in there. Yeah, we don't have a legendary creature, but that is likely not a hindrance at this point. All right, chat needs to calm down a little bit. There was the Shredder trigger was not missed. It did happen. That is where the Underworld Breach actually was drawn from, and then discarded. Land was discarded. So that was executed correctly. And now we will wait for Mack to probably kill Dariusz Szylman after a certainly a battle of a match so far.
Yeah, milled 4 because of the Endree coming into play, and then it feels like we are going through the motions at this stage.
Yeah. So if you're unfamiliar with what's happening here, the grinding station sacrifices an artifact and mill 3 cards. The Mox Amber can then be recast, exiling 3 cards, so you net the same number of graveyard, and then a mana is generated because you sacrifice the Mox, or you can tap the Mox for mana in between, and then you build up mana, and then eventually Thassa's Oracle gets milled over, and once your deck is depleted, you can recast Thassa's Oracle. So Mack Endree will take down this match and advance to 5-0 to increase his chances of seeing us in the championship at the end of in the middle of January.
Yeah, so that's the kind of result which will leave other people in that scrum just watching their heels a little bit. Like it's not as secure as some of them might be thinking anymore. So we might have some high stakes matches down the stretch today and then also tomorrow, depending on how things pan out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because tomorrow's points do count as well. Only today's event gives the auto invite into the championship, but the points count for today and tomorrow. So we have concluded our primary match in round 5. Okay, backup sounds like it's getting ready to go. So we'll get that rolling. Here we go. All right, we've got Colorless Tron versus Mono White Hammer. Travis Williams versus Amin Abadi.
And Joe,
yes,
we have a luck counter in play.
Ooh, because we have Gemstone Caverns? Now, I'll tell you what. I have long been a fan of Gemstone Caverns.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's one of those cards which it's so unique and so powerful that it feels like it must be underplayed to some degree, and that there must be other homes that we can put it in. It's just difficult to find exactly what those should be. But there's a Colorless Tron deck or Prison Tron, if you prefer. Definitely a great shot for it. I can now. Yeah. No, Joe. Are we still live? Can people hear me? Okay, well, welcome back. We are experiencing some technical faults, as you can tell, but I will try to keep the show on the road until we can get a full house back in here. So, in the meantime, we have double Steering Bridge, double Chalice of the Void, and a main deck Stonebrain, all helping to put the hurt on Travis Williams here. And this is the prison aspect of the Prison Tron deck. This is what gives that its name. And basically, the only question left at this stage is, can Amin Abadi deplete his hand to the point where nothing can realistically attack for the rest of the game, barring some strange, it would have to be Sigala's Aid into Hammer, but both of those are shut off by the Chalice on one. So, at this stage, I think we are officially in garbage time, except that the actual game may take a lot longer to conclude, depending on Travis's tolerance for sitting there not being able to do anything. And this is the real test of a commentator: is how do you feel not just a game where literally nothing is happening, and that's kind of the point, but also the dead air where one of the commentators' computers has exploded and left me by myself. But it looks like we may have a driller set back with us before too long here. Yes, beautiful. Okay, so you somehow missed everything and nothing at the same time. Well, you commentated over the interesting part, and now nothing is happening, and nothing will happen until we move to another game here. Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems like we are back, we are live. People can hear me and or you. Oh, they sure can. Yeah, so okay, so at this stage, I think this is purely a case of Travis seeing if there's anything off the wall in a body's deck. The Prison Tron deck, not a mainstream archetype, I would say, but not a fringe one either. This is a deck that has had several notable finishes. So Travis, I assume, plugged into where the modern format is going, and so we'll be aware of this, but worth, looking for stuff like main deck Stonebrain, any other recent additions from the Brothers War, very artifact heavy set, just to get the lay of the land here before we pack it in. And taking a look at Travis's deck list, I was trying to think if there is the Haywire Might Splash and that is main deck instead of sideboard, then could that maybe? But no, there really is no escape from the situation at this point. It's just me.
All right, they're telling me to talk now. All right. Okay.
Now, Joe, given that there is so little to talk about in that game, what I think people want to know is, what is your favorite emoji?
My favorite emoji? This is a trick question. You're setting me up. I probably know. I know there's like a smiley face. There's the frowny face. There's the one where the tongue is sticking out. That's all I know, I think.
But which of those really calls to you?
I don't know. I think I'm of the wrong generation to even have put any thought into this whatsoever. But as far as this round, I'll go with, is there a quizzical one where the guy looks confused? Because that was me this round.
There is the one where it's like scratching the chin with like it's like kind of furrowed brow.
Right.
Which, yeah,
Or
we
maybe
can-
maybe the sighing one is just sitting there. Oh, here we go again.
All right, so we will take a short break and hopefully formally address this and then be back with the broadcasters you know and love it before too long. Take care.
All right, we're back. Hypothetically, this is live coverage of game 3 between Amin Abadi and Travis Williams. Viewers at home may have seen the bulk of this match, even though I believe Dom missed a part of it and I missed a bigger part of it after that. But we are now up and running.
Yeah,
I
hopefully we are back bringing you a full audio-visual experience in which, let's see.
Amin Abadi has done the Eldrazi Tron dirty thing where they actually just have Tron. Eldrazi map assembled it together. And now this is an overpowered deck with a lot of mana to play with, including Walking Ballista and Baseless Collar, which is tough to navigate if you're a creature deck.
Yeah, we have assembled our Splinter Twin of sorts in this deck and we even have, we have redundant Tron pieces, we can charge it up, put more counters on it, and so now we can effectively remove creatures on site for as many counters as the Ballista has, and that number is only growing turn after turn. So unless Travis has some way to remove the Ballista or some way to nullify it this turn, I think this game is effectively over.
Yeah, he's got some life total. Maybe he can live long enough to fetch up a Pithing Needle with Urza Saga. Here's an attack. I mean, would a block not be unreasonable here with Ornithopter to just save 5 life? Perhaps not.
It wouldn't be unreasonable. I guess I don't know what Travis is really drawing towards at this point either.
But if your opponent's going to give you the opportunity to block, because maybe in the future they won't. Although I guess Travis isn't, going to be down the board next turn anyway. Well, Ballista can do a lot of damage though, because it's basically double power because it can attack and then shoot.
Right. I guess much of Otherworldly Light and the Cyborg Pithing Needle responses to it. So the Saga, in theory, are threatening to produce a needle next turn.
Right.
And Abadi will be somewhat cognizant of that threat, I imagine.
All right, Paradise Mantle equipped on Ornithopter. Whoa, is this Cauldron Complete coming down? Hardcast?
Okay, well, hey, we're not killing that one anytime soon.
No, we are not. And yeah, this is. I mean, I think this could be called into question here, like letting this Ornithopter.
It could be called into question.
Yeah, exactly. Good. So now Amin can still build up 12 counters and shoot Travis, but things are more difficult.
And there might only be a turn left to do that if there is a needle ready to jump out of the deck.
This colorless Tron deck has some cards in it that I don't see a lot of play, at least lately. Serum Powder. I think, there's I don't even remember the name of the land that just got tapped that can tutor for land and gains life every turn. The legendary land right there.
Oh, Inventor's Fair. KCI special.
Right.
Let's see. So Travis, we had 5 lands, Springleaf Drum. Did we get to 7 to hardcast the Cauldron Complete properly?
Yeah, with the well, we have 5 there, and then we had Ornithopter with Paradise Mantle, Springleaf Drum. I don't know what creature the Springleaf Drum tapped.
Yeah, because there's only we have 2 drums and a mantle, but only 1 creature. So there may be some double counting, and it looks like Travis is picking up on that or having it pointed out at this stage.
That's a fairly significant
advantage
there to be gained. So yeah, you're right. That has definitely been pointed out by someone, or the players have realized it at this point.
Yeah, that's a difference there between, I guess, Abadi winning on the spot and maybe winning in a few turns, but taking some more time to do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to take a judge a moment to figure out if they want to rewind or not. So while we have a moment, I don't know if we got to the deck list yet. So let's go ahead and look at them now, because this will probably take at least a minute to sort out. So here's Amin Abadi's colorless Tron deck, which is I kind of actually, even in my notes, I wrote down Eldrazi Tron, but this is very much not Eldrazi Tron.
Oh no, there are no Malavie Shapers in sight. Not a Thought Nor there to be seen. This is just full on colorless Tron. It's a little reminiscent of you think about like the World Prison days, for some of these Ensnaring Bridge prison decks we've seen in the past. That whole strategy has really fallen out of favor recently, and this is kind of the last incarnation left of that approach, featuring a real heavy focus on a new card from Brothers War, actually, the Stonebrain. It looks like we have 3 copies in the main deck, 1 in the sideboard. So that's a really nice way to kneecap some of these linear decks which either don't care about Ensnaring Bridge or can bypass it or do something else. And against, there'll be a lot of decks where, your lock pieces, for whatever reason, don't really function properly. So does the opponent care about Chalice of the Void? Well, maybe not. Do they care about Ensnaring Bridge? Again, they can't really guarantee that. And the Stonebrain often can deal with like the one slice of their deck that you do actually care about yourself. Or if you are turtling up behind a Ensnaring Bridge, maybe you're just waiting until they draw their answers to it. And if you can preemptively remove those answers, you can knock up the game right there. So you think about like a lot of Murktide decks, they'll have a Brazen Borrower and 1 Odawara or something. And if you can remove whichever one of those they have, well, then your Ensnaring Bridge is actually untouchable at that point.
Yeah, that's a good place to be in. All right, here we are back to the table. Looks like things have been rewound. The Culture Complete is back in hand. Construct is made to be able to block. Amin's like, I'm not interested in you blocking. I'm going to kill everything. And through for 5. All right, so... And here's a fresh Ballista for some more counters, and Travis Williams is shot down. So Amin Abadi advances to 5-0 with this colorless Tron deck. Impressive work. I was not expecting that.
What were you expecting exactly?
Well, to start off with, when I was told the backup match was a colorless Tron deck, I was expecting to see Eldrazi creatures. And so when it turned out to be not that, and then we have this Bridge Karn Stonebrain deck that's 5-0. I mean, that's nowhere close to what I was expecting, to be honest.
It is. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen it before, it is a little off the wall. And Eldrazi Tron, it did win, actually, the most recent showcase event on Magic Online. It is the cockroach that will never die. There will always be Eldrazi Tron around in some form or another. But I would say, actually, this is the preeminent form of Tron these days.
Well,
and if you
slow down a little bit.
Oh, okay. See, I'm sorry, I blasphemy here.
Try again.
Going to leave the stream with that parting shot here, but it is one of the many beautiful and valid forms of Urza Tron that you can play in the modern format.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll still let you come back tomorrow.
And with that, we will turn you all over to break. We will get Becky Bell in here with Joe to finish out the day. That will be it from me. It's been great fun being in the booth today. We'll see you back here tomorrow. But that's me out for now.
All right. Yeah. So Dominic, thanks for being here. He'll be back for the elimination semifinals and finals tomorrow morning on Modern and the first 2 rounds of Pioneer. Meantime, when we come back from the break for round 6 and for us today, I'll be joined by Becky Bell, and we'll be bringing you Modern for the rest of the evening. Thanks for being here. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. No more technical difficulties. I don't promise, but we hope. We'll be back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I am Matt Monty on the NRG Series, getting ready to kick off round number 6 here of our tournament. Let's talk about what the players are playing for just in today's tournament here, as we'll bring up our prize pool and points. So you can see there. So a couple little new things added if you're familiar with these slides. Typically, we have the dollars and the points on there. There is a little championship logo on there, a little trophy. So what that means is the player who wins first place today in our showdown is going to get an automatic invite into our end of the year championship. That little planeswalker symbol there means you get a bid to the RCQ, so the regional championship. So the first and second place both going to receive those, so very cool. And again, bunch of money on the line, tons of points as we get ready to show off this event and our last event on Sunday. So let's talk a little bit about our players to watch. Again, some of those obviously more prominent on our leaderboards. So check this out. Zoe Riederman and Mack Endree both needing a big weekend. And guess what? Off to a 5-0 start each Adam Wasburn, Moses, Zach Allen, and Connor all at 4-1. Everybody again needing a pretty solid weekend to lock up their spots in our end of the year championship. Now, Will Kruger fell to 3-2 this round, and actually Connor defeated Will last round. So pretty big implications in that match there. Jesse Rabkin also at 3-2, and then Raja still battling back. Started off 0-2, I believe, and has now battled back to 2-3. So trying to get those last few points as Raja tries to get that season 3 bid where he had a pretty substantial lead overall. So let's take a look at our leaderboard so we can just kind of go over that one more time here. So again, Adam and Zoe kind of leading the pack there. Same with Mack. So going to be interesting to see where this shakes out at the end of today, and we'll have a better understanding kind of where we're going to be leading into tomorrow's event. So we'll get all those updated and all that and take a peek. So what I want to do first is, so we said goodbye to Dom Harvey, and we're actually going to say hi to Becky Bell, who everybody's pretty familiar with. So let's bring Joe back as well, and Becky, and we'll say hi to them real quick before we get going. How you doing, Becky?
Hi, I'm doing so good. So happy to be here. Thanks so much to Dom Harvey. It was great to have you on the stream, and I'm looking forward to closing out the day with Joe.
Very cool. Well, it's been an action-packed kind of day here, including technical action has been packed into our stream as well. But we're going to get you down to some more awesome magic. So I'm going to leave it to you and Joe. You guys have fun, and I'll catch up with you guys in a little bit.
All right. Thanks, Matt. So here we go. Round number 6. James Newman and Marcus Fitzgerald. We got Temur, Rhinos, and 4-color control. 2 decks, mainstays of Modern over the last year or two, but maybe not in Tier 1 at the moment.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting situation for both of these decks to be in because, yeah, with the way that a lot of Modern has kind of ebbed and flowed over the last few years, both of these have really had their time to shine and have also kind of fallen a little bit. And suspending this crashing footfalls, I mean, if you got it in hand, it just seems like the best thing to start doing. But that's got to be kind of a rough thing to do. We can already see a Teferi Time Raveler in the hand of Marcus Fitzgerald. So that's going to potentially end up being a little bit rough, as that is one of the best cards that this 4-color control deck is playing against this cascading deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Teferi Time Raveler is a nuisance. Also in hand, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, the big version. In fact, quite a few Planeswalkers in Marcus Fitzgerald's deck today, a total of 11.
Yeah, I was going to say, I also saw the 1-of copy of Jace the Mind Sculptor, and I just had a moment where I was like, Modern players really just be putting 1-of Jace the Mind Sculptor and going, I can have my Jace the Mind Sculptor as a treat.
Why not? Jace is
Why not?
awesome. I mean,
yeah.
Do you know how many games Jace won between like 2011 and 2017? It's like uncountable.
It is probably a whole lot. And
Yeah.
even still, but like, how many is Jace winning nowadays?
Well, that wasn't the focus of the question I asked, but it's less, I will grant you. Anyway, it is obviously a nice card, but yeah, these Teferis, especially Teferi Time Raveler, is just a trump against the entire Temur Rhinos deck. Turning off Cascade. Here's Gemstone Caverns. Nice to see that. And a Blood Moon. Whoa!
Ooh.
Well, Becky Bell, you know what? You cannot cast Teferi Time Raveler off of 3 mountains.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually pretty big here. Okay. Chalice of the Void, though, is nicely going to be able to stop the crashing footfalls as it comes off on the last one. So that's kind of a nice place to end up going.
Yeah, wow. Well, the scope of this game has just changed dramatically with the extra hate card and then the crashing footfalls. Here's Fury. All right, that's going to take a chunk out of Ren and 6, and also of importance, Marcus Fitzgerald. Yeah, okay. There's a Solitude, and that's probably the only spell in his hand he can cast.
Yeah, this seems like a rough place to be, but like I guess the light at the end of the tunnel for you is just like, hey, at least I have this Ren and 6 in play that's slowly ticking up.
Yeah,
that has just to be like all you're thinking about and just being like, oh, okay. So I've been playing a little bit. You know this because we kind of were playing against each other at the last NRG event. I've been playing quite a bit of the 4-color creativity deck, and there's a lot of main deck Blood Moon decks right now, certainly on Magic Online. And so every once in a while I'll just like be, having a nice little stroll playing my 4-color creativity deck, trying to cast some Archons of Cruelty, and then I'll get Blood Mooned. And I didn't think that I could possibly go to a deck more dead to Blood Moon than Tron. And Tron really like doesn't like it's kind of like this is annoying, this slows me down a little bit, but we don't really care about it as much. And then I started playing this deck that is absolutely just completely hosed by Blood Moon.
Mhm.
And that might be how Marcus is kind of feeling right now. So this is a moment where I'm you at least have this silver lining to the moment that is this run in 6 slowly ticking up.
Yeah, this is okay. Here's a fire to knock it down to 5 and a discard of a Teferi. And yeah, this game is already you show up and immediately you have the weirdest game so far on the day where Blood Moon is locking at one player and Chalice of Void locking at the other one. So I mean, we're gonna ultimate run 6 with nothing to do?
We have a prismatic ending to do now that I don't think actually works. I'm not
No.
entirely sure how
Well,
that
we c-
interaction works, but
we
I
didn't
can't
have a-
imagine that it does.
No. Yeah, we need so Marcus has 1 planes in the deck for the Leyline Binding that's currently in his hand. That would make it cost 4. Here's a Violent Outburst to avoid discarding, I guess. Or to get the Crashing Footfalls out of the deck so you don't draw it at some point, which okay, that is reasonable. Thinning the deck out a little bit. Hoping to draw into more Furies, I guess. On an island. All right.
All right, Shardless Agent, finally an attacker.
Yeah, barely survives Ren at 6, but it still does.
Mhm.
And yeah, if you're just joining in to watch, thanks for being here. Not every game has gone like this, but here we are. We are in the world of Blood Moon at this point.
I've said that I like watching decks not be able to function on their like normal game 1 plan and just
Mhm.
being also yeah, okay, so I thought the same thing a moment ago when we flipped over this card. So I appreciate that Marcus is also taking a moment to read it. I admittedly also, since it's a newer card, don't exactly know what the name of it is.
Arcane Proxy is what you're
Thank
talking about.
you,
Maybe we
yeah.
can pop that up. This is the new Snapcaster Mage-ish card, which is 2 blue and a 1 on the cheap, but full cost is just 7, which James certainly has 7. So if he draws one of those, he can throw it out there. And I guess start attacking for 4 a turn.
Ren and 6 Emblem, here we go.
All right. Charlotte's Agent now able to actually kill Ren and 6, if that even matters, which I suppose it does. Yep, knock that out of there. Another Charlotte's Agent. Question from the chat: is Cascade mandatory? Cascade is. However, you do not have to cast the spell that you find.
Mm-hmm.
But at least one argument I can think of for actually casting the spells is because if you feel like this Chalice is not leaving play, then drawing Crushing Footballs isn't any good either. So at least they're getting out of the deck, which James has gone through twice already. I believe this is the third one and maybe the last Crushing Footfalls that he'll have to worry about. No, he's going to leave that one in there.
Yeah.
Okay. But still... couple
like
years
the
now.
Decision, yeah, and I like the decision to go ahead and like try to cast the first one. Like, see, like I don't know, people talk about Chalice checking all the time, but just like getting that kind of out of there, still deciding what exactly the game plan was going to be. Maybe looking through your own deck to see if there is a way to get through Chalice as well, and just like kind of reminding yourself, like, oh, maybe there is a time where I will draw a Brazen Borrower and be able to petty theft this back to hand, and then I could kind of go into this Crashing Footfalls. But that was one of the problems that we discussed possibly happening in drawing the Crashing Footfalls, so going to go into Suspend, but then this Fury is going to hopefully start to do chunks of life totals here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real clock now. This is 10 coming across. Marcus is down to 3. I guess a Plane's still, I mean, Leyline Binding's still going to cost 4 mana, and that's it. It's not there. And Blood Moon, despite there being some hiccups along the way and a lot of steps to go through, Blood Moon combined with Charlotte's Agent beats takes it down, and James Newman's up a game.
Very nicely done there to start off for James. And yeah, a lot of it really just coming down to having that Blood Moon and being able to say that, like, sure, it's going to take me a while to do things, but I know that you're not going to be able to do a larger percent of your deck than me, so I might as well just go for it. And it ends up working in James' favor. So with that in mind, let's take a look at some deck lists and see what is potentially going to change about these decks as we go into game number 2.
Well, certainly, I mean, fetching triomes and everything is great, but when you know you're up against Blood Moon, there may be a differing of priority on what lands get fetched out from Marcus Fitzgerald with those 2 islands and 1 plains jumping up a few rungs. Also, white mana on tap for Leyline Binding is going to play a role and be vital. I mean, you'd think I have counter magic, I have Leyline Binding, I'm not going to die to Blood Moon, but it's going to happen sometimes, and we saw it there. And you can see the deck list here: Planeswalkers, couple Omnaths, some Pitchcast Incarnations. Now, do we have any sideboard cards do we have any magical sideboard cards that are good against both Cascade and Blood Moon? Probably not.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like it. It looks like we've got something like those Hallowed Moonlights that we could be bringing in. The
Sure.
Besagers could be helpful in at least making sure that we're able to float some mana to get rid of a Blood Moon if we are anticipating that. We could also just be bringing in things like Dovin's Vetoes to be able to say absolutely not to those things that are kind of
Right.
hosing us.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of options, but it is definitely kind of a little bit of a rough situation if a Blood Moon is able to resolve once again.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and look at James Newman, Temur Rhinos deck. 3 Blood Moons and a 4th one in the board. So no accident that was available there. You can see the rest of the list there. So this is something where, like, okay, it took a while and it looked a little dicey there as far as James being able to finish off the game with a Blood Moon. But if you're really familiar with the deck and the matchup, he may have just known, listen, if I land this Blood Moon and my opponent is stuck without a basic, it doesn't matter how grimy it looks. I'll win eventually. And that is exactly what happened there. So it looks like we're watching thinking, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? But he may have known, my opponent's not going to have very many basics. If I get this into play, nothing else matters. Chalice doesn't matter. And takes it down.
Yeah, very nice heads up play. And I imagine that we would probably be eyeing this 4th Blood Moon as well. This is a pretty hefty sideboard here. 4 Force of Vigor, 4 Mystical Dispute, 4 Endurance. Like, the decisions about what could possibly be wanted seem to be pretty straightforward here, which I am actually kind of inclined to like, as well as that Gemstone Cavern just to be a nice little leg up in some situations as well. We got 1 in the sideboard, 1 in the main. So some interesting decisions here for James, but I think that mostly that Blood Moon going to be a winner and something that you're looking to get this time around. And Marcus is going to try and play around it, I'd bet.
Yeah, I would think. All right, so Triumph on the board, turn 1 here. And yeah, the Arcane Proxy is interesting. I mean, there are some utility cards maybe they can hit, but really it's, 3 mana recast the Footfalls that's already in the graveyard. That's pretty neat. So we'll see also, which would have been relevant this last game. Potentially a 7 mana, 4 power creature with no other text. That would have helped also.
Absolutely true. And Marcus choosing not to go for basics and is just going to continue to kind of play a very similar game plan to the first game, getting enough mana to play this Wrenn and 6 and just get those fetches back from the graveyard. Does also have 4 colors of mana available, so we could be casting some of those enchantments for only 2 mana should we choose.
All right, 4 colors and 2 lands for now, sure, but I'm willing to bet that the next fetch land finds a basic, and probably the one after that too. I'm not going to lose 2 games of Blood Moon in a row. Come on now.
What? People don't enjoy losing to Blood Moon?
I don't think people enjoy losing at all, pretty much. But yeah, certainly they don't like getting locked out of existence.
What an astute observation.
I put these Teferis in my deck to cast them, not to discard them to hand size.
Very, very fair. And Wrenn and 6 ticking up once again, as you mentioned. Basic added to the board for Marcus. So slowly going to try and amass a little bit of a way to fight back against Blood Moon should it come into play this time around. But I don't believe it's in James's hand this time.
Well, is it possible that even as Petty Theft is going to bounce, and how many cards are going to be in? Yeah. So we're going to slow down here because Marcus actually has to discard a card. Scalding Tarn. And James does have a force of negation in hand, so potentially hard casting on whatever planeswalker might attempt to get into play this turn.
Yeah, I actually also just like, even if you didn't have the force of negation, it's a little bit scary there for James. I feel like it almost kind of telegraphs that you don't have the Blood Moon because you're a little bit more worried about something like a Ren and 6 coming into play, but instead just the Brazen Borrower. Nice flash availability to get into play and also start doing some attacking. And considering how much fetching and shocking both of these decks honestly do, already being able to put Marcus to 13 is no slouch here for this fairy.
Yeah, and James Newman here, with the petty theft on the Ren at 6, and then Marcus held up mana. And the Brazen Borrower comes in, and Marcus just passed the turn cycle with his mana unspent. So that's a big win for James Newman. I mean, sometimes bouncing something at, even if a card parity isn't a great play, but when your opponent doesn't redeploy, it really buys you some time here. Now, we'll see if Marcus spends the rest of the mana before untapping, but it looks like no.
Yeah, it's hard. It seems like Marcus is really hoping to just continue to hold up mana to answer something like a Blood Moon with a counterspell if it were to come into play. And as a result, is just kind of going to take a few hits from this Brazen Borrower, unfortunately.
Yeah. Does find a Flooded Strand here. So now able to fetch a Plains. And that is the combination of, probably the white man is more important than blue as far as protecting from Blood Moon that's already in play. But having both means that the fairies are all active. And now there's really no mana worries to fear. And I mean, no guarantee that James Newman even kept the Blood Moons in going second, as they are much more effective going first. Fine. If we see one, I guess we'll find out on Cascade whether they're actually in there or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought process. I have to believe that they're still so powerful that they're probably worth keeping in. But Leyline Binding is going to take out Brazen Borrower here. Save Marcus a little bit of a life total. So we're able to search for potentially that Plains. Yep, going to join those nice John Avon lands on the field.
So not too much going on in the game now. Both players at 12. The onus on James here, I feel, to kind of apply more pressure. Even though his deck, I mean, we're post board. He's probably boarded in his Mystical Disputes, which Marcus can kind of negate just by slow playing for several more turns.
Yeah, and it's got to be really scary to watch your control opponent continue to, even though they haven't redeployed this Ren and 6 that is in their hand, like hit these land drops and still be saying, I'm not feeling safe enough to play this 2-mana spell. Go.
Yeah.
Like, that's just got to be kind of like terrifying as somebody who wants to get the game over quickly or is playing a deck that is a little bit more on the axis of trying to end the game fast.
Okay, well, we're going to have an action here. I wonder if this is just draw 2 with Archmage Charm. Yeah, on second thought, that is what it is. James does has his Crashing Footballs at the top of the screen ticking down. It's down to 2. And is this going to bait something out of James here? It looks like the answer is yes. Force of Negation is going to go after the Archmage's Charm.
In response to that, we will counterspell, to which we'll get Mystical Disputed. So not drawing any cards for Marcus, but getting to go to Marcus's turn. Now we have this Teferi that could potentially just try to come down and be completely undisputed here. But there is another dispute in hand. So speaking of being disputed.
Yeah, nice work here for For James Newman, yeah, Marcus Fitzgerald kind of hoping the path was open at the end step there with the 2 spells cast, but no, the answer is not. That is not the case. And James Newman gets to use 2 Mystical Disputes at a point where they were on the verge of running into trouble of not being effective anymore. Just to fire off both, keep the fairy off the board, and now Marcus is the one that's tapped down aside from 1 land, but it's a Plains, which I guess in his deck is actually represents a lot with Leyline Binding.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting back and forth too, because it felt like from Marcus's standpoint, you're stoked if your opponent is trying to kind of go back and forth and counter your draw spell. And then all of a sudden being like, okay, this has to mean that the door is open. And then James still having something. So James maybe kind of doing a little bit of back and forth mind games there, as we do see that the Blood Moon is still in the deck, or at least 1 copy, as we cascade with a violent outburst into a crushing footfalls, with the other one on the suspend down only to 1.
So what are we thinking about Blood Moon? Now we know there's 3 mana and 1 in the board. Is I wonder if this is a matchup where, okay, maybe you want to play 1 Blood Moon, maybe 2, or are you all in on Blood Moons here? I don't know, but I think you could argue either way.
Yeah, I think it's hard because I think initially I probably would have gone full hard on getting 4 Blood Moons against pretty much any 4-color control deck. But I think that Marcus playing 2 islands, 1 plains, I'm not sure exactly what the norm for this deck is, as it's not a deck that I myself have played a whole lot. Okay. Using an Archmage's Charm to say yoink to one of those Rhinos, give Marcus a little bit of a defensive power there. So it's interesting to see just how many basics this 4-color deck is actually playing, and then trying to make the decision of, is Blood Moon something that I actually think would be useful, as Fury comes in, takes care of that Rhino that Marcus stole from James, and then James is able to get across for some damage here, likely, unless Marcus has something to say about it in a sec.
He does have a Solitude in hand, which is fine, but Solitude and they run at 6. I go back 2 or 3 turns, and I thought Marcus was looking pretty good this game. And now I believe his hand is running 6 and nothing else. So unless there's a good draw here, James is looking primed to do a lot of damage. A counterspell is not going to do it. And let's see. Maybe I misread the hand. Okay, there is Kahira, and that does make the Solitude better. Okay.
Yeah, that
counterspell mana
allows for
up.
trade.
Yeah, nice turn. Taking advantage of the companion. So more than I expected that turn to consist of. And now James still can't feel too bad about his position.
Yeah, quite a few pieces in play, and hoping to likely have something like Petty Theft to at least make the attack a little bit more clear.
Sure.
Or some form of removal spell to kind of have that same effect. Unfortunately, now we've drawn the Blood Moon, which I guess would stop counterspell mana or would eat up a counterspell. So probably the thing that you would like to start with. I'm not sure why we've tapped 6 mana for it, but
James is playing extra
floating.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, because he's going to lose access to.
That makes sense. Okay.
Although if Marcus floated 2 also, then this is still going to get countered. Taking a check to see where the rest of these crushing footfalls are. Still more in there. Let's keep going.
There's got to be. There's no way you take out crashing footfalls, right? Unless you were sideboarding into something different, but they're just hiding out towards the bottom.
All right, so there is the counterspell off floated mana. So it may look like, well, James could have waited and then cast that second main, but James was constrained by the Blood Moon just the same as Marcus was, so that was really the only way to do it.
Yeah.
The attack comes in here, though, and this is still, a pretty solid attack. Marcus is able to make some inroads here, but he's let's see. So Solitude can block, and Marcus will gain 4 because of lifelink, so it'll be 11.
Yeah, and at least trade with a Rhino, which
Mhm.
I think has to be, considering that both players are like completely tapped out. I'm imagining that is the best direction that we could possibly go, and then just trying to eat up as much damage as possible by having Kahira block Fury.
Mhm.
So it ends up with ending up at the same amount of life.
Right. Yeah. So no net there. Oh, no, actually 1 damage to trample over, I guess. Over Kahira. So maybe 1 damage total, and Marcus still facing down a lethal attack next turn.
Yeah, Marcus making the
That's
same
it.
play of knocking the top of the deck before drawing that final card and isn't able to hold it together. The Temur Rhinos player with a slew of counter spells really being the pivot point of that game and allowing for James to lock that one up.
Yeah. That was nicely done there. I do want to acknowledge the chat just because I feel like it's good when there's a rules thing to acknowledge that, yes, they did catch this, that on that last interaction, the Kahira died to the double strike portion of combat, or the first strike portion. So the Rhino they got blocked by Solitude should not have died, as the blocking Solitude had its power reduced before regular damage. So chat, you are correct about that. However, it had obviously very little impact, which is fortunate. And the match is decided in favor of James Newman regardless. Okay, backup match ready to go. James Newman advances to 5-1. Marcus Fitzgerald at 4-2. Who we got for the backup? We got Gabriel Nicholas, and we got Ross Merriam at 5-0. All right. Ross Merriam we saw this morning, expertly piloting Jeskai Breach. And here, turn one Endree is not too bad.
Yeah, usually a pretty good play for the Jeskai Breach deck, and is going to take a look at the card that will be drawn by Gabriel. And it's worth mentioning that Izzet Murktide is actually the most represented deck at this tournament in Louisville today. So for those of you interested as to what the most popular deck of choice was, Gabriel's deck is the most represented.
All right, I'm going to follow up with more questions about the metagame later, but right now, as this game's kicking off and as Endree dies, notable that Ross had a nice start there with throwing Endree. However, Ross, I believe, has 1 card in hand, so I believe this is a mold of 5.
Ooh, I mean, if you get a good start like that, I guess you're kind of hoping that your opponent mold to 5 to get it, but
Sure.
Unfortunate dismantling here from that unholy heat as the Endree goes to the bin, and now this Mox Amber is going to be left a little bit sad and stranded.
Yes, indeed. All right, Ragavan here. There is unholy heat in Ross's hand, so that can be picked off. And he chooses maybe to play around Spell Pierce by waiting until he untaps to cast it. And Gabriel,
so many more cards in hand for Gabriel.
It is a big difference. Yeah, but Ross has more mana in play. He has more permanents in play.
That's true. One of them a mana rock that can't generate mana currently. So
well, I mean, you can't have everything. I mean, just wait a while. It'll get there.
Certainly fair. The Jeskai Breach deck certainly has a way of kind of taking you by surprise, and I'm sure Gabriel has to recognize that as well. As Murktide going to come into play and start to hopefully take out some of this dead silence with some damage.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long. How big are we looking at here? Let's see. Okay, 5/5. Ross actually managed to still be at 20. Really? Well, we're fetching at least once here, but yeah. So 4 swings were required. That's going to take a while. But Gabriel Nicholas now with the clock and more tools in hand. So Ross Merriam, capable player as he is, going to be put to a real test here.
Yeah, we're going to start knocking the top of the deck like we just seen our main match do.
All right, 4 mana. I mean, 4 mana is important because that's how much it costs to play Underworld Breach and Grinding Station.
Mm-hmm. We do have an artifact in hand, but I do unfortunately think that it looks to me like a Mox Amber. Urza Saga,
Okay.
not the worst thing in the world. It's at least a big piece of action, but unfortunately, when the action on your opponent's side is a flying 5/5, you'd maybe hope for something a little different.
Yeah. Dragons are never easy to face. All right, Iteration. That's a real card. See if Ross can get something going here.
As opposed to all of the fake cards that Ross has been playing previously.
Well, I don't know. You said this Mox Amber is pretty worthless. I mean, yeah, it's basically a fake card at this point.
Yeah.
All right, Counterspell's going to pick off the Expressive Iteration. No Delirium yet, so Dragon Chandler can't attack in over the potential construct, which we do see Ross make. I guess, okay, there's a breach. Saga, if Ether Spellbomb is available in the deck still, can reset this Murktide and buy Ross some time, and there we do see that. This isn't over yet.
Yeah, now that we're starting to amass some of these constructs as well, they're also able to do a little bit of damage right back if we choose. I mean, 3 life is a little bit rough, but these constructs wouldn't be able to block this Darcy if it gets flying in a little bit anyway. So,
Right.
I mean, at a certain point, we might as well just be attacking with them. We believe that one of the cards remaining in Ross's hand is another copy of Mox Amber. So does go attacking with the first construct that is not summoning sick, and going to have a fetch in response from Gabriel and see if there is a way to stop this 4/4 artifact creature.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's. I guess there's not an Unholy Heat. Well, at least there's no. It's not.
There's no Delirium for it.
I mean, I guess there could be a speculative and hope you mill over on the Dragon Shadow. It's actually Otawara. So we've seen Otawara play a significant role a couple times today now. That won't help Gabriel win any faster. I guess they'll keep him alive, though. But yeah, Ross being at 3, dead to a number of, well, specifically a lightning bolt.
Expressive Iteration, going to try and see if we can enable yet another flying attacker.
Ross also just dead to Delirium without a bolt, which I don't believe he has, or only he doesn't have it. Okay, so Ether Spellbomb can bounce one of the flying attackers, but not both. So Gabriel Nicholas will be up game 1 here. Let's go ahead and bring out the deck list and see what the players have to work with. So Ross Merriam, Jeskai Breach, we saw him, I believe, round 1 this morning. And if you're interested in hearing some of his thoughts on the deck, or just the way that a very knowledgeable, very experienced player talks about his deck, go back and watch the interview we did after the round. He knows his stuff. So here is the list. Pretty stock at this point. Ross being one of the ones has gotten it to that point.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see which people also are deciding to not play something like Hall of Heliod's Generosity and kind of the movements to and from something like that. And especially like in the Jeskai versions where it was a little more common, still seeing people kind of in this push and pull between whether that is the right call or not.
Okay, yeah. Answers to Murktide Regent. I mean, there is, let's see. Well, I guess just a Fairy Time Rattler. That's an easy way to deal with it. And also a solid card in the matchup. We know of the Ether Spellbomb that can be tutored up. Other than that, you're kind of just dealing with it. I mean, there's a Prismatic Ending. That's not going to deal with Murktide Regent in any reality.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting sideboard. I'm kind of mostly at the point where I'm sure Ross knows this deck much better than I, and it's one thing when you see a deck list and a sideboard that is full of 4-ofs. You're like, okay, it's very clear that like this is a tool that you want in some matchups because it just makes things so much easier. When you're playing so many like 1-ofs like Ross is in the sideboard, I think it gets a lot harder past the few that are with the purpose of being tutored up from Urza's Saga.
Sure. No, it does. As we should move over there. Let's look at Gabriel Nicholas deck list before the players get started for game number 2. But certainly having big chunks, 4-ofs and sideboards. I mean, yeah, it's brute force, and having a bunch of singletons and 2-ofs, it's more elegant. Maybe you're more picking and choosing. Your cards are overlapping. You're making more precise adjustments. Like Ross said, he wanted something for the mirror, so he's playing 1 Drannith Magistrate. He's not overdoing it, but he's got 1 in there, whereas before he had none. So just minor changes here and there. Gabriel Nicholas is a Murktide. So we talked about this Jeskai Breach deck being hard to sideboard against because you can attack it in many different ways.
Mhm.
Dress Down seems like an obvious winner because of the interaction with Urza Saga, which is just very difficult to deal with otherwise, and very easy to deal with Dress Down.
Extremely. And things like Unlicensed Hearse are going to be really good at picking off some of the important pieces of combos that get kind of milled over, as well as just keeping off Delirium so that Unholy Heat isn't able to take out some of your more important creatures that you're trying to deal damage with.
Sure. Okay, let's see how game 2 plays out. Ross Merriam probably hoping to keep more than 5 cards this time. I mean, you're always hoping, right?
Aren't we all? Yeah, I was going to say. Most certainly all of us, as we can take a look at Gabriel's hand as well and see that there is an Unlicensed Hearse in the opening hand here. And Ross mulling to 6, but hopefully a 6 that is going to be able to do quite a bit of good for Ross. We saw that 5 being quite a good start. Unfortunately, just got dismantled by a full 7 keep from Gabriel.
Gabriel Nicholas appears to have quite a few land in hand. So, Ross,
I mean, it's always hard if you are in a sideboard game and you like have a really good sideboard card and then the rest of your hand is just kind of like meh. Like, how do you go about deciding that?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe there is no easy way to do it. You just hope you can ride out the early turns. Hope your opponent doesn't have a good start with something like a Ragavan that connects here. At least it flips over a inconsequential Fiery Islet. Ross with no blue lands in place so far, but it does have a treasure, and that's good enough for a Ledger Shredder to make it in.
I'm gonna search for a land for Gabriel here, and I don't know. Both of these creatures actually got to be quite a nice start for Ross because they are basically the 2 ways that this Jeskai Breach deck is able to say, yeah, if you put in a bunch of hate cards, like here are my things that don't care about your hate cards.
Right, that's true. This is kind of just the even though I was going to describe this is the honest approach from Ross Merriam's deck, but I mean these creatures are pretty busted. But I still think it's a fair description based on what the deck's capable of. Gabriel Nicholas here draws a bauble, has a hearse, so he can at least get on the board with something, but it's not a blocker. Keeps the card on top, it looks like. So maybe no, I'm taking that back. Going to shuffle away, and if hearse is the play and just another turn's going to connect here.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a rough spot for Gabriel actually to be in, and maybe does speak to one of those difficult situations where you are saying, I have this really good sideboard card, but sometimes my opponent is just going to draw Ledger Shredder and Ragavan, and they don't care about Unlicensed Hearse.
Right. Well, if it's hearse, okay. We'll see if that's the case or if it's something potentially better. There's iteration in hand. I don't imagine we're casting that here. It's actually going to be nothing. So maybe there is a removal spell, or maybe there's just the hope of a removal spell on top of the deck. We shall see.
Yeah, something like that, or hopefully a counter spell. But it seems like you would be really scared. It seems like it would be really difficult to hope for a counter spell or have something like that in hand, and then also just be staring down the second chapter of Urza's Saga, where you're just like, oh, well, obviously that's going to be the play that my opponent wants to make. So now I just have to hope for some reason that won't be it. As Ledger Shredder gets flipped over off the top of Gabriel's deck, and Ross goes, oh, that's a good card. So good that I'm playing it too. I'll take another one.
Addressing the chat, yes. Stoneway is correct that the Fiery Islet in the graveyard should not be there. That was hit by Ragavan. So it should actually be an exile. However, this is a time shifted match, so there's nothing we can do about it. Maybe it'll get sorted out at some point. Maybe it won't. Okay, here is the iteration. And yeah, Gabriel is just... It's not enough.
Yeah, it's a awkward case of the blues here where we just kept the wrong type of hand against what Ross is functioning on. It's just a completely different axis right now, and with both of these ledger shredders in play that are just gonna stick around and kind of go for beats in the air, we just don't have a ton of options, and hopefully this Unholy Heat's gonna be able to save a little bit, but it just seems like a rough spot to be in for Gabriel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one Unholy Heat is not close to covering the number of assignments that he has to remove right now. He needs Brotherhood's End maybe or something, except that's going to be, we're too late for that. And it's also almost certainly not boarded in.
Mm-hmm. We need Hour of Devastation.
Yes, that would do. All right, Emery gets picked off. The two ledger shredders both grow. And Gabriel Nicholas has one more turn to do something of relevance.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Unholy Heat not able to do 6 damage because we only had 3 different card types in the graveyard. So forced to just try and pick off Emery and say, hopefully you have to get there with damage. But that damage is amassing at a steady pace here.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we may well be looking at a game 3 here. These players both 5-0. 8 rounds of Swiss today. So likely if the players, whoever wins, may have the option for a double draw, depending on whether they want to play for seeding or they're comfortable being in the mid to bottom half of the top 8.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's a signature on that hollowed fountain, or do you think it says like MP?
Huh. I mean, I'll present a third option. Is it possible that's whatever the unique Grand Prix stamp was for?
Oh, that would
weekend?
be really cool, actually.
Because it is, I mean, Grand Prix stamps, I mean, that's
Are
around the
usually in
right
that spot.
size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that answer. I can't really
mean,
tell what it says.
I have
but
no idea, but maybe is it a butterfly?
I don't know. I thought it kind of looked like an MP or an HP.
Yeah, it could be. If it turns out it's a butterfly, though, I'm going to hold it over you for the rest of your life.
I'll accept it. Because I like your answer the most as well. So I'm honestly okay with it. Darcy has joined the fight and is slightly disadvantaged in it.
Yes. Okay, so we've got Gabriel still at 13, is that right? All right. I didn't think so. I thought it was less than that. All right. So a bolt plus the impending attack is going to finish up that game. And we are going to see a game number 3 between Ross Merriam and Gabriel Nicholas here.
What an interesting way for both of these games to have gone. Like, one was just like an absolutely breakneck start for Ross that just got kind of dismantled, which is something that you would kind of expect for the Izzet Murktide deck to do, because it's playing like on Holy Heats, it's playing Lightning Bolts. So if you just have like one creature to try and hold your deck together, that like is going to be a difficult time. And then it's also playing counter spells to stop you from kind of rebuilding things. And so it just didn't end up going the right way for Ross in game number 1. And then game number 2 is just like, okay, fine. Like, I'll play it your way. I'll play Ragavan. I'll play Ledger Shredder. Like, those are the same cards that Gabriel is playing. So let's go into game number 3 and see how it starts to really shake up and if Ross wins playing fair Magic again.
Okay, so we are underway. Looks like we've got full hand for Ross maybe for the first time in the match. And Gabriel with at least one sideboard in hand with the Mystical Dispute and no plays as of yet. So not on the board early, but that's not a problem.
Okay, so this Spire Bluff Canal also looks like it has a PT stamp. So
Oh.
Ross, and this one definitely looks like a PT stamp to me. So that might just be something that Ross has collected or likes about having on cards, which I can get behind that. I think that's a cool little swag to have to cards.
No, I agree. If you're playing cards that you have come from your own, called exclusive event drafts, that is a very cool way of pimping out a deck.
And a Ragavan, not exactly where you would like to see a Ragavan, coming in on turn number 3 instead of turn number 1, gets Unholy Heated by Ross. And then the follow-up is going to just be get myself enough artifacts that this Emery only costs me 1, but as a result, easily mystically disputed.
All right, a flurry of actions. And then a land after all that. Ball will draw incoming. Gabriel with good stuff in hand too. Express Iteration, Fury, and finding more good things.
Yeah, deciding where we want those iteration cards to go.
Well, Murktide's looking like you're sliding right into play.
Yeah, we didn't even put in an exile. We're playing it.
All right, so how big is this going to be? It looks like 3 instants of sorceries.
Yeah, I agree. The iteration to consider and dispute.
All right, well, let's see. Looking over Ross Merriam's graveyard, we see land, Unholy Heat, Emery, Bauble. So there is Delirium. So another Unholy Heat would be enough to take down this Murktide. And if it's Unholy Heat plus a land to make a construct, well, that's a decent setup for Mr. Merriam here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like that is potentially going to be the play. Just trying to decide what order we want to do things in, and nicely noting that if we play this Ledger Shredder first, we will get to connive. So big heads up play coming there from Ross.
All right, and then adds his 3rd color to the board. Or I guess a 4th color. Is it blue, white, red plus Urza Saga? Is that kind of a color? I mean,
Urza Saga is its own color in Magic.
I mean, it does a lot in this deck.
That's true. I'm kind of sure. I'm kind of in for it. It's colorless mana too,
Yeah,
so
that's a color. I need a petition that Sundering Titan should be allowed to kill Urza Saga because it's its own color.
I feel like that would maybe go a lot crazier in Tron matchups if Sundering Titan could kill colorless generating lands.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's a little unreasonable. All right, Fury takes down Ledger Shredder here, allowing Gabriel to remove Ross's board presence while simultaneously putting a fairly significant clock on the board. But Gabriel's tapped out here, and with a growing graveyard and grinding station in play, there's always the risk of getting just breach comboed out of existence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, either Spellbomb pick up here for Ross off of this Urza Saga. It's an interesting one, but followed up with the Underworld Breach, so we might actually be witnessing what you just mentioned in getting breached out of existence, but we don't have too many cards in our graveyard to start with, but fear not, Grinding Station is in play, so easily able to fix that up. And Ross says, my graveyard is my hand now.
Yeah. So going to iterate through casting and sacrificing baubles. Looking for a Mox potentially. There is a Mox. So now Ross can continue to do the exact same thing, except each time he'll generate a blue mana, and can deplete the deck and then cast Thassa's Oracle with the mana that's being generated.
I don't even think we've seen the Thassa's Oracle yet.
It's
like almost the bottom card of the library, actually.
I mean, maybe he boarded it out. Sure. Possible. All right. But he does find it. And Ross Merriam does pick up this match, advancing to 6-0. And now I mean, now he's a real threat to take down this event.
Yep, indeed. And if you're looking to be a threat as well, hit that follow button. I don't know why that would make you a threat. It sounded kind of cool to say in the moment. So
Yeah,
no.
they need to want to be part of the team, and they should follow us. What?
Well, no. Okay. If
Okay,
you follow
justify.
us,
Explain, please.
okay. I'll justify it after we come back from break. Give a little bit of time for us to reset and get ready to bring you
Give
into
you some
round
time to
number
think of a
7.
good, good explanation for yourself. All right, we'll be back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I am Matt Monty, getting ready to kick off another awesome round of Magic here on the NRG Series. Now, I talked earlier in the day about Zach Allen and his position in this tournament and players that may or may not be rooting for him. So let's talk about our players to watch first, and then I'll get to Zach's position today. So 5-1, Zoe Riederman, Mack Endree, and Zach Allen, all at 5-1. Again, the top 2 players there needed a really great weekend in order to get themselves in the championship. And Zach needed a pretty decent weekend, but was going to likely make it unless some catastrophic events happened. So he's doing a nice job at 5-1. You see Adam Wasburn, Moses, and Connor both at 4-2 down there. And then rounding out the bottom there, 3-3, Will Kruger, Jesse Robkin, and Raja. Not exactly the start to the weekend they had in mind, but they do have tomorrow and the rest of today to grab some of those points. Now, I wanted to talk about the qualified players into our championship already, so you can see what remaining slots we have available here. So there's a Season 3 Showdown winner, which that is whoever wins the event today. There's going to be 2 Season 3 at-large bids, as well as 4 overall at-large bids. So whoever the next 4 highest are overall on the leaderboard. So we'll take a peek at the overall leaderboard. So we talked about Zach Allen, so at 162 points. Now, currently, Zach occupies one of those at-large bids, the final season at-large bids. However, if he was to win this tournament, that would free up an additional slot. So players like Mack Endree, Harrison Fang, Larry Fields, if they're not in the running to win the tournament themselves, I assume that their second pick to win would be Zach Allen, because it would free up a slot for them. So they're kind of waiting around here to see how he finishes. Again, with the win in this round, almost certainly is going to be a lock for top 8 here. Some other quick updates before I jump you down into that round. So if you were watching earlier, Todd Anderson is at 3-3. So his day, unfortunately, with us is pretty much done. But Ross Merriam, you just saw at 6-0. Just drew this round. I just watched him give a handshake. So he's going to be 6-0-2 into the top 8. Again, trying to punch his ticket to our end of the year championship. So with that, we're going to jump right into Zach Allen's match here. I'm going to send you down to Joe and Becky. Looks like we're getting ready to kick off round number 7. We have this round, our 8th and final round, and then the quarterfinals to bring you today. So hang out with them for a little bit, and I'll see you in a bit.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yes, indeed. We're ready to go for round 7, and we have got 4-color control in the hands of Zach Allen, a very capable pilot, and Connor Sloan playing green Tron. Well, welcome to the stream.
And welcome to my explanation of why you should follow and make yourself a threat. Very quick explanation is just that if you are watching the stream and you're somebody who is taking in all of the fantabulous ins and outs, wrongdoings and good doings of the players on the stream, you will make yourself a threat at the next tournament that you go to.
Excellent justification. I am sure you thought of that well after you initially made the statement, but that's how all good conversations go. All right, so we're on the board here. We have a turn 1 relic from the Tron deck, not indicative of a 7-card keep, and indeed it does not look like there are many cards in Connor Sloan's hand.
Yeah, this seems like it is probably a pretty deep mulligan, and
yeah, it looks like a 4.
5. 4, you're right, because we would have drawn a card. Okay, yeah, a little bit rough of a situation to be in. And deciding to just dedicate the relic early, unfortunately, it gets prismatically ended, so we're not even going to have a chance to draw off of it. But luckily for Connor, we do have our second Tron piece. So I don't know, sometimes the top of your deck gets really nice to you when you're playing Tron, and you'll be able to just draw out of it.
Yeah, but you know what's unfair about playing Tron, which both of us are familiar with? You draw what you want exactly as often as everyone else does.
That's
but
true.
you get a lot more grief for drawing like the third Tron land than other people do for drawing, the island that they wanted. It's just as
true.
likely.
That's true. You tell him, Joe.
That's right. All right. So Connor Sloan, short in Urza's mind here. Zach Allen hoping it doesn't come up too soon. Now, something that I want to point out about Connor Sloan's Tron deck is there are a pair of Urza Saga hanging out in this list, which is not something that we see every day. So I guess, are we...
Huh.
It's an Urza land, so it had to go in the deck? Is that just
I was
what
going to
happened?
say, and is also playing a copy of Urza's Factory. So yeah, it's just playing every Urza's land.
Really?
Yeah.
I missed that. You are correct. Wow.
We're just really, really big fan of Urza lands.
5 Urza lands. That's incredible. And we're seeing here a Baseshu that picks off the tower. So that is going to put Connor even further away.
Okay, I have to tell you a little story. So last weekend, Sam and I went to visit Max. And Max was like, "Can we play Magic?" And we were like, "Okay." The same 2 decks we brought are Tron and 4-color Creativity.
Okay.
And they're playing some sideboard games. And Sam goes, "Beseju your Tron land, Ren and 6 it back." And Max, I've never seen Max act more shocked in his life. And I was like, "You've never seen somebody do that before?" And he was like, "No." All of a sudden, everyone stopping playing Tron makes so much more sense.
Max Kahn, former Nerd Rage judge coordinator, now employee of the San Francisco 49ers, clearly straying away from the Magic lifestyle, doesn't even know basic interactions. Be sure to, if you run into Max in your outside life, make sure to let him know that we're unimpressed.
No, we're very impressed. And we had to teach him about the very dark interactions that be, as an Ancient Stirrings is going to be the next play for Connor. Get ourselves a Tron land that would have given us Tron, unfortunately, if we hadn't had our other Tron land, Beseju'd.
Yeah, so there's still hope here, perhaps, for Connor, as obviously the Haymakers and Tron do a lot of work, but Zach Allen establishing mana here, probably feeling fairly comfortable. A deck with, counter spells, Archmage's Charms, Planeswalkers, removal spells. So some of the cards are going to be fairly dead. But counters are good against most of the Tron deck. It's only the Ulamogs that really just slice through that. And, well, Connor is not there yet.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We were kind of talking about how we've seen some people start to go back to copies of Worldbreaker or something like Cityscape Leveler. Cityscape Leveler doesn't take out lands, but it does have a cast trigger. So just trying to see how you're evaluating your threats or changing things up in a plus or minus kind of way. And so far, it seems like this is the matchup where I would want something like a Worldbreaker, but it also is... Modern is such an open format that it's hard to really dedicate a ton of slots to something that you can't worry about that much.
You know what else you might want to have in addition to Worldbreaker? You might want to have a Ulamog, but we don't have those either.
That's true.
So no cast triggers present whatsoever. There is a card here that resolves facing down the Teferi. So that's something. But yeah, traditionally Tron a little ahead of Control, but that is in part due to the cast triggers from the Big Eldrazi. And if we're not playing any of those, there are Urza Sagas, which also get around counter magic pretty effectively, but not quite the same as the Stonebrain is wished up, and then Teferi tucks Card Great Creator away.
Oh, okay.
And
that is Tron.
That is Tron. Okay. Well, that changes things dramatically as far as what Connor's able to do in a turn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now we've got some decisions to make. There's an Ugin the Spirit Dragon in hand, but that seems like it could potentially just be a little bit too clunky on this turn. But we're going to go with something just as big, trying to just create some waves here. And speaking of waves, Subtlety is going to not allow for Karn to come down. So we are going to put that Karn back on top of our library, keep our other Karn lower, and dismember the subtlety so that we don't have to worry about our life total taking any hits.
Okay.
You
Well,
seemed like upset by that play. What's up, Joe?
No, I didn't have any
Okay.
problem with the play. Keeping the board clear. I mean, protecting the future planeswalkers is fine. This is, not letting. I mean, Connor didn't have any choice in the matter. But Zach Allen starting to draw cards from Teferi is, I mean, when you untap with Teferi, it's like untapping with Jace. It's the things get worse quickly.
Yeah. That is certainly how I feel about it as well, as we're going to draw a card from that Teferi, Omnath in hand. It looks like Zach separating some lands to cast that big, giant, multi-fisted green ooze onto the battlefield.
Oh boy, I think Zach Allen was in trouble, and now I don't. If he finds Ren in 6, and he's got the Boseiju, which is discounted by Omnath, even though he wouldn't even need it to be necessarily.
Do we have a fetch land? Of course we do. Why wouldn't we?
And, well, this is bad. I mean, I guess it's good for Connor that this Karn's going to get shuffled off the top of the deck since he no longer can cast it anyway. However, Zach Allen, if by waiting until the draw step here, would force Connor to redraw that, which is a blank. And then, yeah, he's gonna fire it off right now, which, I mean, that's fair. Actually, I take it back. He doesn't have a choice because his floating mana, he doesn't have untapped land.
Yeah.
Well, no, he does. Once he untaps from Teferi. Either way, this is fine. It's looking good. Wipes out the Tron. And unless Connor can just redraw a piece here.
Redraw a piece and then fade a counterspell to cast Ugin. Yeah. Unfortunately, none of those look to be the missing Tron land that we would need to be able to do that. And instead, it's an Urza Saga. I think the door is kind of slammed shut on that last turn that Zach Allen had.
Mm-hmm. So here's the summary. So I was thinking to myself, I don't know if I would show off the Urza Saga since it's not a card that's, ubiquitous in Tron decks. However, getting to look at your opponent's deck may be worth that because the Stonebrain resolving here, I mean, sure, you gave away you had Stonebrain, but you get to see everything they've got. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to say that same kind of thought process pre-sideboard games. Or at least it hurts a little bit more as Stonebrain's going to be able to take out Boseiju, and then we don't have to worry about Ren and 6 Boseiju wreaking havoc on every single one of our lands, though I am a little concerned that it might be too little too late, as usually anytime Boseiju takes out 2 of your lands, that's enough for you to be a little bit too far behind as the Tron player.
Yeah, and it's not like Zach Allen is just Boseijuing and then passing. There are all kinds of things going on inside the board. Multiple planeswalkers. Yeah, granted, he has a lot of land in hand. Zach Allen's hand isn't great, but his board is very good. And that's probably more than Connor Sloan's. What are we even hoping for here? I guess drawing a Tron. I mean, in 2 turns, we can tutor up Expedition Map and then complete Tron. That feels like forever away.
I think that we're still just hoping to draw a Tron land off the top of our library, cast Ugin -5.
Yeah. And I suppose that's actually live right now to put Connor back in the game. As impossible as that seems. No, I take that back. Zach Allen's
the Archmage's Charm in hand said otherwise.
Yeah.
But to Connor, that is a potential out in this game. Even if we drew another Ancient Stirrings, it feels like that is a way to try and find that. Scrying would do it as well, but Zach Allen just saying, I'm deploying everything to the board. These elementals are going to be pumped by Kahira. I'm trying to get this done this turn.
Yeah, and well, okay, a Chub Block attempted. Archmage Charm will grab the construct, and Zach Allen pick up game 1. So Connor Sloan losing on a multi 4, nothing to be ashamed about. Even though Tron does mulligan more than the average deck, you have to be realistic. And yeah, losing on 4 cards. What needs to concentrate on right now is winning game 2 on the play.
Mhm.
So let's take a look at the sideboards and see what Connor is going to gain and what he has to face down.
Ooh, all right. So it's always, I mean, Joe and I have talked about it a lot, and us both being Tron players ourselves, always interested to look at what other people are kind of get into their minds, look at what their sideboards are, and see kind of where their thought process is going. And seeing just everything kind of being dedicated towards the Karn Wishboard, save for 2 Veil of Summer, 3 Beseiju, is kind of, it's interesting to see. But going hard on the Beseijus, considering that we
Yeah.
have 1 main board, 3 in the sideboard.
No, it's a lot of Beseiju. Yeah, Veil of Summers definitely could prove effective here. And yeah, that looks like about it for the boarding. And there's cards to cut. Workman Whale is not an all-star here. And you know what? Connor just looked at Zach Allen's entire deck. Why don't we do the same? And then we can make some guesses on what's going to happen. So we see here, Zach Allen is a Kahira deck, so there's no Ragavan, things like that. So we have Warping Whale, no creatures to kill, not many sorceries to counter, probably an easy cut.
Yeah, and this is interesting because I believe last month Zach Allen actually was just playing blue-white control, so has made the swap to 4-color control, and thus kind of playing a little bit of a different game plan, but still widely the same. And I would say that I feel like I see mostly Zach Allen playing control decks, so still staying in the same vein of that strength, but trying to diversify just a little bit. And a lot of this sideboard maybe not going to be exactly what you would want, but there's a few things that are going to be a little bit helpful. Something like just even an extra force and negation to make sure that you're not going to be put in a situation where a possible out is drawing the Tron land to Ugin -5.
Sure. Yeah, and Beseiju Red and 6 recursion is really the primary interaction here for Zach Allen against the lands. There's not anything else. And, that's effective as we saw in game 1, but it doesn't allow a lot of leeway. Like you have to draw the Beseiju, or the Red 6 isn't going to do anything by itself. And there is a Beseiju in Zach Allen's hand.
Yep, that's going to be a little bit scary. Card to the bottom for Connor, so 1 mulligan, but this start looks a little bit more reliable for typical Tron. So starting off with that tower, following it up with a chromatic sphere, likely ends up being something that would go to a Sylvan Scrying if it wasn't being prismatically ended.
Yeah, and this is one of the interactions why I felt like Tron fell down. Not just me. I mean, I think it's obvious to a lot of people that your chromatics or your expedition maps on turn 1, even going first, no longer being safe, prismatic ending, being able to pick them off is a real blow towards the development of the deck. Because you rely on those functioning, and we see the map get picked off too.
The map got picked off, even though we played a second copy of the same Urza's land.
Yeah.
Is that
so
Trinisphere?
I was gonna vote for it being Oblivion Stone, but
that would make more sense. Okay. So admittedly, I'm very good with a lot of alternate arts.
you are.
This one
Is the one we'll have to remember.
Yeah, exactly. This is the one that you can all hold over my head for forever, because I am admittedly not very good at the artifacts from Kaladesh.
All right. Passes are from Connor. That is the Urza's Factory in play. So I wonder if Zach Allen
It's also
double taked on that one. I would have.
And it's also worth noting that actually looking at Connor's sideboard and deck is not playing Trinisphere at all.
Okay. That's an unusual exclusion from the deck, as it does fairly useful in several matchups. But Stonebrain does some of the same things and,
Mhm.
and breaking up some combo decks. And
Allen
we
showing
see
off.
here, yeah, I
Shiny
mean, just these
cards.
2 prismatic endings. Yeah, there is the potential argument that Connor could have, if the 3rd land drop was already in hand, that you wait for turn 3 and play map and break it so you can break it right away and not lose it
Mhm.
to prismatic ending. Now, if
Yeah.
the 3rd land's not there, then sure, maybe don't do that. Even Ancient Stirrings will not be allowed to resolve.
I think, yeah, taking a look at Zach Allen's hand, it's like mono counter spells.
Well, mono counter spells is pretty good against an Ulamogulus Tron deck. Although, I mean, Connor, obviously, it's slightly, it's not built the way that Becky, that you and I would have built it, but Connor is 5-1, so that's nothing to dismiss here. Obviously, it's working.
Yeah. No, and it's like, it just kind of speaks to the base power of the idea of Tron, which is
Right.
ramp a lot, play a big spell. And like Connor's deck is playing something like Urza's Saga that's going to kind of help out and make a lot of those other artifacts that get played along the way a lot less bad. And so I actually kind of like the idea of, if I don't kind of get to do my normal game plan, I have like a little bit of a backup plan that's not quite as bad as like ours, which is usually Thragtusk.
Sure. Yeah. Can we talk about the fact that Connor played a second Oblivion Stone and Zach Allen, which playing a second Oblivion Stone is not great in the first place. And then Zach Allen actually blew one of them up with a Wear Tear, which also seems rather unnecessary. But I mean, if you got the cards and you're going to do it and you want to spend them, you might as well.
Oh.
And then Boseiju takes out a Tri-Land here, actually giving Connor green mana, which he did not have before this.
Zach Allen maybe not worried about it, considering that Ren and 6 is just going to get Boseiju back and is saying, you're never going to have the mana to do much of anything anyway, so...
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Here is a scrying. And Zach Allen may just be like, hey, listen, I'm just going to curious how many forests in your deck, so I'm going to blow up Tron lands until you run out of them.
I would like to demonstrate a loop. Not a real loop, but I'm going to do this every single turn.
I mean, maybe we shouldn't even say Tron lands. Maybe we should just say Urza lands, because maybe Zach Allen will kill the factory.
Honestly, at some point, yeah. We stay in this game long enough. I think actually at that point, we ultimate this to fair and we just start exiling, so then we don't even need the Boseiju.
Yeah. Well, maybe by the time this Teferi gets around the ultimate, maybe there's just going to be forests left for Connor. That's it.
Only 3 in the deck, so we're going to start running out pretty quickly here.
Yeah. Zach Allen just merrily upping the Planeswalkers, seeing the ultimates on the horizon, seeing Connor being flooded with forests despite having actually drawn none in the game.
Go ahead.
Takes out the Oblivion Stone. All right. That does preserve the Planeswalkers.
Sure. And then, once again, continues to just be able to say, merrily, I'll get back this Boseiju with Ren and 6.
Right. With just no fear. There's no reason to have any fear with only one... I can't correct myself. Not one Urza land in play, but one of the the Tron-ish traditional lands in play. So there's no threat to Connor doing anything crazy on the next turn. And here is 4 mana and a Karn Great Creator meeting a subtlety. So now Zach Allen has a clock and just knew his Planeswalkers and his recurring Boseiju.
Which is kind of nice. Like, if this had been a Wormcoil engine that like actually got to stick, that would potentially be a little bit scary. But yeah, saying that there's just so many counter spells in Zach Allen's hand, the options are running thin for Connor, certainly.
Yeah. And we just saw the Boseiju didn't even leave the graveyard. Zach Allen's just like, I'm rolling up Ren 6. I'm going to tap 2 land, throw your power plant in the graveyard. And Connor's like, okay. Probably not going to recover this one.
Yep. Continuing to just tick these Planeswalkers up, and Connor slowly losing a way to come back into this, but going to go ahead and continue to try to
Hey, there we go.
Something together.
Veil of Summer to protect Karn Great Creator. Eat it,
All
Zach
right.
Allen. This is working. Zach Allen will probably be okay. But, Card Great Creator is in play here for Connor Sloan. So yeah, he's not leaving the future match area without actually making some inroads into at least accomplishing, some good things here. Next turn, Zach Allen able to Ultimate Teferi Hero. However, the graveyard is now gone. So yeah, running 6, no more Boseijus for you. You'll have to find some other way to destroy my land. Zach Allen's like, okay.
I will. And here it is. Teferi emblem, for those of you unfamiliar. It says whenever you draw a card, you exile a permanent.
Yeah.
It maybe says opponent control. I don't know. I usually scoop up my cards when that comes into play, and it looks like Connor of the same mindset. Unfortunately, only able to assemble Tron once across those 2 games and not able to take down the 4-color menace that is still in Modern from Zach Allen.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that just didn't go well for Connor. And Zach Allen, played well, had an end game in sight. Just rolled up those planeswalkers patiently, picked off a few lands, countered a few spells, and got what he wanted, and is looking very strong. I mean, 6-1, already very high on the leaderboard. I'm told we have an interview upcoming, so let's go ahead and pop the leaderboard up so we can see precisely where. I assume Zach Allen is who we're going to be speaking to. So let's go ahead and look at the leaderboard and identify his position there. You can see with a sizable lead for an overall invite, and there are 4 invites that are going to go out. So as it currently stands, Adam Wassermoses, Zoe Riederman, Will Kruger, and Raja Szylman, or one of the other players behind them, would all have to pass Zach Allen. That seems like a stretch. Alternatively, if we look at the Season 3 leaderboard, he is in second place here out of 2 potential invites. So we'd have to get passed by 1 person here, 4 people on the other list, and he's 6-1. It's looking pretty good.
It is looking pretty good there for Zach Allen across multiple leaderboards, and he is sitting down to have a little bit of a chat with us about deck choices, as well as some other things that we might love to hear about, plans that are brewing for the championship that is potentially on the horizon here for Zach Allen.
All right, well, let's bring him in. Zach Allen, well, things are looking good for you so far.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pretty good event so far.
Yeah. Okay. So you took down our beloved Tron deck there. So when you see that's the matchup, are you focused on, like, is Boseiju running 6 kind of the attack plan you're going for, or are there kind of that's just how it ended up this time?
So there are 2 plans you want with my deck against Tron. Firstly, Prismatic Ending on 1 is way more damaging for Tron in a lot of hands than people would think. So you can't keep a hand that doesn't have Boseiju or Prismatic Ending, basically. And the Prismatic Ending has to be on 1. You can't be, like, drawing to it.
Right.
But other than that, yeah, I mean, the entire game plan is just stall, stay alive until you can assemble Boseiju running 6, and that combo beats Tron very well.
Sure. All right, so you're looking pretty well positioned to get a spot in the championship.
Yeah, it's been a really good season for me. I have had a lot of, I guess, tough events, I would say, where I lost a lot of win-ins, but then I also kind of like those were frustrating, but then I kind of made up for it by getting really lucky in the events where I did actually do good. I went far in the playoff bracket, so I got extra points, and I think that's what's carrying me now.
Okay, so you played in 1 Star City Championship, correct?
I did, yeah, just 1.
Okay, so that was a few years ago. Is there anything you think that you learned from that experience? Because this is not dissimilar.
No, it's not.
So is there anything you learned from preparing for that event that you might take into account for preparing for this time around?
Small field events are very different than large events. Deck like tier rankings don't exist in them, in my opinion. It is just your matchups. There are only 16 people there, 15 other decks, right? Maybe it's bigger, whatever, but very small field. So like you could be playing a tier 1 deck I don't know, maybe Izzet Murktide in Modern and have only bad matchups in the field. So knowing like what type of decks people are likely to bring is very valuable. And outside of that, it's really just the playing and pressure situations. One of the things that was really stunning to me about the last Star City Games Championship that I played in was just how physically exhausted I was at the end of every day. And like, you know, like you don't think about getting that tired by just like thinking about Magic all day. Like I'm not physically doing anything most of the day, but it's really, really mentally draining. And I think just like doing things to prepare yourself for that drain is going to be really important for the event.
Do you have any plans in particular already thought up for that? And are you willing to kind of share those secrets with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So firstly, just staying hydrated, which like you hear it every single time someone's talking about Magic or like play a tournament, stay hydrated, right? But it is like, you know, people say it, but then you actually just have to do it. So I bought some like hydration tablet supplement things so that I could just pop them in a water, and it's like a Gatorade and you just stay hydrated. Other than that, like eating at regular like intervals where you would normally eat is important. It's usually hard to eat during a Magic tournament. So I know it sounds kind of lame, but like preparing a bag of snacks that you put in your bag is like way more important for the event than it sounds like, I think.
All right. So we've got one more round today. So, okay, I'll ask you a question that this is going to apply to anybody who is, you know, whether you're trying to win RCQ or, a pro tour. So we're heading into the last round of the Swiss, and you have the option, if you can draw safely into, let's just hypothetically say 6th place.
Yep.
Or you can potentially play the last round to try and get a high seed. Are you drawing every time? Are you playing in some scenarios?
It's actually been weird for me this year. I normally would be inclined to draw, just take my top 8, go. But 3 different times this year, I've been in this spot and have chosen to play. Although every time I did that was with a different deck. And I think it really depends on the format. Like I did it with Blue-Red Murktide in a situation because that deck is just so much better on the play than it is on the draw. And I've done it in Pioneer, but yeah, for the most part, if you are like risking falling out of top 8 to try and like gain a little bit extra in top 8, it's just not worth it. Like you'd rather just lock up the top 8 slot, get to play your match, and you know, even if you're on the draw, you don't lose. Like it's not like you can totally win that game. So don't cost yourself a top 8. Take the safe entrance into the final knockout rounds and go from there.
Sure. All right, Zach Allen, thanks for your thoughts and good luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I think it's very likely that we'll see you in January.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully we'll see you there.
Okay, so the words of Zach Allen, maybe the MVP this year for No Rage Gaming, almost certainly a member of the championship in January. So we do have a backup match this round, so we're going to go ahead and get that rolling now. So let's bring it out. Yeah, another match playing for top 8 potentially. Let's get it started.
All right. Azorius Hammer versus 5 color elementals. Oh, okay. This is kind of interesting. I feel like we did see like a lot of elementals deck lists. When I say like a while back, I mean like a year ago, so not really like a while back, but it was like kind of really popular, and it was a really popular like aggressive deck for a little while. But it is kind of hard to have like, I mean, 5 color zoo has kind of struggled with this for a long time as well. It is really difficult to have an aggressive deck when most of your lands are basically tap lands.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. No, you're right though. And we had Rob Hayes that won 2 NRG Modern events in a row with elementals back approximately a year ago. And then, yeah, I haven't seen much of it. So we are seeing now a time shifted match, a little bit accelerated here. And Leyline Binding takes out Sigarda's Aid. Kind of a key card towards enabling fast starts for Dominic Palercio and the Hammer deck. I actually didn't realize that Sigarda's Aid was on the board at first. And I just saw the Ornithopter. I was like, there's no way this Leyline Binding is hitting an Ornithopter, right? But in fact, it was not.
No, the Ornithopter, far too scary. Must get rid of it as Voice of Resurgence, a card that I feel like I haven't seen in a long time. And even the decks that we were seeing that were elementals themed, that were played a year ago, weren't really playing Voice of Resurgence.
Right. Yeah. But we see it here. It would have been, I mean, would have been a decent card to have against Zach Allen last round. Here against the Hammer deck, I guess you chump block twice. That's something.
Yeah, certainly not the worst. And if you're looking for something that is going to be holding down the fort, okay. This one I'm not super familiar with. I know that it's a shapeshifter, something Mariner.
It is Unsettled Mariner. Good job.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, of all the things to know about the card, the creature type, Becky Bell, you nailed that one. Unsettled Mariner. Yep. Is technically an elemental along with everything else.
I also have only seen it in the humans deck, so I'm gonna be honest, it was not even on my radar to be a card that would be played by Derek Davis.
But it is in here, and it taxing effect to target Derek Davis's stuff, which also Dominic isn't going to care too much about. But he is going to care about is equipping the Colossus Hammer Shadow Spear combo that he's got in play now. And, well, Pure Steel Paladin, that's going to do that. And, all right, this is at the least going to be a sizable life swing.
Yep, this will potentially be a little bit spooky, as Dominic says, I would like to attach here and here. And Derek says, okay, and add some more artifacts to the board. Try to hit for as much as possible. And Derek says, all right, how much is it going to be?
It's a lot. There's even a Nexus that can animate as well. So if there's no Solitude, which there probably isn't, is it would have hit Pure Steel, at least in response to one equip maybe. And there's a jump block from Voice of Resurgence to save 2 life.
Yeah, unfortunately, the chump block hurts a lot more when a Shadow Spear gives trample as well. But I guess we'll take what we can get.
Do we even call it a chump block? And a chump block in my mind is usually it absorbs all the damage. So yeah, maybe I erred in even referring to it as that. That was just a speed
I was
bump.
gonna say, yeah, but I feel like chump block fits better with I guess I just have to save some life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, normally you're playing it. You get attacked by, I don't know how much power that was, something like 15. You chump blocking, you absorb 2, you take 13. Oh, that's a bad deal. Anyway, that game's over with. Dominic Flercio up game 1. We're gonna look at the deck list real quick and then move right into the remaining games.
Whoa, okay. This is okay. So now that we're seeing the Harbinger as well, like this is really throwing back to some old Elementals deck lists. And on top of that, like most people have kind of just done Risen Reef because they were like, well, at least this gets me like a ton of value. And then we were kind of seeing Flamekin Harbinger as like a 1 or a 2 of, but a full 4 of here. So going hard on that creature and just trying to be, I guess it seems like as aggressive as possible. And then on top of that, just the elemental incarnations are just very good. And so playing the suite of those. Interesting to see Orvar, the all form.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
That's a really cool card to see here. I can't imagine that it's going to be something that we see in this matchup.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Probably just going to go for the Engineered Explosives and for Foundation Breaker.
Yeah, exactly. Eloquently put. All right, let's go look at Dominic Flercio's deck real quick. Hammer deck, couple Spell Pierce, the main deck, couple Blacksmith Skill, and the one of Gingerroot that seems to be in every single list. That card, Gingerroot, must be, I don't even know what commonality it is. It's probably a common, right?
It's a common.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
I love it. I think it's such a cool card.
Yeah, it is pretty neat. All right, so Spell Pierce, no good. Mana Leak, maybe. Still not exciting.
Yeah, March of Otherworldly Light, may
Lavinia?
Again. This is hard.
Stops free cast. Incarnations. So there's some work you could do there. Yeah, it's not
skill probably worth something.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and roll game number 2. See if Derek Davis can battle back from being down a game here.
It looks like Dominic kept a hand pretty readily. And Derek saying, Misty, go. 5 colors means that I've got to be here just playing lands for quite some time. Esper Sentinel, maybe not as phenomenal against this deck that is playing so many creatures as it would normally be.
Right. No, it's almost unlikely to do much at all, is it? I mean, there's Leyline Binding and Ephemerate, and that'd be it. Also, 4 Ephemerates in this deck. I feel like that's something that we don't see in numbers
Mm-mm.
the way we did a year ago.
Yeah, I feel like everyone started with Ephemerate, and then everyone was like, "Oh, cards like Feign Death kind of do the same thing."
Sure.
And then now we have Recto Scam.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that's true. I mean, it's still Pitchcast Incarnations. Recto Scam is really just 2 color elementals, right? They
Mhm.
named the deck wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true. I actually quite like the name Recto Scam. I think
Okay.
that is like a going back to like naming decks kind of more quote unquote fun things. Getting scammed by Recto Scam is not fun, so that's why I put it in quotes.
All right, 2 Esper Sentinels. Well, so now if Derek Davis wants to go for an Ephemerate beating, he'll just have to pay 2 mana instead of 1 to still let Dominic gain no advantage. We'll see. As Dominic is filling with one of his sleeves, he seems unsatisfied with. Looks like a Giver of Runes, but the priority is to get Esper Sentinels on the board. What is Derek going to find to do here?
Yeah, this is awkward. I believe that we have all colors, so we could do something like ley line binding, but instead the game plan is going to be Solitude Ephemerate. So a very kind of old game plan compared to what people have started to do now, but every once in a while you'll still see somebody rock the old school Solitude Ephemerate, keep my solitude in play because of that ability.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot more with, I mean, Fury makes a better attacker in this matchup.
Mhm.
In fact, we used to see it happen on turn 1. Even with nothing to kill, Rob Hayes would do that basically every single game and get away with it a good amount of time. So here Solitude comes in, picks off 2, I mean, pretty worthless creatures. I mean, it's something, obviously, and you're generating an attacker that just swings 6 points of life when it connects with the other player. But those 2 Esper Sentinels weren't doing a lot. Now, Omnath is capable of doing a lot. And Dominic, I guess, down 2 Esper Sentinels, this Nettlecyst is a lot less impressive than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, very true. Ooh, okay. And then on top of our fetch shock of the Sacred Foundry, the extra 4 mana that we get from Omnath allows for us to cast this Fury, attack for even more. And actually getting a lot of life is pretty big against the deck that is really trying to punish you for playing fetch lands in this hammer deck.
Yeah, no, we are definitely this is very different from the last game.
Absolutely. And
here's a Colossus Hammer, and yeah, what Nexus maybe can one shot, but other than that, Derek Davis is getting enough life that even 2 hammers on a creature is unlikely to do enough to kill Derek after another land drop.
Yeah, and if Nexus is going to be the game plan, we really are going to have a Sicardo's Aid, which Dominic could be holding on to try and just make sure that like the shields are down as much as possible. But this EE is going to really change that here as Flamekin Harbinger comes into play, and we're going to be able to search for an elemental.
Yeah, this is really showing your opponent up. Like, listen, all right, I'm going to play explosives that kills all 1-drops. Then I'm going to play my 1-drop because I just don't care. And Solitude is going to move to the top of the deck for Derek Davis. Looking good on every measurable angle. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and go to game 3.
An intense game number 2, and really getting to see the strength of both of those decks there, and probably not the start that Dominic Palercio would have wanted either. I can understand against like a lot of the other 4-color like control elemental decks, still considering Esper Sentinel to be something that's going to just draw you so many cards, and that could have been why Dominic kept that hand just off the strength of something like that. But that didn't end up exactly coming through there, and in the end, it was something to be easily dismantled by this 5-color elemental tribal deck.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it brought the tools that time. Ephemerate on Solitude followed by Fury just kind of crushed the entire board.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Those are 2 cards that is usually pretty scary for something like that hammer deck. If it doesn't have a hammer in play, that it is free to move around to kind of try to keep things safe, then that is certainly going to be a difficult way for them to try to push through. So let's see who wins this one. I'm intrigued after those first 2 games.
All right, I definitely, if I had to bet, I would bet on elementals. I like the
Ooh,
interactions
okay.
here. All right, let's see what happens. If you have opinions in chat, let us hear them.
If you have opinions, you should hit the follow button. And I know that is every single one of you.
That's true. Cigar just aided to play for Dominic Palercio. So good start. There's a Saga. Okay. I don't have a good eye on the players' hands. They look substantial enough that no one mauled to death this game. All right, a couple votes agreeing with me. Elementals is favored. Excellent. I'm not going to look at any more. As far as I'm concerned, 100% of the people agreed with me.
Joe validated. Take it. All right, I guess I have to start rooting for Dominic then. I gotta keep the field varied.
Yeah, I mean, it's not against the rules to agree with me either. You could do that.
That's fair enough. As Cavern of Souls is gonna make Flamekin Harbinger uncounterable and allow for us to get a foundation breaker for Derrick Davis.
Nice. Okay, that will allow disenchant effect on. It'll be interesting to see whether Derrick chooses the Sigurd Aid or the Urza Saga as actually a target as well, or maybe we'll see an ephemerate and hit both.
That would be intense. As Stoneforge Mystic gonna come down. We have 1 mana, so this could be a place where we just go for a Colossus Hammer and try to suit up ASAP.
Yeah, maybe so. In the face of the, I guess doing it into the foundation breaker isn't even that bad because it already has a ton of targets.
Mm-hmm. Oh, on foundation breaker, not even going to be the call here. Going to go for Risen Reef.
All right, well, Risen Reef is a great way for these incarnations to just generate a ton of card advantage going along.
Oh, yeah.
Or even just to break even on the pitch cast and elementals. That's good as it is. So Hallowed Fountain revealed there and goes into play. So that actually enables Derrick to have 5 mana next turn, which is great for hard casting Solitude or Fury if he doesn't pitch cast them before then.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like before Urza Saga goes away, we're not going to be making a creature. We're simply going to be using it to activate Stoneforge Mystic and bring out Cauldron Complete.
All right, well, it's a good place to be. There's a hammer, and we know there's another hammer in hand. Well, Derrick Davis is going to need some interaction here. He might need a Solitude to avoid dying.
I have to imagine that we make the play of this Risen Reef on the assumption that we have something like a Fury or a Solitude and that we're going to get that extra value from playing that for a pitch cast this turn. That would be my guess.
Let's see. Okay. Block attempted. This is what? 15 coming across. So a block allows a Shockland still to function. Here's a hammer. Well, if Derrick has nothing, it's over, but he doesn't have nothing. He's got a Solitude. And, well, Dominic's going to gain a lot of life. Derrick's going to draw a card off, or I guess, draw a card off Shivan Reef. Risen Reef.
Creature decks like this they warm my heart.
I mean, it is...
Maybe it's just Risen Reef. I don't know.
It's a creature deck, sure, but, I mean, there's still a lot of nice stuff going on here. These elemental, these pitch incarnation elementals.
True. They don't really feel like
those
creatures
are
most of the time,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, Derrick just played Swords of Plowshares without spending any mana.
That's true. All right, Risen Reef number 2 gonna come in, and Foundation Breaker is now gonna make an appearance.
Nice. Picks off Saga. Hits twice more on the Reef. Cigar's Aid does stay in play, and Risen Reef's like, okay, we're getting in there.
Whoa, okay, that's a feisty little Risen Reef.
Can't stomach Dominic being at more than 30 life. We'll take a chunk out of it.
It's a 31. Oh my goodness. Wow. All right. What a game we have on our hands. This is a game 3.
Okay, there's a Pure Steel Paladin. That's
spooky.
That's dangerous. That's a lethal attack if uncontested here.
Yeah, and we have to imagine that the card that we were just moving to the front, is a removal spell to make sure that that is not going to be the case. And sure enough, Derrick Davis has another copy of Solitude here.
So how's the timing going to work here? This is
okay.
Pure Steel goes down. So I assume something's getting equipped here. Yep, there we go. Caldra on Stoneforge. All right, so that's now very difficult to deal with. However, it's not so bad. 6 damage a turn.
Very true. EE for 1 certainly would put a stop to these Colossus Hammers and the Aid. Oh my gosh, do we have another copy of Solitude?
Oh, the third. And 2 spell piercing hammer for Dominic Flaherty. Okay, well.
Wow.
Derrick Davis is going to pick up this match. And Dominic Flaherty, whether that was sideboarded incorrectly or just unfortunate in drawing the only 2 spell piercing in the deck.
No, I really feel like looking at the sideboards from these 2 decks that Dominic just like had a feeling that it was a little bit closer to the more control strategies that we see of a lot of these decks with the elementals, and then just like maybe didn't make some adaptations along the way.
Perhaps, yeah. And either way, Derrick Davis will pick that one up and advance to 6-1. Becky, is something just occurred to you? We're going to take a break. As long as you can survive being attacked by 24 Pikachu in the next 5 minutes, we'll be back and hear it in the near future. This is New Rage Gaming. We'll be back for round 8 momentarily.
Good evening, folks. Welcome back to round number 8 here in Louisville, Kentucky. I am Matt Bamonte, and so I want to talk a little bit about the standings, and I'll pull them up on my screen too, so you guys can kind of understand where we're at in the tournament. Now, it looks like right in front of me here, table 1, 2, and 3 all drew. So those 6 players should be into the top 8. Now, there's some funky stuff with tiebreakers. What I'm going to tell you is that player number 1 through 11, are all 6-1 or better. Now, the top 2 players, Ross Merriam and Nathan Kainst, who were 6-0, took a draw last round, so they're going to be 6-0-2. So those 2 are definitely in. Now, from 3rd all the way down to 11th, those players are all 6-1. Okay, so win and ins likely for those players. And as I mentioned, tables 1 through 3 all drew. And then Zoe Riederman is actually on table 4. Now, she is playing against Derrick Davis in what would appear to be a win and in as well. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to the prize slide just so everybody knows kind of what we're playing for today as some of these matches start to shake out. So first place today, $3,600, 40 points on our leaderboard. That little championship trophy, that means that you are into the NRG Series Championship, which is going to be in January, which I'll get to that in just a moment as well. First and second place also get bids to the RC, as you can tell by that little Planeswalker symbol there. Bunch of points, bunch of money on the line. And so let's talk about our players to watch here. And then I want to talk to you just a little bit about our championship as well, the dates of it, so you can tune in to watch it, okay? So at 6-1, as I mentioned, Zoe Riederman, Mack, Endree, and Zach Allen, all at 6-1. They needed to have great days, and boy, did they. 5-2, Adam Wasburn Moses, and then down at 4-3, so playing for a little bit of points, because again, every point matters, especially going into tomorrow. Connor, Will, Jesse, and Raja all at 4-3, and Raja, pretty impressive. He started 0-2 and battled back. That's not easy to do, especially when you're getting chased down by a bunch of these great players. So good for him to battle back to 4-3, possibly at 5-3 to make up some points on the weekend. So let's talk about the championship. So you guys can have the dates at home so you can mark it on your calendar. So let's bring up the dates for the championship. So again, it's going to be January 14th, 15th. There is an awesome article describing all this. There's this cool little breakdown as far as the stages 1 through 4 go. It looks complicated, but I promise you, I'm a simpleton, and I still figured it out with the help of a slide and an article, which is, again, on nerdragegaming.com. So I definitely would say check that out. It also has upcoming dates for our next year series, so next year's dates are on there as far as what we have planned and things like that. So if you want to get a chance to come out here, definitely check out our website. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let Joe and Becky take you down to our final round of Swiss. Remember, we are going to have the quarterfinals here live tonight as well. So stick around with us, but I'm going to send it down to Joe and Becky for round number 8 right now.
All right. We are getting underway here. Round 8. Thanks for being with us. We got Richard Adams versus Douglas Bailey. And then the backup match, we have Mack Endree versus Gabriel Nicholas. So some players playing for prize money, for points, for the honor and respect of winning a camera match. Let's see who's going to take this one down. We've got Hammer versus 4-color control. And we're leading on Giver of Runes. All right. I feel like this is the first Hammer player that didn't lead on Esper Sentinel so far today.
I was gonna say that or Sigardizade. And actually, I think having Giver of Runes is going to be pretty instrumental in this matchup. So actually quite a nice one to start off with. And I think that Esper Sentinel also normally would be pretty good against a lot of the base deck lists for 4-color control.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's no guarantee that Richard Adams knows the opponent's deck at this point, but we're in the last round of the Swiss. You know, if you had similar records for the last few rounds, you're possibly aware of what you're up against at this point. Maybe even likely.
And Douglas understanding well enough just how much that Giver of Runes could get in the way and takes care of it with a bolt. Playing Graveyard in front, which is certainly a choice.
That is unusual. Okay, that's
okay. Thank you. That's more acceptable. Thank you.
Maybe Douglas heard you. Maybe he's listening to the coverage.
There should be a way for that to happen this time. Last event, having to cast while actually there and only being like 10 feet away from players was so nerve-wracking.
No, I can imagine. So we get things going here. I remember, I may have told this on stream maybe a year or so ago, but I'll tell it again because it's good. I remember in, it was like maybe 2016 or 2017, and there's a Grand Prix Los Angeles, and my mom and my sister drove over to just check things out and see what was what, having never been to a big event before. And then I'm playing on camera, and as we're starting the feature match, I kind of softly hear commentary, and I ask my opponent, like, do you hear commentary? And he's like, yeah. I was like, well, what the heck is this? So we tell we look at this table spot. We're like, do you hear commentary? They're like, yeah. So they go around, and it's my sister, like, standing at the rope, watching the coverage on her phone 5 feet away from us. So we're like, okay, well, we gotta put a stop to that. But
it's so sweet, but also, yeah.
Anyway, all right. So we get things going here. Iteration resolves. Providing Douglas Bailey a little bit of boost in card advantage there.
NLA line binding also taking out the second Giver of Runes, so we are not going to be giving any runes for Richard Adams. This is kind of interesting how full
get in there
control. Oh, the Ornithopter is just okay.
Sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's okay. That's an important thing to note. And Douglas said, yeah, all right, I'll take 0. I think it is kind of interesting to note just how much 4 and 5 color kind of control and elementals and these big like decks that would notably kind of suffer to Blood Moon are actually at the top tables here today, considering that it is not even close to one of the most popular deck choices. It's not even in like the top 7 of the metagame breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, and if we talked about, going back a year, the elementals decks were built a little differently. Going back a year, the 4-color control decks probably had, Magus of the Moon to Eldarmur's Call for in the sideboard.
Yeah, exactly.
So things have definitely changed. I guess, the lack of Yorion changed the amount of free space in all these lists.
Yep.
So there's fewer basics and fewer room for extraneous situational tutor targets as Omnath just gets straight up cast. We see Omnath a lot of the time, on 4 mana with a land drop to come. Here we just see it straight up on turn 4 with no free land drop coming, but still sizable presence. And because of the 2 removal spells that Douglas has played, he probably has time to leverage this and then take advantage of it next turn.
Certainly could be true, as Richard trying to decide what the game plan is going to be with this Urza Saga.
He needs to do something. It looks like there's several lands still in hand. But no token made here.
Yeah, it looked to be at least 2 planes, so at least half of Richard's hand is at least going to help us get some mana onto the board, but that maybe isn't exactly what you would be hoping to see for Azorius Hammer.
I mean, if there's a Pure Steel Paladin or something to draw out to force a pitch card from Douglas, I mean, at least that makes a lot of inroads into Douglas's hand.
I do believe that we were able to see a Pure Steel Paladin in hand, and despite the 2 planes, we got to go with the Seachrome Coast. I believe we still have a colorless mana floating as well from the Urza Saga.
Yeah. So that, oh wow, there really isn't much left in Richard Adams' hand. So Inkmoth Nexus could animate here. I think we played Seachrome Coast already. Did we not?
Yeah, we played Seachrome Coast already, yeah.
Okay. And Douglas also notices that. All right. So Ornithopter will go big, and here's an attack. This 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's not quite enough to force Omnath to block here.
Not quite.
Darn close though.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like the other upside to Omnath is just that like you can kind of gain a lot of life incidentally if it sticks around. So, but it's also hard because you gotta be a little scared the moment you start to get hit by the hammer.
All right, so Nexus animates, and Richard Adams attacks for 14, I believe. Douglas Bailey conveniently at 15, and now 1.
All right, can this Omnath do work? What's going to be the situation here?
Omnath generally does work. Pad the life total, boost the mana up to something like 9. All right, there we go. Or alternatively, it is just the fetch on their turn and then gain life on each side. But Douglas needs to do something here. Look, Teferi hand.
Fetch land going to be start here alongside this Omnath, and decisions definitely looking to be a little bit rough, and putting yourself to 4, which is going to be falling to even just that construct on the side. It's not exactly where you would like to be for Douglas Bailey.
No, certainly not. And Douglas probably, I mean, I believe Richard still has 3 cards in hand. Douglas has got to be wary of that too. There's no way for him to know how bad Richard's hand is. All he really has to do is just be able to handle the board, which even that may prove more than he's capable of. Let's see. All right, Breeding Pool comes in tapped, or maybe that's just where it landed. Nope, looks like it's coming in tapped. And that is Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. So a couple targets here. You could go for the hammer or the construct, I suppose.
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult decision because the hammer could come back, but that's by most accounts fine. And it does kind of shrink the construct as well by getting rid of it. The hard part is if you hit the construct like for sure isn't going to come back.
Right.
And this ends up potentially being risky if our opponent is able to find another copy of an equipment. But as we mentioned, Richard's hand, not the strongest thing in the world right now.
Kind of tragically, the construct can only attack for 3. So Richard cannot force Teferi to die here, I don't think, without giving up a lot. I mean, if the construct could be a 4/4, Douglas could attack. Richard
No,
could
we
attack
can-
Douglas, and now it's. All right, we can just fly. Yeah, okay. Richard can just fly over and kill it. Yeah, you're right. That works also. In fact, much cleaner. So just pretend I wasn't talking.
Inkmoth to the rescue.
They didn't rescue me.
Did not rescue you. It's okay. You didn't recognize the tattoo secret lair art of Inkmoth Nexus.
Yeah, we'll go with that plan. Yes, that's the story. All right, so Douglas Bailey here with some breathing space knows that Colossus Hammer is 2 cards down.
And hey, Douglas still in it and in a pretty okay spot to continue to gain life back because of this Omnath. That's gotta be so scary. Be like, yeah, I'll live at 1. All right, Omnath, do your thing.
Basic fetch at this time, so lots of mana available for Douglas. Brendan 6, nothing to kill. Was that a companion that just got picked up? I didn't actually see what happened there. Okay.
And now he's gonna cast Kahira. Has 1 mana still available, so it's just deciding, I think, how we want our mana to be spent.
Okay, 5 coming across here.
Getting some damage in. Life's still a little bit of rough, but with where Douglas has been for kind of some time, it's just been, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, and I think that this counterspell held up here, so this position is actually beginning to look fairly stable and advantaged. I guess Richard does have the Urza Saga constructs on the way, and this does seem like it's going to be have to be a construct game. It's not going to be a light you up with 1-shot game because that's just didn't come together.
Yeah, there's like timelines for a lot of those, especially against control decks. You can kind of just by knowing what turn of the game it is, be able to tell like that game plan likely has faltered out. And that's just the situation that we're sitting in for this Azorius Hammer player right now, and just trying to cobble together as many constructs and as many artifacts as possible to try to swing for the last few points of damage. But this Omnath is making it really difficult to find this last bit.
Richard drew another land, I think.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like it's a Plains, a Spell Pierce, and then another land. Yikes.
Yeah, okay. And nothing doing here, no attack. Well, there are constructs to be made, which is actually, I guess, and then Richard will draw a hammer and then be able to tutor for another hammer or whatever he wants at that point.
Yeah, and with the hammer, Pure Steel Paladin's a little bit awkward. You'd probably prefer something like a Sigarda's Aid, especially with the Inkmoth Nexus, to be able to kind of do things at a faster pace than with Pure Steel Paladin, but there's that Colossus Hammer. Now just deciding what we want to do with Saga.
There's plenty of mana available because of the Pure Steel Paladin being in play. So making another construct seems like a good start. Now, the question is, what is Richard going to tutor for?
I feel like at this point it might just be something like Shadow Spear.
That is often a reasonable thing to get, especially when you're hunting planeswalkers.
So it is the pickup, and it's going to come into play. They have a land drop still to make for this turn for Richard, and trying to decide, exactly how we're going to try and take out this Renin 6 before things amass a little bit too greatly back into Douglas's favor.
All right, so Douglas, I believe, I'm imagining what was going on there was saying like, hey, you already drew for the turn, and Richard saying, no, that was from the Shadow Spirit coming to play with Crystal Paladin. But you're right about there being a land drop available. There is Colossus Hammer in hand. For Richard's sake, hopefully the hammer is the next thing that happens because it's going to get countered, and he doesn't know that at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that will probably influence how the rest of the turn shapes up. Even so, despite this hammer getting countered, the Shadow Spear on the construct, I was gonna say the biggest construct, the attack worthy construct is going to be sizable enough to make an impact here.
All right, we'll see what Richard can come up with. Trying to figure out exactly where and how we're dedicating this mana, trying to figure out where Shadow Spear is being attached. Also, it seems like. Okay. Says I don't need to pay to attach Shadow Spear because I've got a Pure Steel Paladin and a lot of construct homies.
All right. Here is the counter spell. Yeah, the spell pierce not doing much good.
Yeah, you're it's unfortunate because so much of like the strength of this deck revolves around making early plays in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you're kind of forced to play a lot of main deck things like Spell Pierce to make sure that you're able to get that game plan rolling. And so then some of the parts of those decisions end up hurting you at this point in the game where that initial game plan didn't really work out. All of your Giver of Runes got taken away.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, all of your other creatures that are trying to hold a Colossus Hammer haven't been able to. So a sizable attack coming through once again, and Douglas just trying to figure out where that's going to end up going.
Yeah, and the Inkmoth Next is still waiting to be activated for the turn just to put a boost on these constructs, which Douglas should be well aware of as it happened last turn as well. You need just instant speed run and 6 activation. Pick off the Inkmoth Nexus. Get out of here.
Yeah, Omnath is at least going to get an extra 4 life off of that fetch before deciding where exactly we're going to throw this Omnath. Is this...
So there's 5 artifacts in play right now. So Inkmoth would be 6, which would make the Shadow Spirit construct a 7/7. So Douglas could kill it, but it would cost him both of his creatures. So instead, it looks like Kahira is going to chump block on the non-trampling construct. Richard will gain some life, and Douglas will just look to set up a better opportunity for next turn.
Okay, and Renin 6 stayed alive. So this Omnath also sits in play, ready to gain more life with land drops. Made even easier by the existence of Renin 6 to make sure that we are able to get back all the fetch lands we could possibly want.
Neither player's hand is particularly good right now. But
Richard's board is starting to get big.
Sizable, yeah. And Ornithopter. That basically may as well read +1/+1 to all constructs, and that's it. And Douglas might actually be...
Now we've got 2 of them.
He might actually be justified in countering it. I mean, you're never going to actually do that, but...
Fair enough.
Is there...
I mean, you said that it was a 7/7, the one holding a Shadow Spirit last turn. So this time,
so it should
could
be
get
bigger.
Up to an 8/8.
I wonder if the Nexus should be attacking Renin 6, because obviously we're nowhere close to Richard's nowhere close to winning with infect damage. But you can at least, since it has flying, okay, well, it doesn't matter. It's going to be over anyway.
Yeah, I was kind of on your game plan as well. I figured like we have so much mana that we're not representing much of anything. Should should there potentially be being some attacks there as well. As Richard Adams, through a long game, does manage to bring it together with the help of some Karnstrucks, getting really big from the help of some Ornithopters.
Yeah, and with no help whatsoever from the Spell Pierce. So that's 2 rounds in a row where we've had Hammer players with Spell Pierce that just didn't do anything at all. Now, the other one was a Cyborg game. This is game 1, so we'll see if they're still in the deck next game or not. Maybe we can look at the deck list and see whether we can find some improvements to make. Start with Douglas Bailey's 4-color control deck.
All right.
Take a look here. No Furies, so it doesn't have as many advantages as the previous Incarnation deck did in the Hammer matchup.
That seems kind of rough. I feel like Fury is normally very good at being able to pick off quite a few small creatures. So interesting that we're seeing that omission, but it has been something that a lot of people have been cutting back on just because it gets harder and harder to. A lot of the cards that you have to pitch are cards that you end up wanting a lot of the time. And when all of your cards are just so powerful in this deck, you're kind of getting torn at from a lot of different directions to try and play things like Fury. And also a lot of your sideboard cards don't end up pitching to Fury, so you just end up kind of having it stranded a lot of the time. And so taking a peek at some of the things that this 4-color control deck could bring in, we could go towards something like Veil of Summer if we're potentially worried about things like those Spell Pierces, but I can't imagine that we'd be trying to go 1-for-1 like that. Whereas something like Chalice of the Void and these engineered explosives, the Besagus, have to kind of at least be leaning more towards winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Right. No, I agree. Yeah, the Chalice explosives, Besagu all seem good. Supreme Verdict seems reasonable as well. I don't think you would want anything more than that. In fact, I'm not sure you want even all of that we just labeled off, but certainly not more than that. All right, let's go ahead and look at Richard Adams' sideboard, see what he's got real quick before they get ready. So we've got 3 Lavinias. Wow. That is a lot of Lavinia. All right. So Lavinia is the purpose in this matchup would be to shut off Solitude. It doesn't do anything else, I believe. Does that justify a slot? I'm not sure. What else do we have here? We have Reality Chip, good in grindier, longer games. Okay. That seems conceivable. Blacksmith Skill. All right.
Yeah, Blacksmith Skill at least does a good job of making sure that your things can't get solituded. And I think also just being able to pump your creatures plays nicer than something like 3 slots towards Lavinia. So I would be a little more inclined towards something like that.
Yeah. No, that sounds good. And I think, well, how many cards are we taking out here? I'll start with 2. I don't want Spell Pierce.
Are you feeling that way just because Spell Pierce has looked bad in the last few games? Or are you saying that because...
Looking bad is an understatement. We have seen, I believe, 3 drawn and none cast in the last hour. So
that's very fair. All right. Checking out these opening hands, trying to decide what the game plan is going to be. And it looks like Douglas Bailey did decide to bring in those Chalice of the Voids, potentially a pick up that is a little bit more important on the draw and could be, or on the play, excuse me.
On the play,
and, is going to come down on 1 on the play here.
All right, chat points out that Lavinia also does have another effect. It pushes Leyline Binding to be required to effectively be cast for full.
Look at you, chat. You're so smart. And you're so smart that you should also hit that follow button.
They should indeed. I was going to say you're saying that too mockingly because they were absolutely correct on that. But you had other goals, other purposes in mind with your statement. So, okay,
exactly.
I'm on board.
All right, this Chalice on 1 going to make things a little bit more difficult for Richard, who does have a copy of Blacksmith Skill and a few other 1-drops in hand, but Pure Steel Paladin not going to be kept at bay for too long here.
Oh, no.
There's a Spell Pierce in hand?
There
is that what you're knowing?
Yeah.
How did I know?
All right, we'll see. Maybe this one will work out better. Oh, Chalice of the Void. No thanks. Oh.
The land that isn't Seachrome is a Secret Lair Hollowed Fountain, I believe.
Good call. I'm not even sure I would have identified that it wasn't another Seachrome. All right. Colossus Hammer gets picked off by Chalice of the Void. If things are as they normally are, at least some people in chat will be outraged at this attempt to cheat. But That is not cheating. You are perfectly allowed to do that. It's on your opponent to remember. Douglas Bailey is on top of things, and the Colossus Hammer goes to the graveyard.
And Douglas
Speaking
Bailey.
of cheating, what is
Yeah.
this? A Flash Oblivion ring that costs 2 mana? Okay,
Yep.
that's fair too. All right.
Unfortunately, it is. And Douglas Bailey also pointing out that I did have to pay 2 for that, and now I am using all 3 of my mana to just put Kahira into hand with 7 cards in hand. So, I mean, all things considered, that's a pretty mopey turn 3, and seems like the keep was. Once again, we're talking a lot about these keeps that are revolving a lot around a single card that is just considered to be good in a matchup.
Yeah, boy, I don't know if I've seen these Hallowed Fountains before, but yeah, those do look somewhat similar to the Seachrome Coast, don't they? You're right about that.
They're quite nice, though. All right, Kahira making an appearance, and Douglas Bailey keeping every other thing very close to the chest there, and just waiting for a land to be able to make a little more action happen. And it looks like that will be coming in along with Kahira across the board there.
All right, so how good is Chalice of the Void against these hammer decks? If they don't have Stoneforge Mystic, it feels like it's crushing.
Yeah, I was about to say Stoneforge Mystic is like kind of the light for Azorius Hammer, and I would say that is also just like one of the better cards in the Azorius Hammer deck in general. So with this Chalice in play and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere, Richard decides to pick them up, and looks like we've got a game 3 on our hands between these 2 decks.
Yeah, we sure do. Okay, well, that one didn't take too long. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, we've got Hammer versus Control again. Hammer going first in game number 3. We were on the side of Elementals last time, but last time there was Fury. That's different. Do we still feel? I mean, like you said, Chalice makes a big difference during play or draw.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, actually, considering how impactful we got to see it be in that game, do you think it's something that you would still keep in, even if you're playing it after your opponent has the potential to play up to like 3 to 4 1-drops?
I'm certainly less. If I was borderline on something else, then sure, maybe I'll swap it out. But we could still see longer games. Any game that's going to develop, and then you're going to play some removal spells. Well, because I'm thinking it's the equipment. It's the Sigarda's Aid and the Colossus Hammer, and those are going to come down earlier. A lot of the creatures are cost 2 or 0, or they're going to be on the board already. So yeah, maybe I'm not so excited about it. I guess we're not cutting off any of our own spells, and we're probably not too concerned about our opponent's spell pierces, even though they keep being drawn. So yeah, I'm okay trimming them, I think. Okay.
It seems like kind of a tough decision because it ended up being so impactful in that game, but I'm kind of with you. If we don't see Stoneforge Mystic, then everything just feels so much worse than I feel like it normally should. So it could just be a situation where you're unfortunately just like, I guess I got to draw better. But that's how some matchups end up going.
Yeah, you can't be afraid of mulligans, especially against decks as fast as this.
Absolutely, and you have to know that as like Azorius Hammer, a lot of the time you have to be the one who's not afraid to mulligan because you're trying to look for. I mean, I don't want to call out your top 8 match against Will Kruger last month, but mulled to 5 and basically had a turn 2 kill.
Turn 3, yeah. No, I know that was that was lightning fast. Okay, we're looking at here. I think we've got 2 Esper Sentinels and a Saga, and I don't think we have other action. So shooting for a longer game is Richard Adams this time. And I guess, keeping Sentinel and not a ton of action. Sentinels sometimes just draw into more action, as we saw a card picked up from it already, and it was
Lavinia.
It's a Lavinia. It's a gold card. I don't think there's too many of those in the deck, so yeah, that would fit.
Unfortunately, not something we can cast if Urza's Saga is our next land.
Fair
Okay,
enough. But yeah, Richard's got plenty to do though.
yeah, Esper Sentinel number 2 going to make an appearance. And this was a card that we got to see Dominic play 2 of that just didn't end up being as impactful as it could have been against the version of the deck that was very focused on elementals and
Yeah.
less on control elements. So already showing between being able to draw off of that prismatic ending, the difference that is able to make.
Mm-hmm. So run at 6 potentially coming down here. Yeah. Urchin will pick up another card, and then the Sentinel will eat it. So this is kind of an even exchange. Oh my goodness.
Joe Lissette.
Whoa. All right, I take it back. That was not an even exchange. That was heavily in favor of Richard Adams. Spell Pierce number 4 of the afternoon.
I think it's actually Spell Pierce number 5. There were 2 Spell Pierces in hand.
Okay.
And so
Well,
it took
that
5 Spell Pierces for a really good one.
That one made up for a lot of the blank ones because that was huge. Esper Sentinel picked up a card anyway, and Run at 6 does not make it into play. Esper Sentinel stays alive. Here's Lavinia, and Richard Adams is off and rolling.
And Douglas is like, hold up, what's this card?
Yeah, all right. Well, let's bring up Lavinia.
Azorius
if we can.
Renegade.
Lavinia is certainly a somewhat awkwardly worded card. You can see there.
Yes.
2 mana, 2/2. That's the easy part. Whereas the board just explodes. And okay, we'll get to Lavinia second as Esper Sentinel's going to attack for 11 here.
Holy
and now,
smokes.
yeah, all right. So basically, Douglas has to pay full price for cards. Leyline Binding will now cost 6. Also, no free casting Solitude. Those are the 2 main interactions for removal here. Douglas Bailey may have just been crushed. His posture in the chair shifted a little bit there. Yeah, I don't know.
Yep, an unfortunate place to be because, I mean, you're playing these 4 and 5 color decks to have the strength off of things like Solitude, to have the strength off of things like Prismatic Ending or even Leyline Binding. And then Lavinia kind of just takes all that away in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it sure does. Maybe we're seeing why Richard Adams is playing 3 of them. Okay, Douglas Bailey, what do you got? There's explosives in hand. All right, that card still functions the way it's supposed to. Douglas at 3. Esper Sentinel's going to draw another card.
The unfortunate part here, too, for Douglas is that Windswept Heath, maybe we don't have a Hollowed Fountain or something to get, but we don't have any
can't
blue
afford it.
sources either. Oh, that's fair. All right.
Yeah. Richard Adams is like, I have 2 cards in my hand. They're both turbo bombs. You don't know. Just give up now. Douglas, all right, I'll blow all this stuff up.
And Lavinia remains.
Yeah. I don't know I don't know how Douglas can get out of this. There is a Solitude in hand, which was the whole point of Lavinia, cannot be cast for less than 5 mana. And Douglas is like, well, here's what I got. If you have anything, okay, we'll try to shake twice. And yeah, it's over with. Richard Adams defeats Douglas Bailey.
Yeah, 2 Solitudes and an Omnath in hand, not going to get there. And that would also be why we didn't look for a Hollowed Fountain. It was in hand. So unfortunately, just not coming together for Douglas at the end there. But congratulations to Richard, who takes that one home. And I do believe that we will have a feature match that is going to give us a little bit of an insight into top 8 as well.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Richard Adams probably going to finish outside of the top 8. I mean, you never know. There could be a meteor strike in one specific part of the venue, or some players could get disqualified. But likely Richard Adams short of top 8. However, we do have a backup match, which does have top 8 implications. So it's ready to go. So let's go ahead and get that going. We have Mack Endree versus Gabriel Nicholas, two players that we've seen today already, and they are playing for a berth in the top 8. We'll get to the leaderboard maybe between games, but Mack Endree, I believe, came into the day 11th on the year-long leaderboard.
Mm-hmm. And this is going to be an interesting one to watch because I believe we already watched Gabriel beat either Izzet or Jeskai breach deck as well on the day. And basically just kind of take it down in 3 games by having action early and counter spells for combo pieces, as well as just being able to slowly eat away at graveyards.
All right. Well, an uncontested Ragavan is a great way to start for Gabriel Nicholas. And I mean, any player who's ever plays with Ragavan, I mean, this is just the dream, right? You play Ragavan turn 1, it just gets in. You're already like, I don't know what the exact calculations are, but I think you're already like 3 turns ahead at that point.
Certainly feels that way. Springleaf Drum for Mack.
Of course, you
Treasure.
have to have a land drop. Otherwise, you're giving back that advantage. Let's see. Yep, there is. Okay.
You think you would keep a 1 land hand?
With Ragavan? It happens. With Mishra's Bauble. In fact, we saw it happen today. 1 land, Ragavan, Mishra's Bauble, except the player missed the second land drop.
Yeah, see, I would just maybe be too scared. I'd be like, I'm the type of person, I'm gonna miss the next one, and so I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm gonna mulligan. That would be my exact thought process.
I mean, that's reasonable as well. We certainly saw, I believe it was Adam Wasburn Moses a few rounds ago, take a extremely conservative approach, and that is probably the only reason he won his match.
Okay.
Yeah, so playing aggressive, playing conservative, both have their merits, both have their times.
Whoa. Not being conservative here, though, using Archmage's Charm and sacrificing our treasure that we made from Ragavan to do so to counter Ledger Shredder.
Well, we're going to get a new treasure, aren't we?
You're right. And of course, because the Ledger Shredder is not in play to block our precious monkey.
Yeah. I mean, we get a recurring supply of treasures, and maybe the monkey will actually find a playable card off the top of the deck.
All right, let's see. Mack is basically playing the same deck as us. Oh, is that a good one? We have a Ragavan.
Sure, it makes mana. Yeah, we got 2 mana. We got a treasure and a mox.
Yeah.
And it triggers Ledger Shredder. Wow. Nice turn. That worked out really well. Man, I want to see one of these events. I want to see, maybe we'll save for the championship. I want to see Ragavan hit and exile Thassa's Oracle, and the combo is just disabled. Right there.
That would be heartbreaking. But also now I kind of want to see it too.
All right, Mack Endree. Needing to get things going here. Certainly on the back foot off the start. Springleaf Drum and Mishra's Bauble in play. There is an iteration in hand, but needs some removal. Another Shredder.
We're shredding. And yeah, being on the play has done wonders to open up the world for Ragavan for Gabriel Nicholas, and that has kind of caused a boom on that side of the board.
All right, there's Endree, representing probably the reason why Mishra's Bauble was left on the board instead of cracked immediately, because the possibility of a discount exists. I think we still need more mana for that. There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, what do we got? Conniving, because that's the second one for Mack. So nicely keeping on top of that.
Yeah, very nice for Gabriel Nicholas being able to pitch 2, at this point, coming to play tap lands.
Amidst Mack resolving this expressive iteration is like, oh, what did you discard? Gabriel's just like, 2 Spirebluff Canals. All right, Sacred Foundry going to be what's put up here, as well as Ragavan of our own. Unfortunately, now it feels like our Ragavan is less welcome on this board than
Yeah, sure.
the
Still,
block of Ledger Shredders and our opponent's Ragavan.
yeah, there's actually not a way for Gabriel, it doesn't look like, to get through this Ragavan right now. So I guess maybe his Ragavan stays home and just enables the Mox to make mana. I guess he can find. I mean, he's got 2 Ledger Shredders on the board. He's going to look at a million cards this turn. He'll find a Gruul spell.
Yeah.
And maybe target Endree with it anyway. But still, we'll see.
I mean, there certainly are some reasons why you would continue to target Endree. It is a great way to continue to enable this game kind of being snagged out from under your feet. So would respect Gabriel for going for that. And we can certainly still do a lot of attacking with just these Ledger Shredders.
What just happened? Well, we can tell Gabriel Nicholas is not watching coverage between rounds because he just thought for 10 seconds on his consider, and it ended up being a spell pierce he decided to keep.
No. Well, his opponent has not as many lands as him.
Oh,
All
there
right.
is. Oh, is that?
It's
Is
a
that
petty
petty
theft.
theft? I've never seen that artwork
Secret
before.
lair.
All right. All right. Well, hold on here. Petty theft, brazen bar is not. Yeah, there we go. Pitching Murktide, keeping spell pierce. The spell pierce is a completely respectable card. I'm just on an anti-spell pierce kick after the last 2 hours of them. Now, I mean, maybe
I appreciate that statement. I appreciate pointing out the fault even on your end and owning up to it and being like, it's a good card. It just has not looked good today.
Yeah, and even the last one, I am reverse recency bias. It was terrible 4 copies in a row. The 5th one was great, and I still haven't recovered from that one. My mindset is glued to the other 4 that just sat uncast.
All right, well, we'll see if this one is going to be as much of a banger as the previous Spell Pierce to counter Renin 6 that we saw on the match prior to this one. Unfortunately, does not do very much against this Ether Spell Bomb.
No, but then this Ether Spell Bomb doesn't do a whole lot either. And it's going to get countered anyway.
Oh, okay.
All right. Ether Spell Bomb, you're out of here. So Gabriel Nicholas wants to maintain the clock. Now, if Mack Endree wants to play anything else this turn, Gabriel will get to connive and potentially grow these Shredders up some more.
Very, very true. Hold up. I get that you're dashing. I get that you're trying to play fast, but allow for me to connive my Shredders.
Yeah, finds a bolt, pitches a counter spell, hands over a Steam Vents. Mack Endree's like, oh, that's not enough. And yeah.
Yeah, and
Gabriel
I think
Nicholas
that that
game
was
one.
7 damage on board, so I think Gabriel also went, I found the bolt.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And 1 game closer to the top 8. Let's I know we've seen these deck lists earlier today, but not everyone has been watching all day long. Some of you less devoted fans have only shown up for the last 5 hours. So let's go ahead and put the deck list up for them too.
Hey, even if you're a less devoted fan, thank you for being here. And
Yes.
as restitution, you can hit that follow button.
All right, Mack Endree, Jeskai, Breach, playing for top 8 here. Came close to making top 8 at the last event, but ran into the buzzsaw that is Tron.
Joe says that because it was Joe.
What? My story was over. I wasn't saying anything about me. My story was done. That Mack Endree lost to Tron, in the later rounds of the day.
All
Anyway,
right. I also am not sure if Anurag and the party, this raid that is coming in, happened before or after I said to follow. But if you're new here, hi. Thanks for coming from Anurag's stream. Thank you so much. And if you're going to enjoy the coverage, want to see some modern action, like watching Paper Magic, consider hitting that follow button. Anyway, we can go back to Jeskai Breach now.
All right. So we got Jeskai Breach versus Blue Red Murktide, if you're just joining us, we're in round 8 of the Swiss, the last round of the Swiss. We've got Blue Red Murktide in the hands of Gabriel Nicholas up a game. Mack Endree looking to recover here. So you can see the list there that we used up a bit of time there. So let's just go to their list, and then probably the players are about ready. So can we see Mack Endree Jeskai breach list?
Oh, we were just looking at that. Now we're on Gabriel.
Yes, we
Nicholas
were. I just looked at my notes and got confused. You were right. Okay, Gabriel Nicholas is at Murktide list, who is up a game right now on the back of the turn 1 on the play unopposed Ragavan, which occasionally does do wonders, as we saw there. And even that wasn't really wonder. What do you get? A Mox out of it? I mean, that's not anything super exciting, but
except that we're getting a Mox with our legendary monkey.
yeah, true.
Kind of seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, and some treasures. No, it worked out well. I mean, if we didn't specify what Mox it was, it could have been. I guess it was basically a Mox Ruby, right? It didn't tap for blue.
All right, let's just go ahead. As we've taken a look, we've kind of talked about this before. Those unlicensed hurts are something that we know that Gabriel Nicholas brings in. Something like those mystical disputes would be quite good as well. Potentially the engineered explosives. So let's go right down into this next match, as a round timer has been called for round 8, but we're going to continue to watch these time shifted matches so that we can eat up some of this difference in time between top 8 and your viewing of this round number 8.
Right, indeed. So, Mack Endree here looking to recover. No turn 1 Ragavan on either side. In fact, a Sacred Foundry fetched out for Mack Endree, so building towards the future. This is obviously primarily a blue-red deck, but if you're going to get a tap land, you may as well do it early, get the other color enabled. You do see an Endree in hand. Do we have an artifact to enable that to come down this turn? No.
Oof. Unfortunate start there for Mack Endree. Island in play, so putting counter magic online likely for Gabriel, as we didn't deploy something like that expressive iteration that's in hand either, or potentially just saving it for the next turn so that we can get a land as well. Lightning Bolt takes care of the bird. We're just bolting a different bird now. It's a different time, people.
Yeah.
The year's 2022.
Notable that Gabriel had the choice there. He had Lightning Bolt and Mystical Dispute in hand, so either one could have taken out the Ledger Shredder. Chose to go with Bolt, save the dispute for later on. We'll see how that works out, as this is a combo deck. Well, this is a combo-capable deck, and the combo doesn't really need blue mana. So Mystical Dispute is no guarantee that it's going to work out great later on. Against Endree, either card works, and here is Dispute catching Expressive Iteration, which, I mean, that's something Lightning Bolt cannot do.
Yeah, Gabriel was like, I kind of like expressive iterationing to try and find lands. I imagine my opponent might be trying to do the same thing. How about not?
Yeah, how about not? Indeed. Mack Endree in need of some help here. Here's another Ledger Shredder. Here's a bobble.
Hey, all right, that could help. Oh,
well, that's okay. If he finds a land here, it'll still be functional. And he
that might have been an Otawara?
I'm not sure what it was.
There's an Otawara or a counterspell. And as I'm not sure the types of different arts that Mack plays, I can't say for certain.
All right. While Mack's figuring out this connive trigger, new people in the chat asking some questions. All right. What do we got left today? This is round 8. We've got the quarterfinals left today. After this, that'll be it. The morning, we're going to have the semis and finals of the Modern Showdown.
Did we just discard the Otawara? That is an Otawara. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But
no, it is an Otawara. So Mack just was like, you know what? I like these other cards more than I feel like I need my land drop.
Okay. All right. That says a lot about the potency of cards in your hand.
Yeah, I suppose you're right that it does.
Holy smokes. And then Gabriel's like, yeah, I'll play an 8/8 dragon. Mack goes, excuse me, you'll what?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, Unholy Heat's not going to stop that. Endree.
Sorry,
okay.
You were also explaining the format, and I was just like so floored that we got.
No, it's good. I mean, I was going to miss that because I was looking at the chat and going to address some topics. But yeah, no, you're good. That was important. You're absolutely right.
Talk to me, not the people. No, you can talk to the people.
Oh, I've been chastened. All right. So we got Pioneer 5K tomorrow throughout most of the day. Just the first few rounds are going to be the finale of the Modern event. What else did I see? There was other questions, I believe. Oh, were deck lists available? Deck lists will be available once we move into the top 8, which we are not in yet. But if you hang around for, I don't know, half an hour or so, they will be available. Any deck list in the event.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually, yeah, we may not be too far away from top 8 here if this 8-8 goes unopposed.
Yeah, I was going to say also round 8 has actually been called. This is a time shifted match. So we likely are fewer than 30 minutes away from deck lists being available.
Perhaps. Could they not draw in? Likely not. The top 3 tables drew, I believe was what we were told. This was table 5. So as is not uncommon, 3 tables safely drew in, which is 6 players. And then table 4 and table 5 played for the last 2 slots. I'm not 100% that's what happened, but I believe that is likely.
I love play this second Murktide, grow the other Murktide, and it gets to hit before Teferi is able to say that goes back to hand. Unholy Heat, so we don't even have to worry about our precious Murktide Regent throwing any of its damage anywhere other than Mack Endress's face.
Right. Gabriel Nicholas keeps his pen very tightly picked there. It was on top of 4 of his land there when this turn started. That seems somewhat in the way, but to each their own. Handle your permanents however you want. And Murktide comes across for just 5, which is, better than 8, I guess, from Mack Endress's perspective.
That is certainly true. Life total's not accurate here. I feel that's worth mentioning. And if I had to guess, with the amount of large dragons that have done some attacking. Oh, okay. We're at least going to stop some amount of attacking here. Didn't counterspell the one onto Murktide Regent, but we would like to keep this Darcy okay. Safe and dress down, so we at least become a 3/3 and are trying to keep it safe from a delirious.
Whoa!
Whoa!
See,
okay.
Spell Pierce, I told you. What do you?
Excuse me. What did you just say to me, Joe?
Spell Pierce never gonna work.
Stop trying to make Spell Pierce happen.
That's what the players are trying to do. I'm trying to save them the step. All right. There is Dash Dragon Man. Mack Endress is defeated. So sorry that match got away from us there a little bit at the end, but Gabriel Nicholas does improve to 7-1 and will advance into the top 8 with his blue-red Murktide deck. And a lot of the elite players in the room are playing Breach, and Gabriel Nicholas seems to have their number. So maybe looking good for a strong finish. In addition to the points race, remind you again, even though if you've been here all day, you've heard it a few times, the winner of this event gets direct entry into the NRG Championship. So lots on the line in addition to the money prizes. That is the conclusion of the Swiss. I will now await direction as to whether we're taking a break or whether to stay here and answer questions or hang out or what the heck they want us to do. All right. We are going to take a break and come back for top 8. We'll have brackets. Matt will probably sum up the event, show you where you're at. We have one more round of coverage left today, and then we're going to pick it up tomorrow morning at 9 Eastern, which is the time zone of the event, 8 Central if you're Nerd Rage local, and very early if you are out west like Becky and I.
It's 6 a.m. for us, so...
Yeah. All right, so we'll be back in a few minutes with top 8 brackets. Stick around.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Matt Bamonte here on the NRG Series. So we have a top 8. Now I have the top 8 standings here. So what I will say is there was one player who missed out on 9th at 6-1-1. So unfortunate for them. But let's take a look at our top 8 here as we get ready to get into our elimination rounds here. You can see on the left there, Derrick Davis versus Zach Boblet, the 1 versus 8 matchup over there. Nathan Cates is playing against Victor Logan. And we got... a throwback here, Jund deck, which features Tarmogoyf. So that's very interesting. I watched it throughout some of the Swiss rounds. Nathan played very well. So congratulations to those 4 players for making it in. We also have on that right side, we have Gabriel Nicholas versus Amin Ibadi. And we watched that colorless Tron deck. I think you guys watched it on camera, but I definitely saw it going around the top tables. And there's like some lockout pieces. It's just kind of like all over the place, but it looked pretty solid. It'd be interesting to see how it pairs up against one of the pillars of the format, and Izzet Murktide. And then in the feature match, our main feature match, we're going to have Ross Merriam and Travis Williams kind of playing again two of the other main pillars of the format in Jeskai Breach and Mono White Hammer. Let's talk about what these players are playing for here before we get started. First place is $3,600 and 40 NRG points. That little trophy next to that first place means that the winner of this tournament from these 8 players is going to be in our end of the year championship. So the other two, so first and second place, both also going to qualify for the regional championship qualifier also, which is what that little Planeswalker symbol means. So I mentioned someone's going to qualify for our end of the year championship. Let's talk about who's qualified already and then who's going to qualify going into tonight into tomorrow. So you see those players already qualified there. The Season 3 Showdown winner, as I mentioned, is going to be one of these 8 players, and they are going to secure themselves a spot in our end of the year championship. Following that, there's going to be 2 Season 3 at-large point winners, which will be determined at the end of the event tomorrow. And then after that, we're going to go to our overall leaderboard, and the next 4 leaders in that will be also joining us in the championship in January. So let's take a peek at the leaderboard real quick while we got just a minute here. So I mentioned, none of the players actually that are on this slide are in the top 8. So it's going to be a spicy one tomorrow. As the points start to shake out, we see where everyone is. I know that so Mack Endree actually placed 11th and Zoe Riederman 10th. So they're both going to get top 16 points. I did see Will Kowalczyk was in 20th place, as well as down there, Adam Wasburn Moses snuck into 31st. So very important as far as the threshold for the points where it breaks at 16 and 32. Going to pick up some points, and we'll have an updated leaderboard slide for you tomorrow when we get into our semifinals and finals, as well as our last event of the year. With that, I'm going to go ahead and send it down to Becky and Joe, who are going to take you through our quarterfinals match, and I'm going to sign off for the night. So I'll see everyone tomorrow for the semifinals and finals, but Joe and Becky, take us away.
All right, thanks, Matt. Good summary there, and we are now underway in the top 8. Thanks for being with us. We've got Ross Merriam, SCG grinder from the bulk of the last decade here at NRG Series. First time against Travis Williams, playing a Mono White Hammer.
Yeah, I do think that it is worth mentioning that we have 8 pretty individual deck lists in this top 8.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I would
so
say
cool.
the closest decks to each other are like Burn and Izzet Prowess share a lot of similarities, and Izzet Murktide and Jeskai Breach share a lot of similarities. But for those of you who've been watching the format, you could probably tell that that's not very similar. So the fact that we're having that many different styles of deck get into our top 8 is pretty exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Ross Merriam, no early creatures. Travis Williams with a pair of 0 drops. So hoping to get things started here. I don't think we want to be attacking for 1, though, for very long.
Nobody has paid any mana for any spells so far. What is this?
5 spells have been cast. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. That's pretty
what the
remarkable.
heck?
Okay, Stoneforge Mystic.
Finally, some mana.
Stoneforge Mystic into play. Also notable, I don't believe all the hammer decks that we've seen today have had cranial plating, but there is one in Travis Williams' hand. We will get to the deck lists between games. Travis thinking Cauldron Complete, thinking Colossus Hammer. Goes with Shadow Spear. That was kind of cute. Pulls one to the front, pulls the other one to the front, and then just, slaps his hands, and the other one falls out the middle of the deck.
It's a magic trick.
And
I like this one the most.
And attacks with 1 Memnite.
And
deciding,
not the other one.
Right. Does not want to trade off Stoneforge Mystic for Dash Dragavan or get hit by Dash Dragavan. So the solution is hold back 1 Memnite, which makes sense.
All right. We'll see if it ends up mattering and if that is a game plan that Ross was choosing to go with.
Whether it ends up mattering or not, still, it's an alert play. All right. Ross will effectively scry with his bauble and decides he does not like the card. This is not the matchup for Ragavan anyway. This is the matchup for aerial combat or combo kills, most likely.
Mm-hmm. Probably true. And combo kills could. It seems weird. I feel like you're trying to do either a really fast combo kill or you're trying to kind of control the game until you have a stable point where you're able to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. I mean, it is a combo that, while you can execute it early if you draw the cards, there's not a lot of, there's no tutoring in the deck. It's just a matter of, I mean, there's some filtering, there's some minor card advantage.
Yeah.
Like, well, I don't know. Is it blasphemy to say expressive iteration is minor card advantage? I mean, it's just a 2
Yeah.
for 1.
It is a very, very good card that, is card advantage. It's not minor card advantage. It is card advantage.
All right. So we are making progress going through the deck, trying to find those cards, but it is 2 specific cards that need to be found: Underworld Breach and Grinding Station. Although I guess you only have to have the Breach in hand. The Grinding Station can be, in the deck or in the graveyard. I mean,
Spirebolt now basically entering tapped.
There is a Ragavan. There is a Mox. So yeah, this Memnite that stayed back perhaps did matter there.
Yeah, I guess Travis doesn't know that the Ragavan was pulled off of the expressive iteration and that at that point it wasn't going to be possible to dash a Ragavan. But if we didn't exactly know that, then we could have figured that the expressive iteration being the play instead of dashing Ragavan is because we kept a Memnite back.
You always want to congratulate yourself on plays, whether they, maybe were good or not. Yeah.
Whether they were real or fictitious.
Yeah. I mean, it's important to keep morale up.
Extremely.
I am certainly one that sometimes when games online start to go badly, I just concede to get them over with. It's like, I don't want to suffer through 10 minutes of demoralizing beatdown here. Let's just end it and we get to start over. We still count it in the loss column, but we don't have to live through it.
I'm kind of in that boat too. Especially like I'm always just like, in my own home. You would do this to me in my own home. I know it's over the internet, but it still feels insulting. And then, I'll do the same thing. So better to just save myself the mental points and like maybe mark down like what caused the loss and then move on from it.
All right. Memnite holds cranial plating here, attacks in for,
does it hold it or wear it?
It's cranial plating. I suppose it's wearing it. You're right. I've never considered the semantics of the card or, tried to figure out. Yeah.
That's fair. I probably think about them too much. So, it's a fairy going to come down for Ross and says, return your saga. Ye woof.
Okay, and Ross just going to pass. So this is, my instinct would say this favors Ross. I mean, the more turns that go by, he's closer and closer to finding Grinding Station. And while Travis can do a lot of damage out of nowhere, without equippers, and he doesn't appear to have any right now, it is somewhat limited on what he can do.
Extremely true. Has a land choice to make. Can go with the Urza Saga from last time. This could be a little bit of a scary place to decide to attack as well. Shadow Spear going to be the play. Oh, I guess we have the Stoneforge Mystic as well. So it would feel a little bit bad to. It hurts a little bit to attack our Stoneforge Mystic into a Ragavan, but I have to imagine that also getting rid of Teferi is something that we have to be interested in.
So the equipment are split up here, which makes for a much more blockable attack, but it's better against removal.
Yeah.
So interesting choice here from Travis Williams, and I believe Ross does have an Unelite in hand.
Well, I feel like the way that Ross has kind of navigated that last turn kind of televises having an Unholy Heat. Though I would probably say that, Teferi Time Raveler being a 3-mana gain me about 4 life and time walk my opponent is It's an okay turn.
Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. All right, so Ross is going to use the Ragman and the Unholy Heat and get rid of the 2 Mem Knights, leaving Travis with not a whole lot going on, but a lot of potential on the board. And Ross draws another breach.
Bridge is banned.
What?
Alright, what did they unban the bridge? Bridge from below?
Oh. Yeah, I suppose that's banned. I don't have any idea.
That's
You
just
got
the
me
first
caught
card.
there because
That's the first card I thought of when you said bridge, but I guess there's also ensnaring bridge.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
not only is there ensnaring bridge in a different one of our top 8 decks, it's also in one of your decks, and you immediately go to bridge from below.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, so I'm thinking about like Underworld Breach. Bridge from below. They're both in
Okay.
references to the underworld.
Sure. Okay.
So that's how my brain got there.
All right. You, Becky Bell, and I in sync is what you're watching here, what you're listening to. Thanks for being here, everybody. Okay, so Ross Merriam finish his thoughts on how he's going to start this turn, and is it going to be a potential mini breach? Well, okay, I don't think that Mox taps for mana right now,
Yeah.
so we're gonna have to catch that immediately if we
agree.
can. And if
We do not have a Ragavan. Stop.
Yeah, can we get, or maybe we're wrong, but it taps for it's using
does it
Teferi.
tap for Teferi?
Yeah, it's Teferi. Yeah, it's
Okay.
tapping for Teferi. No. Yeah, and there's the spider coming in, and then they're going to correct us, and we're going to look idiots again. But no,
Man.
it's been
Better safe than sorry.
It's been tapping for Ragavan mana all day. There's Teferi in play at the moment, and it works just fine. And we will continue on. Nothing to see here. Except high level play, questionable commentary.
Okay, so we're breaching just to do expressive iteration again. I also had honestly thought that Teferi died too.
No, Teferi survives.
Even though, Ross went out of his way to use a removal spell and a Ragavan, my brain was just like, nope, no Teferi.
Mm-hmm. All right, he did find the guarding station off of the expressive iteration, so he's in business here.
Do we call that business or winning the lottery?
Well, if he wins this tournament, they'll be winning the lottery. Going
Okay,
from
that's fair.
no points on the year, I believe, to an entry into the Nerd Race Championship would be excellent result for him or anyone that makes it in. And he is up a game on the back of the combo being assembled. And we said, I mean, just you have to find both pieces. He did eventually, and that's it.
Yeah, and we kind of on that same thought process kind of mentioned that this hammer deck really has to just break out immediately. You've got to be making sure that you are playing as fast of a game plan and being able to just stop what Ross was trying to do as well. And it's kind of a hard line to toe. And so we'll take a look at the deck lists as I'm kind of talking about this a little bit more, but it's very difficult to try and be winning the game while also trying to stop a combo from your opponents. But at the same time, we saw how long it took for Ross to assemble pieces to make that turn end up working. And if we had had a little bit more than just 2 Mem Knights happening for Travis, I think that game could have been a lot different.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Mem Knights and then hardcast cranial plating, equip it, and then it's just multiple turns of mana just went nowhere. I mean, he did try and split up the equipment so at least the mana wouldn't go completely to waste, but it was still very sluggish. So we look at the mono white hammer deck from Travis Williams, and we're looking for a draw. I mean, ideally includes Pure Steel Paladin or Sigarda's Aid instead of neither. But there are things to incorporate from the sideboard here. Sanctifier Infect can trim out some of the graveyard. March of Otherworldly White can do a lot. And Drannith Magistrate does actually shut off spells played off Expressive Iteration and Underworld Breach. So
very true.
A meaningful card in the matchup. I mean, maybe you Pithing Needle Grinding Station as well. So there's a number of cards that can come in here.
Yeah, it kind of just ends up being like what comes out, and there's a lot of kind of little cards that I feel like you wouldn't be toolboxing for in this deck. So that could be the decision making there. And let's take a look at the Jeskai Breach deck for Ross Merriam here. See what some of these decisions might end up looking like.
All right, so Ross is going to need some removal. Now that we can see the players are looking at each other's deck lists, we've reached the point of the tournament where the deck lists are open. So
and available for you to see online.
That's true. Yeah. If you head to MTG Melee, you should be able to see the deck lists now for any player in the tournament, any deck you want to look at. Ross knows he's up against a couple copies of Drannith Magistrate. So maybe he identifies those Furies as cards he wants to bring in. Maybe he wants some of his removal just to slow down. Because not only does Ross have to stop the Travis's, hate cards, but he also has to, stop Travis from just winning the game.
Extremely, yeah.
So explosives, wear and tear, prismatic ending, all those cards are pretty reasonable as well. So trimming out the right selection of cards, finding the optimal 60 for the sideboard games is something that comes with experience and practice. And Ross Merriam likely is putting plenty of both of those at this point.
Yeah, and it's always interesting when you see somebody like Ross Merriam, somebody who, like you just said, has a lot of time and energy put into the deck, and playing this many different and this diverse of answers to different problems in the deck. And sure, you're usually going through a lot of your deck, so you're able to kind of search for things like those engineered explosives or Pithing Needle alongside being able to get those off of Urza's Saga. But it's interesting to see diversity in a sideboard to this extent, down to Fury, which is something that feels relatively new for a lot of these Jeskai Breach decks.
Okay, players are shuffling up. Getting ready to present for game number 2 of the top 8. Again, the top 4 will be played at 9 Eastern tomorrow morning. Same channel, twitch.tv/NRG Series. And I hope that was correct. NRG Series, right? Yep, that's right. And so look forward to seeing you back then. Dominic Harvey will be back in the morning. And then as we move through the day and into the Pioneer 5K, Dominic will be around for a few rounds. And then Mason Clark, who played today in the event, will make it home in time to provide commentary and walk us through the rest of the Pioneer tomorrow afternoon. So
it's just going to drive home and do commentary?
Yeah.
That's fun. Okay.
Yeah. He decided he wanted to play the Modern event. And
I mean, this is a pretty big Modern event to play. Do you know that first place qualifies you for the Nerd Rage Championship?
No way.
Yeah,
well, that's high stakes stuff. In addition to the finalists receive entry into the regional championship, which if you're playing in the United States is in San Diego. Pretty exciting stuff. You might see Becky and I there, as it is local as far as these things go for us.
Yeah, certainly. And I am going to be there whether I qualify for it or not, because, why not? And it's close enough that, like Joe said, I can go and I can play a bunch of last chance stuff, see what I can make happen, and say hi to all you lovely folks there. And if you're thinking about saying hi as well for that championship tournament, make sure that you hit that follow button so that you can be notified when we go live for that tournament in January, as well as all of the other tournaments that we're going to have next year.
Okay, we are, Travis bluffed me on that one. I was going to say we're underway, but he actually changed his mind on what land he may have wanted to start with there.
Yeah, going back and forth. It's always a tough decision, okay? All right. Springleaf Drum. 0
Wowzers. Here
mana
comes
creature.
So he may have heard us that he wasn't doing enough early game. And there we go. 5 cards on the board. Now, a number of years ago, I remember Matthias Hunt talking about for affinity decks, they have to play 5 cards in the first turn to have a chance. Well, this isn't quite the same deck, but there is 5 cards on the board.
If you, I would call this deck new affinity. No, I wouldn't call it new affinity, but I would say that, like, if somebody was like, "Oh, I used to play affinity. What deck should I play in Modern now?" This would be the first one that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Not 8-cast? You wouldn't go to Thought Monitor, Thoughtcast right away? I mean, that deck actually has cards.
That actually has cards that say affinity, but I think
This
this
is-
deck is better, and I would rather put somebody towards a better deck.
Mhm.
Some 8-cast players in the chat are about to get real angry with me.
That's okay. They're already pissed at us for messing up the
Messing up
Mox
the
thing in
fairy.
game 1.
Yeah. Oh well.
All right. So explosives leads to Emery on turn 1 for Ross. So also getting quite a few things into play. And this explosives looks like, well, it's got Ornithopter and Memnite it can take out. That's not nothing. In fact, it's part of Travis's mana base at this point.
Yeah, that certainly is a little bit rough, and Ross has got to be feeling pretty good about having that as a little bit of an answer to some of the things that Travis has already started to put together. And pretty important to mention that this Esper Sentinel was also able to draw 2 cards.
No, it's
From-
only once a turn, but
Oh, sure. But even still, we're going from what was 2 cards
Right.
left in hand at the end of last turn, and we've gotten to
yeah, no, definitely added 1 and then draw step brings up to 4. And now some options here for Travis Williams. Had to think about what land you wanted to play on turn 1, and now thinking probably about what this Pithing Needle wants to do. I mean, there's multiple targets already. Emery and explosives are both reasonable. You could name Grinding Station for long term. I mean, there's real options here. And 2 1/1s are going to attack into Emery here.
Okay. I wish we could just like show off that we just called the bluff. That would have been fun. But not going to be the case, and instead going to tap for this Pithing Needle. And do you name EE? That
I
seems,
don't know.
yeah.
I think naming Emery is fine. Ross going to break bottle in response. That makes sense. Yeah, and you know what? Okay, Emery is the name there, clearly. Ross, I mean, not blocking there with the Emery. I mean, probably the only card. Well, I guess there's Blacksmith Skill and there's Iganjo, which is what Travis actually has.
Mm-hmm.
But if you wonder if was Travis willing to make that actually a pure bluff, because that wasn't really a bluff because he did have the Iganjo.
Yeah.
If Travis is not willing to bluff there, then Ross would maybe be able to figure out exactly what what Travis's hand is right now.
Yeah. No, that's very true.
So that's potentially a drawback of bluffing there, is you give away the fact that if you're not bluffing, well, now Ross knows your hand.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was worth 2 damage, maybe that's worthwhile. Maybe that's even worth giving up the knowledge of your hand, which isn't good anyway, for 2 damage getting through.
And it's hard because I feel like this is one of those decks where kind of getting through the last little bit of damage does end up mattering. Especially it feels like in this matchup, because it does so often come down to those little bits of damage that you get, because this deck has things like the Ether Spellbomb and ways that kind of quickly dismantle when you try to put together one big creature holding 2 Colossus Hammers.
Okay, well, if you were bluffing it game 1 or last turn, you could do the same again and force Ross to call. However, the Emery is now worth a lot less since the Pithing Needle's in play. So Ross is much more likely to actually block, and then Travis will have to decide, well, is it actually worth my turn to do that?
Yeah.
The answer might be yes, because he has so little else going on right now.
Yeah. And Ross not doing anything on the last turn and not allowing for Esper Sentinel to pick up extra cards for Travis is certainly keeping a lot of things at bay as a Fury is drawn.
Less good than it was 5 seconds ago.
I was just about to say, too, like, timing.
And can't Fury that Pithing Needle, which is probably the most important card alongside There's a Saga for Travis right now.
Yeah, do we not have another land? There's no way that we don't have a land or a Mox Amber. Is there?
Are you sure there's no way? Because I think we may be looking at the way. There is expressive iteration. There is potential access to lands, but
All right. Well, if there's no lands in hand on our own, I mean, everything in this deck is so cheap. Like, there's a million choices in reality, but Ross really saying untimed top 8. I'm thinking every single one of these through.
Sure, and he's entitled to, and he's right to. So the problem with expressive iteration is Esper Sentinel will trigger, and that's undesirable. There's Unholy Heat and Fury, either of which can kill the Sentinel. Using the Fury doesn't mean Ross has to wait a turn for the iteration. So he's choosing card disadvantage here in order to have time advantage. At least that's what I would imagine the thought process is, the consideration is.
All right. Pitch cast Fury going to be the start. Get rid of that Esper Sentinel. And now that we are not blocked by this Esper Sentinel anymore, what is going to be the game plan for Ross? Starting off with a Prismatic Ending to take care of Pithing Needle and unlock Emery.
Yeah, well, that seems pretty crucial here. And Travis is giving this a think, but we know he doesn't have any way of interacting with that. And then now, Bobble is Emery is unlocked. This turn is going to be a Bobble, and Ross is going to pass. So missing the land drop, but now with Unholy Heat, and now with more of his hand functional, with the Emery just being able to start, doing its thing, drawing an extra card every turn, or potentially casting yourselves in the graveyard. Travis, I mean, construct stuff can start flowing, but that's all we're looking at right now.
I mean, it's got to start flowing again. Yeah, you've said it. It's the only thing that is going on for Travis right now. And I think that the hope has to be that Ross can't cobble anything together with missing land drops and us amassing some constructs.
Yeah, now Ross drew another explosives. Plus, he can replay the one from the graveyard at some point if he wants to with Emery. The problem with, he can't explosives for one because he doesn't have a third land. But those constructs aren't going to make much headway, and Travis might be wishing there were additional Pithing Needles available to search up, but I don't believe there are.
Yeah, and it's not like we play Karn the Great Creator and we can go grab it from exile.
No, indeed not. Although, yeah, Karn Great Creator would solve the explosives problem in multiple different ways.
Oh, yeah. Would be pretty clunky in the hammer deck, though.
I mean, there was a Yorion deck in Pioneer where Karn was pretty clunky. Some people still played it. Will Kruger still registered it at the regional championship. I mean, he didn't win any matches, but still, it was a legitimate deck, at least for a little while in some people's eyes. All right, here is the iteration. Ross Merriam looking for probably a land. He does find one. And is that 2 Furies?
There's no way. There was only 2 Furies in the sideboard.
That's what I thought.
So, I mean, if it is 2 Furies, that would be a
it's
problem.
Probably.
Could be like an Unholy Heat or something that just has a similar look to it. Taking a long time to decide where those are going.
Well, I'm sure he is, but I'm sure he's putting quite a bit of thought into this, as he only gets so many shots at like free extra cards here. Notably, Emery not activate this turn. That's not something we see every day.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe just gonna do it end of turn. I don't know. All right. First construct on the board, trying to decide what we're doing with this other Urza Saga before things get wiped off the board.
All right, so no construct incoming. And yeah, Ross may be looking at Emery just as a blocker here. Because with Cigar's Aid and Hammer coming in, Nexus is pretty dangerous. It does have Bolt in hand. Bolt at the moment can kill the construct that's in play, although that will no longer be the case once the Hammer joins in, because now Nexus can animate to get around that.
Yeah. All right. Presented and Hammer up. Put ourselves a basic mountain.
So what are we? So Ross is presumably, since he fetched right now, he's responding to something, or he just wants to have the mountain in place so that there's another fetch that Travis can respond to later on.
You would have had to respond to the chapter 3 trigger. Okay. So yeah, Unholy Heat with Delirium doesn't make it matter.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. And now one. Yep, Travis I believe Travis' hand is, yes. Okay, it's Ornithopter and Naganjo.
Yeah, not ideal, certainly. And especially now that we are sans a creature. Ornithopter kind of fixes that, but potentially not in the way that we would like. And we could try to go with this.
Okay, so the one floating Saga mana goes into the Nexus, and I think we have to play the Ornithopter here. Yeah, okay, Ornithopter into play, so there is enough mana to make a construct next turn. Travis gets in 1 infect damage because he can, and it's free. There's no reason not to do it.
Nice, get that infect counter there.
Oh, we have all the tricks in our Rage Gaming.
Beautiful. All right, things starting to look pretty good. 4th land found for Ross. Merriam, grinding station in hand.
Well, I don't want to say for sure, but if there's a breach also, then he may be somewhat wary because Corey does have a card in hand, but the door is open. And if Ross is really on top of his game, he may be able to identify that the card in Corey's hand, if
in Travis's hand.
I don't know why I keep saying that. In Travis's hand,
we're just so used to seeing Ross against Corey Baumeister.
I guess maybe that's it. If Travis was not bluffing when he attacked early on with those two Memnites, then if he was not bluffing, then the card in his hand is something related to combat, which would mean that there is no opposition to any sort of combo the Russ might attempt to pull off. Explosives for 1. Pretty solid play as well.
Yeah, Travis going to make a construct in response. Unfortunately, lose 3 permanents in response.
Yeah.
Place with the E.
Yeah, and Ross, I mean, just exhausting Travis of resources.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly. He says, I can't win the game yet, but you sure as heck can't either.
Right.
All right. Hey, of all the things that we could be getting, the Urza sagas, they're at least letting us make constructs that are eating up spells from our opponent.
Sort of. I mean, now they're
Sort
just gonna eat up Endree tapping activations to replay explosives from the graveyard. That's hard to get anywhere. I mean, 1 infect damage was done to Ross Merriam. But that's a long way short of 9 or of 10. 9
Yeah.
more needed.
I mean, that might be the direction that we have to go. Or, I mean, you kind of said it. If we're just slowly waiting for everything to be coming onto play and then being an Endree activation away from just dying to EE,
Yeah.
Ross just has to continue to make land drops until a combo is assembled.
Yeah. And Travis is making, I mean, every turn that goes by, Travis's board is getting smaller.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen this EE be a 1 for 3 twice.
Yeah. Okay. So Travis Williams finds a Colossus Hammer. Now, even though Ross does seem to be establishing a pretty strong presence here, I mean, there's a lot to play for here. Travis Williams not going to give up. He's still going to see if he can manufacture a win out of this just to get to game 3. But it is looking, it's a little hard to see right now. Colossus Hammer into play. But Ross Merriam, yeah, even if there's a combo, he wins. If there's not, Endree just blows away Travis's board again.
I have to let you know that Corey Baumeister said, if you're thinking of me, you can just send me a DM.
Okay. Ottawa, another land drop for Ross. Another explosives.
You said it, and it's just slowly coming to fruition in unfortunate terms here for Travis Williams, as that EE is bought back, land drop made. We have a grinding station and an underworld breach in hand. So Ross is really just like, all right, I just need all my mana next turn. And I think that this game is pretty much over as those combo pieces being assembled. And we should have more than enough things in the graveyard to likely mill ourselves over to a Mox Amber.
Right. No, that does seem likely. There may be some potential cards that Travis could have in hand that Ross would cause Ross to slow play or to think through his options here, but even that's a little hard to come up with. There's only white mana available. Some potential removal spells that would go towards Underworld Breach are just unlikely to be there, because if they were, they probably would have targeted Endree already.
That's fair enough. And Ross Merriam raising both hands to think.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, Travis is so wrecked by this recursive explosives right now. Ross might be able to just attack with Endree 20 times and win this game.
That's fair enough.
But here we now see the breach.
I love that the moment. It's just, it makes sense. I understand why it happens, but it's funny. The breach gets played, and then your graveyard is your new hand.
Yeah, that is pretty much the reality of it. Okay, there is the bauble. There is the grinding station.
Figure out what I'm exiling. Activate this grinding station.
So Ross holds on to the grinding station in hand, and it's just going to use the one from the graveyard, so that if this somehow gets blown up, he is better able to recover for a future reattempt. But
and it only took us one activation to find the Mox Amber. Does Travis still just have the one card in hand?
I think it's just the Iganjo, yeah.
Woof.
I mean, he has drawn a couple of Ursa Sagas, but those were
3 of
more than trumped by the Engineered Explosives.
Exactly. All right. Activate Emery. And now
Yeah, here we go.
start making some mana. Start untapping this grinding station. Another underworld breach. Start throwing some things into this exile zone.
Yeah, and Ross Merriam has maneuvered his way, and I don't expect to see him make mistakes from here. Ross Merriam is looking to move on to the top 4 of this event, one step closer to the NRG Championship. He was confident in his deck. We talked to him this morning. He sounded very knowledgeable of his deck. Seemed like he really understood what was going on, and he has proven it so far today.
Oh, yeah. And continuing to prove it as Travis says, go through the whole combo. Show me. Underworld Breach number 2.
Right. That is for even more redundancy in case Travis has some sort of removal held back. It no longer does any purpose.
Yep. And at this
There's
point,
no weak points left. Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, Ross is just kind of digging through with this grinding station and this Mox Amber, generating some extra blue mana to find the Thassa's Oracle to win the game from. And we know that Travis's last card in hand is nothing more than an Iganjo.
But Ross does not know that.
That's true.
So completely reasonable for him when you have, even when you have an overwhelming advantage, you don't want to slip away. You don't want to overlook something and die to some fluke.
Yeah, at this point, Ross has to be like, well, I guess if you're making me do it, okay.
All right, so now we can confirm Ross did not accidentally board out the Thassa's Oracle.
Yep, confirmed. Way to win the game. All right, we're at like 5 cards left. Let's do it one more time. Our devotion to blue is going to be 3 when we cast Thassa's Oracle. Use the blue mana, cast it.
And done. Ross Merriam advances to the top 4.
All right. Top 4. And as you mentioned, said that he was confident in this deck, confident in this strategy going into this weekend, and is showing off with it nicely into top 4, taking out Mono White Hammer. GG's to Travis as well. And a big GG's to Ross, who's going to continue on to play tomorrow morning.
I mean, we asked him this morning, like, is this the best deck in the format? And he said, yeah. I mean, he didn't even, I mean, there was no hedging or anything. He was like, yes, it is. And certainly it has looked good today. So that is going to conclude the coverage for today. Thanks for everyone being here. If you want to get notifications when we kick things back up again for the top 4 in the morning, hit the follow button. Nerd Rage Louisville will continue at 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning with the semifinals and finals of the Modern 15K Showdown. Once that's complete, we'll move into the Pioneer 5K by the end of the weekend. By this time tomorrow, well, plus a few hours maybe, within 30 hours, we will have locked up the remainder of the championship field. But still, a lot of Magic left to be played before then. Thanks to Becky Bell for being with us here this afternoon, and with Dominic Hardy here this morning. This is Nerd Rage Gaming signing off for today. We'll be back in the morning. We'll see you then.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for joining me early this morning here on the NRG Series. I'm Matt Monty, getting ready to jump into our semifinals and finals here in Louisville, Kentucky. So what I wanted to do first here is talk about the prizes here and what these players are playing for. Last night we did the quarterfinals, so there's only 4 players remaining here, and those 4 players are playing for their prizes there, the $3,600 in cash for first place, 40 points, and a championship invite to the winner. The top 2 players are going to receive DreamHack qualifications as well. So tons of prizes. some qualifications and some points available on the line here. Let's talk about those top 8 players that still remain here. We'll get you a little recap of what happened yesterday leading into today. As you can see there, most of the lower seeds lost, with only Victor Logan picking up a win as a lower seed. So kind of how it goes, you get rewarded for getting a higher seed there into the elimination round. So Derek Davis is going to square off against Victor Logan, and Gabriel Nicholas is going to square off against Ross Merriam in our semifinals. I'm going to go ahead and bring in our commentators for the day. So let's bring back Joe and Dom. Good morning, guys.
Hey, morning.
Morning.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about your guys' picks for the day. Now, something that's kind of interesting about a format like this is, and I've only done this about one time, so when you win a quarterfinals on day one, overnight you get to go to bed knowing who your semifinals opponent is. Is there anything you guys do differently? Are you like in the mindset where you have like you grind out the matchup against your buddies for a while, or do you just kind of like let it go? What's your guys' opinion on that?
I mean, I have been in this scenario before, where you have the top 8 playing the next day, and the people you're staying with in the hotel, we played a bunch of games, and in my case, we determined that I had no chance, and we tried out a bunch of radical different sideboarding, and confirmed I had no chance, and then showed up to the match with no confidence and lost. Got swept 3-0 in about 5 minutes. So
Perfect.
it doesn't always help, but preparation is there and is worthwhile sometimes.
Okay.
Well,
Dom, how about you?
Look, some people will stay focused and disciplined and rested and get a good night's sleep and go through their usual tournament procedures. Other people will go out for a raucous night of drinking to celebrate and then rock up tomorrow morning and win the tournament anyway. I have my theories as to which camp Ross Merriam might fall in, for example. We're going to watch him before too long here. But honestly, if you can just go to bed and then wake up and come back and crush it, it's almost a sign of confidence in yourself, right? Like, I've played this matchup before. I know what I'm doing. I came here with a plan. I'm going to execute that plan. What else do I need to do? Just another day at the office.
That's right. Yeah, I think my experience was I was like, guys, I'm just going to bed. And they're like, we wake up in the morning like, oh, we played this match for like 3 hours last night. Here's what you should do. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I was doing anyways. Why did you guys waste 3 hours of your time? So, so cool.
Nice way to talk to your friends that are trying to help you out.
Thanks, guys. So cool. So I want to get your feedback on that. Again, I wanted to see if you guys had one pick of these 4, who do you choose? Who do you think is going to win?
Well, looking at what happened yesterday, Gabriel Nicholas and Ross Merriam played each other already in the tournament.
Yeah.
And Ross did win that one. So he's not going for Gabriel Nicholas going first here. Obviously, that matters. But Ross, having actually, won the match already, probably played it several times as well. But Gabriel Nicholas in the last round played this matchup against a different player and won. So they both have experience winning this matchup. I think you could go either way. I'm inclined to go with Ross Merriam, who we just basically on the merits of the interview yesterday, we spoke to him and he really understands what's going on with this deck. Not to say Gabriel Nicholas doesn't, but Ross Merriam seems like he's on top of everything, and so I'm going to go with him.
Okay. Dom?
Yeah, hard to bet against Ross. I think he would gladly take himself against anyone in the tournament. He's showing up with what he is very confident is the best deck, and he has put his money where his mouth is. He's in the top 4 of this tournament and shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. I do want to draw some attention to Derek Davis on the other side of the bracket. So this is Dirk 716. I think the right numbers are on Magic Online, if that name means anything to people out there. This is someone who is the lone voice in the wilderness, keeping the flame alive for this 5-color elementals deck, which in the immediate aftermath of Modern Horizons 2, we saw people really go hard on the elemental stuff. Flamekin Harbingers and Voice of Resurgence and so on and so forth. Over time, that kind of melded into this more generic 4-color shell with Yorion and so on and so forth. But throughout, Derek has been the one person saying, no, I prefer this. And that has served him well to the tune of at least one Mox qualification, the Magic Online Championship Series, various results in modern challenges, high-stakes modern events online, and in Paper 2, and just yet another notch on that tally here. So another case of someone who has achieved this level of mastery with an archetype that people kind of discounted at first. So I would be very fitting to see him and Ross show off in the finals there.
Very good. All right, let's talk a little bit about the overall leaderboard, because again, a bunch of those points shook out overnight. So thanks to Max Khan for doing a bunch of the heavy lifting on this here. You can see Raja Szylman in that blue there, so that's a different color, obviously. So Raja's qualified, so he's going to go ahead and pick up a qualification into our end of the year championship. Now, what gets interesting is Zach Allen at 172 points. He is 1 point behind Connor for the overall leaderboard slot there. So today, obviously, he's going to define a bunch of things there. Jesse Robkin not too far behind at 161 points. And then even more important for some of these other players is their at-large qualifications. So Zoe Riederman and Adam Wasburn-Moses both tied at 145 points. Will Kruger at 135 points. And then it gets really muddy down there with Mack Endree, Will Kowalczyk, Harrison Fang, Larry Fields, David Delgado, Dom Palercio. All those players are in attendance. So that is their points currently. A big day from one of those players is going to jump them up and secure them a spot in our championship. I'll keep you guys posted on all that, how it goes throughout the day. And we'll kind of, as it fleshes out over the next 4 or 5 hours, give you a good update on where we are with that. With that, it looks like the players are all set to roll. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go ahead and let Joe and Dom take you into our first semifinal match. And you guys take it away.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yeah, lots on the line today, certainly. And here we go. Semifinal number 1, Gabriel Nicholas versus Ross Merriam. Nicholas on the play. Both players, all 4 players, started with 171, 4 remaining. The winner gets an invite to the NRG Championship.
Yeah, and this was part of Ross's explicit mission coming into the weekend. He said, okay, well, this tournament's in driving distance for me, and there's a decent amount of money on the line, so I'll be there. But also, hey, if I win the whole thing and I get to play another high-stakes tournament in a few weeks, sure, I'll sign up for that too. And so Ross's little raiding party here, off to a fantastic start, and the end is in sight here. I think he's got his eyes on the prize.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, some players that I've talked to over the years, they're able to focus one match at a time. And other players, now I'm not speaking to which type Ross Merriam is, but I know which type I am, is unable to not consider the implications of, higher finishes. No, like at this point, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, sure, I want to win this match, but if I win 2, I get to go to the championship. I just can't ignore that factor.
Yeah, some people are motivated by that. For some people, it works. It helps them to have that just dangled in front of their eyes there. For other people, they really want to just put that aside, focus on the game in front of them, and just play the game and then play the match and then see where that takes them. Easy to read too much into that. I think Ross is going to show up and play Magic, and he's going to play it pretty well, and we'll see where that gets him this morning here. Where it's got him so far is turn 2 Grinding Station, which there is a heated debate among Breach proponents about what is the actual worst card in this deck, and the merit of the strategy is you mostly just get to play all of the good cards, and you have this fast 2-card combo spliced into the deck. This is the one card which you wouldn't really put Grinding Station in your deck unless you have some kind of ulterior motive.
Sure. Yeah, and having a counterspell then, might be something that Ross kind of smiles about. But Gabriel Nicholas, got to pace this match the way his cards dictate. And, even if the counterspell's there, and maybe you feel like, well, I just have to commit it now because it just fits into my curve, even if this isn't the most high priority card. It is dangerous, though. It is, the Grinding Station being on the board, then later on, if the Breach slips through, you can just die. So keeping the board clean is desirable in many senses. Ross Merriam feels likewise and picks off the Dragon Rage Challenger. So no damage coming across here either way early on, which probably favors Ross.
Yeah, we do see a copy of Ragavan in Ross's hand. We'll see if that one tries to sneak into the red zone here, just going for the Grinding Station instead.
Yeah, so now this makes this counterspell look unfortunate for Gabriel Nicholas, as redundant Grinding Stations aren't worth too much for Ross Merriam, but does manage to sneak the second one into play. So Gabriel Nicholas...
We even saw this same... We saw the same dynamic on camera yesterday in Breach versus Murktide in the same matchup, where if you counter the first Grinding Station, given enough time, when Underworld Breach enters the battlefield, well, the Grinding Station could just come right back, and the Breach can reassemble the entire combo by itself. So if you're just going to fire it off on the grinding station, then you need to have a good reason for that. We'll see what Nicholas has in mind there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there is a Murktide in hand, so we may see some real pressure added to the board now in Gabriel Nicholas and a Flying Dragon. But, well, I guess Flying Dragon's perhaps redundant. I don't know how many dragons don't fly in Magic, but you get the idea. We shall see. He also has Expressive Iteration, so he could try and, bolster his defenses looking for more counter magic, or we could see Murktide just jump into play here and try and put a real clock on Ross and try and get this game over with.
Just going for Expressive Iteration instead. So find a land drop, we find another iteration and Unholy Heat. We'll see what Nicholas tries to build towards. Yeah, so just make our land drop, get the second iteration, aiming to play a longer game. But I think that Ross does have at least Underworld Breach in hand. We'll see if there's the zero-cost artifact to pair with it. So we're not that far away from a combo just being threatened out of nowhere.
Right. And for Gabriel Nicholas, from his perspective, I mean, often Mirror's Bauble, a card doesn't get held in hand. It just gets deployed as soon as it's found. So it's easy to assume that Ross doesn't have a zero-mana artifact at this point. So if he does, it's well concealed. And Gabriel may fall for it. But instead, we're going to see Dash Ragavan into play here. And, well, it's going to be burnt up, which is probably the most common outcome. And Ross probably expected that.
Yeah, if it connects, great. We can try doing that again next turn. I think Ross expected it to die, and he's not too unhappy with that exchange.
Mm-hmm. And this did commit half of Gabriel's available mana. So Ross is likely free and clear here if he has a follow-up potential, if he had a Breach and a zero-mana artifact, like you're saying, an Amber or a Bauble. But we will await.
Yeah, Ross would have to be cognizant of the 2 copies of Spell Pierce in the main deck.
Mm-hmm.
So the shields are not fully down.
Right.
But we'll see what Ross has as a follow-up. Just
Okay.
Endree, okay.
Yeah, it's going to be Endree. So that's another. So the Lightning Bolt gets drawn off on the Ragavan, which is a completely defendable play for Gabriel Nicholas. And now Endree slips into play, and we'll see if there's follow-up removal or not.
Yeah, we saw Nicholas put that Unholy Heat to the bottom. We see it right there off that Expensive Iteration. So we'll see if there's just another removal spell waiting in the wings, or if this Endree is actually going to sneak under Gabriel's defenses.
Mm-hmm. Still, no, even with the Endree Mill, I don't believe a zero-mana artifact went in, although Aether Spellbomb went in, so there's some value to be gained.
Yeah, and if you don't have the zero-cost artifact yet, often if you have mana to spare, well, you can just recycle that 1-cost artifact, keep sacrificing that to grinding station, keep milling yourself in search of that missing piece. So that is one nice thing about this combo, is that because all the pieces intersect with the graveyard, then anything that mills yourself, or you can kind of keep making gestures towards that. You don't have to do all of it in one go.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's another iteration for Gabriel. Finds Unholy Heat as an option, which can dispatch the Endree, and then Dress Down or Ragavan are the choices.
So Unholy Heat just placed onto the battlefield. We know what's coming here. There we go. And there is a Thunder Strand. So getting sacrificed immediately. We'll see if Nicholas will just go for the Murktide and say, well, hey, if you have the Breach, you have the Breach. You would also maybe need a follow-up play. But then if I get to untap with this Murktide Regent, then I have this gigantic clock, potentially with some backup, that can actually threaten to get this game over and done with.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Ross only has, I believe, 2 cards left in hand, and they would have to be the correct 2 for Gabriel to actually die in this spot. Ross does have 1 of the 2, but Gabriel is going to take a chance here. He's got to get this pressure on the board at some point. He's going to take the opportunity now, and this is going to be a maximum size Murktide, perhaps. Yes, it is. So,
and this is where you start, if you're Ross, you start hearing the yakety sax music blaring in your head. It's like, okay, let's go. We can. I think I've got this, but I don't know yet. Let's see if we can piece it together.
All right, Gabriel Nicholas, defense is down. 8-8 on the board. Ross Merriam, what do you have? Well, we know that at the very least, he can breach Ether Spellbomb and set back the Murktide. But very possibly we'll see more than that.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we can start with the Ether Spellbomb, and then I imagine the follow-up will be Endree, just milling an additional card.
Yeah.
And so we get 4 looks from the Endree, 3 more looks from the Spellbomb. So that's if there's a Mishra's Bubble or a Mox Hammer in the top 7 cards there, then we are good to go.
Oop,
Okay, well, I guess a little suspense, but you know.
Yeah. All right, Mox into play here. Grinding Station triggers. And Ross Merriam with a blue floating, and he's in business. And we are not going to find any free instant speed interaction for Gabriel Nicholas in game number 1. And Ross Merriam will take one step closer to the finals by picking up game 1 here with the combo that this deck, gets most of its wins by. I mean, we see combat damage occasionally, but really this deck lives and dies by this combo, and it is efficient. It is cheap mana wise, and it really just, we talked about this yesterday. It's breach and graveyard interactions, and that's a powerful way to roll, especially in game 1.
Yeah, this is a matchup where you can ask either side, and they'll say that they're favored. I think the breach players like their side of the matchup, the Murktide players like their side. This is you saw there the argument for the breach side is that okay, you presented the best threat in the Murktide deck, and certainly the Murktide mirror, right? 8/8 Murktide is it's one of the best creatures of all time, very difficult to deal with. And I just untapped and combo off and shrugged it off without a care in the world. And that's, when you can go so over the top like that, then that really contorts how you have to play the rest of the game. We'll see if Nicholas can showcase the argument for the other side of that matchup. And he's going to have to if he wants to stay in this tournament.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the deck lists and see further what the players have going on here. So here is Gabriel Nicholas is a Murktide deck. If we have the version with the sideboard displayed, that would be, there we go. Thank you. So you can get the full look at the 75 Gabriel Nicholas presented this weekend. It's got him all the way to the top 4 and down a game here. So needing a little bit of help. And it's available. And really, it's easy to overboard in this matchup because so many cards are effective against the Jeskai Breach deck.
Yeah, and you can make arguments for quite a few of these sideboard cards. I think the extra copy of Dress Down it's one that I would want. It trumps Urza Saga, which is one of the ways that the Breach deck can try and get an advantage without having to rely on its creatures or its combo. You can make a case for something like Unlicensed Hearse as well, kind of nullifying Endree and then also making the Fair Breach plan a fair bit worse. And then there's other cards like Mystical Dispute or Engineered Explosives, which you could find an argument for, but I don't know if that argument is actually compelling when it comes down to it.
Right. Okay, and then let's look at Ross Merriam's deck list. Here we go. Jeskai Breach, one of the players who's really put a lot of work into the deck. We know we're facing against Counter Magic, potential Graveyard Hate, and Dress Downs. I mean, this is open deck list at this point. Players know everything that the opponents have to offer them. So looking for protection, I mean, Teferi, obviously, that's a winner in these matchups. Do you worry too much about dying to the creatures, or do you think, okay, I can defend my spells, defend my graveyard, and then, like in this last game where, I mean, there's large creatures on the board, but from Ross's perspective, he can just combo out anyway.
I could imagine on the draw wanting an additional answer, like a marginal answer to Ragavan, for example. But for the most part, I'm sure Ross has a fairly defined plan for this matchup coming in, and I don't think it's going to change too much based on the specifics of his opponent's list, which seems to be fairly stock from the looks of things. So looking at Ross's sideboard, I think the Mystical Dispute stands out. The Shadow Spear, this is a matchup where just making large constructs and then Shadow Spear making those even better can often win games by itself. And then you can make a few arguments for other cards, but those are the ones I'd be looking at.
Sure. Okay. Well, we'll see as the players are still sideboarding. And then if this match concludes in time, we will go over and watch Derek Davis versus Victor Logan, whatever might be left in the match. We're not going to do any time-shifted replay here in the top 4 because if both matches are complete, we're just going to go ahead and play the finals. No reason to make you all wait for that. And then just to update you on the schedule, what we're going to have for the rest of the day, once we've concluded the Modern Showdown, we will almost certainly make time to speak to the winner if they're feeling talkative. And then we'll move into the Pioneer 5K for the rest of the day. Dom,
Yeah,
I'm honored
we will try not to keep the winner for too long. They do have a Pioneer tournament to play, and they will be doing their best to go back to back.
I don't know. Maybe our winner decides I don't need to play Pioneer. I'm just going to go celebrate today. But likely,
Also valid.
yeah, definitely. But likely, they'll find themselves in the field along with everyone else who was likely here yesterday playing Pioneer 5K. The Showdown this morning auto qualifies, but there are still a bunch of invites to the championship on the line, and those include the points races. Both the Season 3 leaderboard and the overall year-long 2022 leaderboard will lock after today. So lots on the line for the players, both the ones on camera right now and the ones in the Pioneer field throughout the day.
Yeah,
like
when we checked in on that leaderboard, we saw Conor Mullally, Zach Allen, 1 point separating the two of them. And actually, if we think back to the last round of yesterday, Zach Allen thought he was going to be able to draw into the top 8, ended up having to play and lost. And so if you change that, that's a real fork in the road moment potentially. It may be Zach Allen defending that lead today instead. As it happens, if Conor and Zach both have a bad day at the office in the Pioneer event, Conor's going to have it. Conor will be your player of the year for 2022, but Zach is nipping at his heels and is as close as you can possibly get. And then Jesse Robkin still in the mix potentially too. So that race is certainly not over. And both of them have a lot to play for today.
Jesse Robkin, who is, I believe, in the chat this morning while we're playing at the top 4, is still alive. One of those 3 players, Piper Powell, Zoe Riederman, cannot catch up. But the first 3 on the board, Conor Mullally, Zach Allen, and Jesse Robkin, still live for the 2022 MVP. So we'll see how that plays. We won't know the answer to that one until later this afternoon. But the winner of this top 4 match, who's on to the finals, that may be decided momentarily as Ross Merriam up a game. Gabriel Nicholas on the play here, trying to even things up, and we're underway.
Yeah, and Ross has to be happy not to see Temur Ragavan there. A little bit more breathing room. We'll see if Ross has an early play of his own. And there it is, turn 1 Endree, which is not trivial to do in a deck that only has 4 Mishra's Bauble and some Mox Ambers as 0-cost artifacts. But Ross managed to stitch that together here.
Yeah, no, this is an excellent start here. Okay, Gabriel does have an answer for it. So the now Ross Merriam with 2 baubles in play. Those are kind of mystery cards. Like, you keep a hand like this, I mean, you're really keeping a 5-card hand plus 2 random draws off the top, which is probably good, but you could end up flooding. You don't know what you're going to see there. Gabriel Nicholas in their hand with several land in play, so probably looking to draw action off the top to really present a threat or to keep his defenses stable here.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see those baubles cycled here just to get that information and start seeing more cards. There is a world where if you are planning towards an Urza Saga, then just having those in play to buff your constructs might actually be a better use of those cards.
That's true. The constructs are a little less safe here with the extra copy of Dress Down boarded in, but they are still a significant threat that Gabriel will have to answer. And if you don't have Dress Down, then the constructs really can be a nuisance. All right, so 1 bauble activated there for Ross. Checking out what Gabriel's going to draw this turn. It appears to be another land with, there's, I believe, 3 more land in hand. So Gabriel, certainly not with the ideal opener here, but we'll see if he can stabilize, get things going here, provide some pressure. As we've talked about this yesterday, as the Izzet Murktide player, you don't want to fall too far behind here because you have to actually win over the course of multiple turns in combat.
Yeah, this breach deck is quite good at going toe-to-toe with the Murktide deck, plays a lot of the same cards, but you have this inbuilt flood protection of sorts in the form of Urza Saga, just hiding away in your lands there. The Murktide deck doesn't, and so it is liable to flood out in these longer games, and this is game 2 of this game, and Nicholas is flooding out already, so we'll need to have some good draws here to right that ship.
All right, so Grinding Station presented here, and Gabriel Nicholas in game 1 had a counterspell and did use it on the first Grinding Station. Same scenario here, counterspell in hand again. We'll see if the same play is made or if Gabriel decides to sit on it this time around.
Yeah, we see Brotherhood's End, I think that is, at the bottom of Gabriel's deck. So that's a card which can, I guess you could blow up a grinding station with it. I think its main use is going to be clearing up a board of Urza Saga constructs, no matter how big they are. So filling a similar role to Dress Down in that sense, and then can also be an expensive answer to an Endree, a Ragavan, a Ledger Shredder sometimes. So a flexible card, but not necessarily an efficient one.
Sure. All right, so we await, because the island was fetched out. I feel like we are going to see the counterspell here potentially from Gabriel, unless there's some other piece of interaction that he chooses to deploy here.
And just taking a look as Gabriel's flicking through their hand, I don't think there's... Okay, yeah, a quick pause just to make sure that bauble trigger goes off at the right place. I think Gabriel realizing maybe after that, the lessons from the first game that, doesn't have much going on, needs to maximize that counterspell for whatever it's worth and can't just be firing it off on a card which right now is not doing anything.
All right, so here's Mystical Dispute on the Ledger Shredder. And okay, so the reason potentially why Gabriel Nicholas fetched out and Basic Island is that 2 Steam Vents are in hand. So that would explain why, even though the mana wasn't spent, a Shockland was not the target there on the fetch land.
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe Gabriel wanted to consider in response, because if you find a removal spell, that might be a better way to deal with that Ledger Shredder rather than using the Dispute. But this also makes sense.
Okay, Ross Merriam fresh out of Mitchell's Baubles now. Down to drawing just 1 card turn with Grinding Station on the board. So we all know, as does Gabriel Nicholas, that with Baubles in the graveyard, Grinding Station in play, it just takes a breach. That's assuming that Gabriel Nicholas has no interaction remaining, and Ross Merriam is unlikely to be able to make that assumption.
Yeah, you have to think, if your opponent is not casting proactive spells, there's no creature being attempted in this game so far, has a pretty land-heavy draw, like, what are those cards left over, right? Unless this is one of the worst cases of Mana Flood we've ever seen, and it kind of is, honestly, then you have to think it's reactive cards of some kind.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Ross picks some additional mana this turn and has some defenses of his own in hand. Looks like a lightning bolt hiding out in there. But do we have any action? Do we have any threats? And the answer is no.
Yeah, both players just in this weird holding pattern for now. Not too much going on either side. There is a Ragavan off the top for Gabriel, so we'll see if that one can try to connect. We do know that Ross has the removal spell waiting in the wings to deal with it.
Yeah, and so, okay, Dash Ragavan is the play here for Gabriel Nicholas. We'll attempt to get in here to connect, and Ross Merriam, yeah, I mean, this is what these removal spells are in the deck for, is primarily to avoid getting hit by Ragavan. And then Steam Vent shocks in, so Gabriel Nicholas perhaps not done for the turn, or just trying to hold up the maximum amount of mana. If Gabriel is expecting, if his primary concern is being combo killed, 2 damage from a Shockland is not likely to matter too much in the outcome of the game. So basically free there, whether he's holding up something or not. As we get things going here, thanks for joining us this morning at the NRG Series. We are in Game 2 of our first semifinal match. We've got the 2 elimination rounds of Modern here for you this morning, followed up by the Pioneer 5K through the rest of the day. And we are, at the moment, waiting to see whether Ross Merriam can close this out 2-0 or if Gabriel Nicholas can send us to a Game 3 as the players continue to make land drops, and not a whole lot going on here right now.
Yeah, you see that frustrated flourish from Nicholas. Just yet another Spyblock Canal off the top there. Ross not doing much better, but I think it's an interesting question of which deck actually top decks better from this kind of board position where, Ross has Underworld Breach that threatens to win the game on the spot. Has Urza Saga, which is very difficult to interact with, can present several threats in its own right. But then Nicholas has Murktide Region, has his own iterations, of course, has a lot of the same creatures and setup cards that the Ross has in his deck.
Yeah, certainly I think Gabriel Nicholas would agree that Ross Merriam's prime threats here are probably scarier than a Murktide Regent. But the draw is Ragavan, so both players just exchanging Dash Ragavans potentially into the fire of removal spells. So we saw this a couple turns ago in the other direction. Now we're going to see Unholy take out Ross's Monkey, and we are just waiting. Okay, Dragon Rage Challenger for Gabriel. That's something. Any threat that requires an answer. I mean, hopefully, your opponent is out at this point. Although, as we can see, Ross Merriam is not. You're sitting in Gabriel Nicholas' chair. Is there any chance that you deploy a counterspell to protect a creature in this game?
Not a creature like that. If it was Murktide region and it's a 2-turn clock effectively, then I could see it. If it's just a measly Dragon Space Chandler, I think it's too low impact and you have enough kind of replacement level threats in your deck that you don't need to use one of your premium pieces of interaction there. Mm-hmm. But this counterspell does in fact go after the Ledger Shredder, so the code's potentially clear for Underworld Breach or some kind of follow-up play.
Well, Ross is thinking this over, and it's a pass of the turn. So if you're Gabriel Nicholas, now you made me thinking, okay, maybe Ross's hand isn't all that great either.
Here's another Ragvan off the top. And this one finally is going to hit. I think we saw some monkey-on-monkey violence before. This is the first copy of Ragvan connecting here, but as is the case so much in this game, just another land off of Ross's deck. So I guess you could argue Gabriel top decked another land there. Is that fair to say?
No, I think that works. And Ross Merriam draws I believe Springly from, which is another land. And here is Underworld Breach.
Okay, Ross goes for it.
Yeah.
And it resolves. And that's it. That's the ball game. Ross will be one of our finalists in our 15K showdown here.
Yes, indeed. The combo is assembled. Gabriel Nicholas defenseless with just a fetch land and that Ragavan. Ross Merriam will go through the motions, assembling the combo, putting likely a legendary creature into play. There's a Mox from hand, I believe, and all right, so this is over. This is going to put Ross Merriam into the finals, and this timed out well as the backup match is just beginning game 3. So let's go jump immediately into the other semifinal match. This is Nerd Rage Gaming action coming fast and furious this morning, and let's go Derek Davis and Victor Logan and see who is going to face Ross Merriam in the finals.
Yeah, and we have seen, especially with players like Rob Hayes and so on the series before, elementals where it's your ordinary 4-color deck with some Risen Reefs and some so on. No. This is elementals. This is Flamekin Harbinger. This is Voice of Resurgence of all things. This is Kahira there as a companion, and it actually is on theme. It's for our correct tribe here. So this is an elemental deck through and through. Derek Davis has had fantastic success since the release of MH2 with various builds of this deck. Fair to say a pet deck at this point, but without the connotations that moniker implies.
Right, yeah. If it's a pet deck, but it's a deck that you're dominating with, that's okay. That's respectable. That's no sympathy means taken. You're not scrounging around in the 2-4 bracket with your fun cards that you just happen to enjoy. You're up here in the top 4 of the event in game number 3.
Yeah, it is, and I know you can testify to this too. It is a very good feeling when you feel like you have identified something that no one else is really doing, and you're like, well, okay, I will just keep winning with this until you start taking me seriously, and I will take my free match wins until then.
No, it feels good. It's fun times when that happens. All right, and we're seeing Victor Logan here also with a deck that this is not a deck that's a prime portion of the metagame here that you expect to run into every event. The Izzet Prowess deck, but doing well here.
Yeah, I think this is the deck that maybe had the most momentum, if you like, or hype going into the weekend, where all over Magic Online, a few different streamers promoting it and having good success with it, and that spilling over into paper here. And you have to feel good as Victor, like being on the play here for this game 3. This is a deck that can really punish inefficiencies, and the Elementals deck has some stuff going for it, but is prone to stumbling sometimes. So we'll see if Derek has what it takes to break serve on the draw here.
Mm-hmm. And there already was some, broken this match as Victor Logan being the lower seed on the play here in game 3, which means he did win game 1 on the draw. So good on him. And building a board state here. 2 Dragon Range Channelers don't look like they're flying yet, but bangs the moon.
Voice of Resurgence, a card we haven't seen in a kind of fair context in a long time, and some would say that might be for good reason. And you're seeing one of those reasons, or I guess two of those reasons on the board right now. Dragon's Rage Chandler, can very easily upgrade itself to a 3/3 with flying, and Voice of Resurgence, a kind of embarrassing roadblock when that happens.
Yes, indeed. So no islands in play at the moment for Victor Logan. So that makes this Magus of the Moon a little risky, especially if we don't have Delirium yet, and it does not appear that we do. Although with 2 Dragon Rage
here's
channelers,
iteration.
yeah, it is not hard to achieve Delirium.
Yeah, the iteration would be the 3rd type, and that's for Spirit is the 4th type. So this will be an attack for at least 6 this turn.
Yeah, so we'll see if Derek Davis has anything to say about that, whether there might be a Solitude at the ready or not. And knowing the deck lists, as the players do at this point, I mean, Solitude may be something that you're holding on to in case of something like Magus of the Moon. So maybe a little wary of committing it here just to a Dragon Rage Channeler. All right.
And that bauble, the perfect hit off an iteration, offering another card in its own right, and then 2 surveils off the channelers. So Victor can really piece together a nice follow-up here. Maybe find that 3rd land for Magus of the Moon.
Yeah, evaluating this here. What is he looking for? And this, okay, attack comes across. Perhaps checking for a Solitude specifically, and that does get through, as that's likely the only interaction Derek Davis would have. And then here's the bauble post-combat. Nicely done here by Victor Logan, not wanting to surveil after finding out whether his creatures get through or not. Does in fact have the 3rd land.
I think there's also some risk over kind of like Endurance, just eating the whole graveyard, resetting those DRCs back to 1/1s, letting one of them get gobbled up by the Voice of Resurgence, or the hard class Endurance if that's a follow-up play in its own right. So I think Derrick's going to need a good turn here. We'll see what he can stitch together. Okay, Fury. That's a nice start.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to be somewhat aware of mutagenic growth. 4 copies of that card in the deck. Not sure how many of those will remain in post-sideboard. That's the kind of card which often will get shaved or cut in favor of interaction or cards like Magus of the Moon. But against a deck with Fury, then I think there's a good case for keeping at least some of them.
All right. Well, Victor giving us some thought potentially. Derek Davis has done his targeting, and there is the mutagenic growth that you spoke of.
Yeah, so from this position, if you're trying to kill something with a Fury, you can split it 3-1, but then the growth can save the thing that's getting targeted by most of that damage no matter what. So unless there is another follow-up, whether it's Fury, Ephemerate, Endurance actually would also help to reset them both.
Yeah,
then Victor might get to keep both of those channelers through this turn.
All right, here's the
Ephemerate. There it is.
Yeah. So this will throw out another 4 damage. So that would be 8 damage altogether, which should be enough to pick off both of the Dragon Rage channelers, barring another response from Victor Logan. You see the Voice of Resurgence token make it into play there. So not just a vanilla 2/2 this time around, actually increasing the offensive board presence for Derek Davis.
And Voice, one of the more subtle applications is really nice at defending those evoke creature plus ephemerate sequences, where ordinarily, if they have the removal spell, they can break that up. If they do with Voice on the battlefield, then you're getting an elemental, which is relevant for Risen Reef, and then also like a pretty sizable creature sometimes as a consolation prize.
All right, Victor with another mutagenic growth in hand, potentially deciding what the right way to interact here might be. as I believe there is one more copy in hand. And there we see it. And Derrick Davis really getting paid up. This voice of Resurgence is the best voice that we've probably seen in several years now. 2 elementals making their way into play. This isn't completely over yet. Victor Logan does have his copy of Underworld Breach in hand, so the potential for a rebuild here. And some of the board does survive.
Yeah, so the second growth keeps around the second channeler after all is said and done there. So there is a threat that gets to stick around, but now the onus is on Victor, who sees a Fury, another one with that Mistress Bauble. Onus is on Victor to rebuild and close out the game within a short order here. And Victor's only on 10. We have that Fury just hanging out now as a 3/3 double strike, right? And those 2 elemental tokens are both 4/4s and can grow even further.
Yeah, no, from Victor's side, it very much looks like winning the game right now would be ideal. A Lightning Bolt, I believe, was in hand now. But a sizable graveyard, but not a ton of mana. However, Mutagenic Growths can add a fair amount of damage here. Looks grim, though. Derrick Davis with a Solitude in hand as well, although I'm not sure if there are white cards to pair with it. So we'll take a breath here alongside Victor Logan as he decides how to proceed here. Is there a route through? Bolt on Fury would leave Victor not dead on the board at the moment, although in a pretty precarious position.
Yeah, it might have to be exactly Underworld Breach, which I think actually would translate into a kill here between, Mutagenic Growth in the graveyard, Lightning Bolt. I think that would do it, but barring that, I think Derrick is going to be our other finalist.
Mm-hmm. Well, Elementals does have a history of winning NRG Modern events.
So, yeah, 2 lands being tapped. Okay, so the calculation is being started here. All right, so that is a stocked graveyard already, and then each spell that is being cast from the graveyard will surveil another card into it via the Dragonwave Channeler. So, effectively, only need to pay 2 cards to escape each of these, Lightning Bolts / Mutagenic Growths. And so, this now is effectively a check. Do you have Solitude? Do you have Endurance? And it looks like the answer is no. So here we go.
All right, 3 cards exiled, and the first Mutagenic Growth on the stack. Victor also limited somewhat by his life total. Only 4 Mutagenic Growths castable here. Or 4 Phyrexian spells castable here. Here is the first one.
Yeah, the Lightning Bolt can substitute
Right.
in for some part of that, but we'll see. So, so 4 Mutagenic Growths is 8, and then the DLC, so that would be 11 by itself, and then we have the Bolt as a failsafe.
All right. Well, this is, Victor Logan going through the motions here. Probably not confident this is going to get the job done, but hopeful, but optimistic.
Yeah. There's also some concern that you want to keep the buff from Delirium, so have to be very cautious about what exactly you escape away, and then you might need to find specific card types off escape. But Derrick does have the Solitude.
Yeah, it does have a Solitude and white card to pitch. And this is going to derail Victor Logan's hopes of making the finals here, as this Dragon Rage Chandler is going to get exiled. Victor will gain some life, but this is a pretty sizable board here. There is a Lightning Bolt still. They could maybe pick off the Fury, but perhaps more importantly, Victor Logan's offensive capabilities here are completely reset.
Yeah, and when that Underworld Breach goes away at the end of the turn, I think so too will Vader's hopes of winning this game here.
Okay, that is the Lightning Bolt. Looks like targeting Fury. Lava Dart spills over. And Victor going to be gaining somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 11 life, depending on when the Solitude actually is put on the stack in response to immunogenic growth or after Victor passed. But most importantly, no damage coming through to Derek Davis. Yep, and the breach expends itself, and Derek Davis will untap.
Another Vice Resurgence.
Briefly, I'm sure an attack here for, this looks like 10. And Victor Logan on his last breath here, and this is going to take more than just a Lava Dart, and that's it. And Derek Davis will advance to the finals and to face Ross Merriam for the invite into the NRG Championship. Both players now have earned qualifications to the next regional championship, but they're probably both hungry for more, and it's available. It's on the table. We'll see who is able to take the tournament down, take down the top prize, the cash, and the invite to the Nerd Rage Championship. Nob and I will be back in a few minutes to cover the finals. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be here all day. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Finals upcoming.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. I'm Matt Monty here on the NRG series. I wanted to take a peek back at how we got here today. So let's take a peek at our top 4 slide. There are only 2 players remaining. You see Derek Davis on the left. You just saw him win with 5 color elementals. Going to be playing against Ross Merriam with that Jeskai Breach deck. So pretty amazing stuff. That last couple of turns from Derek was pretty amazing stuff. I think Joe said it might have been the best Voice of Resurgence we've seen in the last several years, and I tend to agree there. It makes it a little bit sticky, especially probably going to be pretty good against Ross in this Jeskai Breach deck possibly. So see how that goes. Let's talk about what these players are getting ready to play for here. So first place again, $3,600, a lot of cash. Second place, not too bad, $1,800 too. More importantly, for first place, they get an invite to our end of the year championship. So whether it's going to be either Derek or Ross tonight, they're going to get an invite to our championship, as well as both players getting a DreamHack qualification. Now, also, there's 40 points for first place and still 30 points for second place. Now, why that's important here, again, we'll talk about the players that are going to be qualified here, but just doing a little bit of napkin math here, Derek has an outside shot at qualifying for our end of the year championship, even if he does get the runner-up finish today with a good showing in Pioneer, which starts in about 10 minutes here. We'll take a peek at our qualified players just to kind of give you a glimpse of what I'm talking about here. So we've already added Raja Szylman, so congrats to him on his season 3 at-large bid. He is one of the 2 at-large qualifiers, so again, congratulations to him. We're going to check that box in between Raja and Zach Dubin there for the season 3 showdown winner. That's going to, again, be between Derek and Ross here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to fill one more season 3 at-large slot as soon as our Pioneer event ends later this evening. And then we're going to trickle in 4 more overall at-large bids here. And I wanted to go ahead and bring back Joe and Dom here just to talk about the finals real briefly. And again, we're going to get you the updated things such as the standings. I'll get a players to watch leaderboard rolling, and we'll talk about the points and see where everyone's breaking down again. That the number 1 point leader obviously is a pretty big deal, the player of the year race. So guys, real quick, that was a pretty awesome couple of matches, I thought. Derek played very well. I've seen him play several times. I think, Joe, you mentioned Elementals is no stranger to our feature match area here at Nerd Rage Gaming. And, Derek plays a bunch of it. There's Rob Hayes plays tons of it as well. So very familiar with that. I wonder how this matchup goes. In your opinion, it's probably a little weird for Ross. I don't know if you really line up and like, okay, let's test against elementals this week. We really need to make sure that we're ready for that. So, how do you feel this one's going to go, Joe?
Well, so yeah, I understandable Ross not facing elementals in this tournament. Maybe more surprising is that Derrick has not played against Breach in the tournament.
Okay.
But one thing I feel like because of the pitch spells that are the pitch removal spells in Derrick's deck, maybe play draw isn't as relevant here as it is in a lot of matchups. So we've seen this Breach deck kind of just bide its time, play defense, and then combo win. And this elemental deck, this may be a matchup where you're looking to actually ephemerate and get for a clock, not as a removal spell. So we may see like a card disadvantageous just dumping of an incarnation to play as soon as possible in order to apply pressure. Going first, I don't think is as relevant. I don't know what Don, what do you think? I think game one at least, I think I probably favor Ross's side of things.
Yeah, I think the main Breach plan is going to be pretty good against Derrick, especially in game one. There just aren't that many ways of interacting with that. On the other hand, some of these backup plans, there's so much removal and so many good blockers in Derrick's deck that I think it's unlikely that a Ragavan is going to run away with the game, for example, or that Constructs from Urza Saga are going to get the job done by themselves. So I think Ross is going to be looking to combo, and we're going to see if he can focus on that primarily, at least in game one.
All right, cool. Well, thanks guys for your time. I'm going to let you guys handle it. Shoot us down to the finals here between these two guys. Should be an awesome match. We'll catch up with you in just a bit and take us away.
All right. Ross Merriam versus Derrick Davis. Ross Merriam, not a regular on the NRG Series. His route to the championship lies in winning this match. For Derrick Davis, obviously also winning the championship with a win, but even with a loss and a good finish in Pioneer, still could sneak in and grab that second Season 3 at-large berth. So we'll see who is going to join us, and potentially both. That makes it more exciting, right? The fact that both of them conceivably could get in.
I mean, in a way, losing in the finals here and then getting another good finish in Pioneer to get into the championship out loud through that back door, that might be more impressive in a sense than just spreading it outright. But yeah, Ross, playing for a lot here. I mean, not just this is the finals of a $15,000 tournament, but also that showdown seat is worth a lot in its own right, and that is what is on the line here. So Ross, no stranger to playing these high stakes matches, and this is just one more that he has to win here.
Yeah, and Ross, no stranger either to playing invite only small field events. He played in a couple of the SCG invitationals, so would actually probably, if he wins, be the most experienced player in that type of field in the event. Zach Allen's played in one. Ross Merriam, I believe, might have played in two. And
well, Joe, I think the last time we actually saw each other in person was the 2019 Players Championship, where Ross was the last man on the outside looking in. Just heartbreaking finish down that final stretch there to leave him out of it. So I'm sure he's raring to go. He's going to want to get back to that kind of small tournament where he has to like his odds. If he gets there, he just has to get there first, and that's going to be the hard part here.
All right, so we'll see. Ragavan in play, but Voice of Resurgence, a pretty good blocker for Ragavan. Hard to get through. Ross would have to commit 2 removal spells to connect to that Ragavan. That seems, it's plausible, but maybe not super likely.
Yeah, we saw Voice of Resurgence for a long time just didn't really have a clear place in Modern because decks weren't trying to attack you with just like 2-1 semi-vanilla creatures. But now that Ragavan is the best Savannah Lions of all time, a card like Voice of Resurgence just as a ground blocker does have a bigger role to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even... It almost seems unfair to compare. Yes, certainly same mana cost, same size, but Savannah Lions, the Lions just completely outclassed by a monkey. I don't know if the laws of the jungle would support that conclusion, but here's a Teferi, and that will allow Ragavan to get through here. Getting that Voice of Resurgence out of the way, and Ross connecting with Ragavan here. Okay, finds a land. Unlikely he was going to be able to cast whatever was flipped over anyway.
Yeah, we kind of see the hidden mode of Ragavan there as a legend to turn on Moxamber, enabling turn 2 Teferi on the play, bouncing the blocker, letting the Ragavan connect. And Teferi itself is one of the better tools that Ross has in this matchup, I think, preventing the cards that can interact with the Breach combo, shutting off the Ephemerate lines, that are pretty powerful with the evoke elementals as well. So there's Risen Reef from Derrick, and here's a follow-up Fury to deal with.
Wow,
everything.
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolute banger of a start for both players. Ross with Teferi and both copies of his Legend in
that
play
one
on
and
turn
that
2.
one and that one. Yeah.
And Derrick Davis was like, well, hold on, slow down here. Let's go ahead and turn off that Mox, which when Ross passed the turn seemed, an unlikely possibility, but there it is.
Yeah, so I'll destroy 3 of your permanents and draw a card, and it's your go.
Yeah.
You're up.
Can you? I mean, that's an impressive turn 2 turn cycle for both sides. And now Ross needing to recover here, and Risen Reef on the board. That's just going to generate advantage over time if Ross cannot dispatch it. And it does not look like there's any more red cards in hand. There's an expressive iteration, so card advantage can be accrued. There is Ledger Shredder. And that is the choice. All right. One of these expressive iterations hits the bin, and Ross Merriam, have to feel a little disappointed given how fantastic turn 2 was. Turn 3 looks, fine, but nothing to be super excited about.
But even after all of that, if Ross can stitch together Underworld Breach and Grinding Station, he can still win this game out of nowhere. And this is one of the merits of this Breach check, is you always have this end game that kind of dominates everything else that you can be playing towards.
Right. And this is kind of what we speculated, that it's going to come down to Ross probably having to combo, as Derrick Davis likely going to have a bigger and wider creature spread and just unlikely to be penetrated either by Ragavan or by construct tokens like you talked about in the intro. So we'll see what Derrick has to muster here.
Is this going to be Omnath? Okay, we have a 5th land for... So 5 mana usually means Fury, Solitude, some kind of hardcast inclination, and there is Solitude. And essentially every creature in this elemental deck is a Mold Drifter, so to speak. It has a body that can be relevant, and it has some additional effect. And then if you graft Risen Reef onto that too, then every card kind of leads to more cards, or the concept of card advantage just becomes a joke past a certain point with this deck.
Yes, indeed. All right. So Ross Merriam looking for the combo here. Graveyard stocked. So if the cards are available, if the breach comes, potentially free and clear to pick the game win. We did see it play out somewhat like that in last round. But the pressure is mounting from Derrick Davis. And like you're saying, the Risen Reef in play. This elemental deck builds upon itself. It doesn't fizzle out.
All right, Ross. What can you do? It has to be good, I think. And the Elementals deck doesn't apply a ton of pressure, but you are obliged to try and make something happen quickly, because even if they're not attacking your life level that much directly, Derrick can just draw several cards every turn, and at some point, Flamekin Harbinger offers direct access to a card like Endurance to mess up any potential combo lines.
Okay. Well, Derrick Davis's hand include multiple cantrips, including Voice of Resurgence and Unsettled Mariner. Let's see what he chooses to go with. In fact, also another copy of Risen Reef.
Yeah, and if you think one Risen Reef can lead to ridiculous sequences, 2 Risen Reefs just really gets out of control quickly. So we might just see that here. Yeah, there we go. So Risen Reef checking for any kind of removal from Ross, and it looks like the coast is clear. So we're drawing, in air quotes, 2 cards there, and now this Voice of Resurgence, all right, that's a 2/2 that also draws 2 cards. An Evoked Fury or something can clean up a bunch of permanents and also draw 2 cards. Everything is a Mold Drifter now.
Everything indeed. And what you talked about, so Derrick with 1 copy of Endurance main deck, that would be an ideal card to find. You may have some time here, Ross, not looking, we can see from his hand, not with either combo piece in hand as of yet. And here is another Voice of Resurgence. Finds a land and a copy of itself, and here's an attack for 4. I'm sorry. I'm sure Derrick is well aware that he's giving Ross several turns here. So without the endurance, there's not a ton of interaction.
And the endurance by itself is not always a reliable answer to Underworld Breach. If you have your Breach, you have the grinding station, you have Mark Samba ready to go, then you can often just straight up combo through an endurance. As it stands right now, if Ross were to mill over the grinding station with an Endree, for example, then you could actually fizzle the Breach with endurance that way. But it's not a 100% guarantee. So we'd rather just get this game over with as fast as we can here.
Yeah, well,
I wonder if that one white mana open for Derrick might represent Ephemerate to like keep drawing even more cards here. It's a pretty stacked hand at this point as well.
There's certainly a possibility. Yeah, there are. Ephemerate also would allow our interaction with an Endree, although Ross wouldn't be looking for Endree to be able to activate. At this point, it would just be a mill and then a legend for Mox Ember activations here. Sacred Foundry untapped. Construct, a possibility here, potentially just as a chump blocker. But it looks like at the moment, Ross not facing lethal damage.
There is also the threat of that Kahira kind of almost entirely off screen there, where we can pick that up, we can cast it, and that's an additional 4 power on the board to say nothing of its own stat line.
And that would be enough. So here's a Ragman, notably Construct still available because of the Mox. Omnath also another route to extra damage here, as even without a fetch land in play, those Risen Reefs can advance the land drop triggers fairly quickly here.
Yeah, Risen Reef with Omnath is pretty disgusting, and no lands hit so far, but that means we're hitting spells, and that's that's a fine constellation prize.
Absolutely, and yeah, there's certainly still more land drops potentially available for Derek Davis's turn, with another Risen Reef in hand.
It's worth noting, too, that with Flamepin Harbinger, that tutors a card directly to the top of the deck. So normally, you wouldn't be able to access that right away. The nice thing about Risen Reef is, because Harbinger itself is an elemental, you can stack the triggers such that you search a card at the top of the deck and then immediately resolve the Reef trigger, get it into your hand if that's where you need it.
Yes, indeed. And notable, too, that even though the construct, a construct can be made for Ross, Ross cannot block with 2 creatures this turn, because Ragavan would have to tap in order to bring that in. So there's only 1 blocker possible either way. So here we have a number of triggers on the way, and here's the Flamepin Harbinger that you talked about. And Derek Davis will tutor up another Flamepin Harbinger. Is that potentially just for another red card in hand?
So once you have multiple Risen Reefs, the Harbingers kind of allow you to convert a red mana into additional cards, additional bodies, and then you can end that chain via searching for the thing that you actually want here.
All right, Leyline Binding takes out Ragavan. Looks like Ross floated in mana in response.
Yeah, so it looks like Ross is going to try and make this construct, and doing some quick math here. If Derrick can keep triggering those Risen Reefs, and yeah, here we go. So this is nice. Ross has the floating mana, has to use it in the main phase before he loses it, which means we can still cast his Fury at Sorcery Speed, get an additional 2 Risen Reef triggers, and now if these are triggering the Omnath, we get more mana, and if we hit that 3rd landfall ability, then yeah, there we go. That's the additional 4 damage that we needed. And we just get to pick up and cast it here at the same time. So.
Yeah, and there it is. There is the attack for 11, and that's enough to end game 1. Derek Davis.
Very impressive turn.
Yeah, that was nicely done. Derek Davis sculpted that out, knew what he wanted to achieve, and got through the potential sequence of 2 blocks from Merriam, and is up a game now. 1 game closer. Only 1 game left required to get a berth in the NRG Championship. Wow, exciting stuff. Well played game. Let's take a look at the sideboards and see. We've seen Ross Merriam not having to play from behind too many times, I don't think, this weekend. But here up against it. So here is Jeskai Breach deck. Here's what he's got available to him. What do we love here? We do have some additional removal in form of Prismatic Ending and Fury. Prismatic Ending, okay, maybe?
Well, it's awkward when the opponent's cards technically cost 5 and 6
Yeah.
mana, right? Like it's not a realistic exchange at that point. I think the Teferi, as we mentioned, it stops a lot of the instant speed interaction, like ley line binding, if you're going for the combo turn, or endurance as well, and then does also break up some of those evoke plus ephemerate tricks. So we'll definitely expect to see the third copy of that one. Beyond that, not much on offer. I guess Fury. We could see Ross try and turn the tables with his own copies of Fury, but this is not a matchup that I think Ross had on his radar, and that is one of the many reasons why I think Derrick has been able to have such sustained success with a deck like this.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go ahead and look at Derek Davis' 5-color Elementals deck. A deck that, as we said, has some history of taking down events here at the NRG Series. And so Derek Davis with a number of cards that are potentially useful, but you talked about Endurance not being a guarantee being able to break up the combo. Surgical Extraction, on the other hand, likely the wrong cards spill over on Emery Mill or something, could eliminate Ross's ability combo right off the bat.
Yeah, and even if that one doesn't end up playing a part in the game, just the mere threat of that card has to be looming over the combo turn if Ross ends up going for that. Beyond that, I mean, Endurance still good in a lot of spots against the card Underworld Breach, and also very nice against Ragavan, good against Unholy Heat, just a solid card to have in the matchup overall. I think the Foundation Breaker could come in, sniping into Urza Saga with that is very appealing. And then you can make a case for any of like Force of Vigor on the same grounds, even Engineered Explosives potentially. So a lot of nice options here, and we might shave away at some of the weak elementals. Like I don't know if these Unsettled Mariners, for example, are where you want to be.
Mm-hmm. All right. The players consulting each other's sideboards. We'll take a breath here. And we thank you for being here. If you're interested in the NRG series and you aren't familiar with our undertakings, we have a schedule up, I believe, for the first portion of next year. If you're interested in when you might find our events to watch or to play in yourself, you can see what's upcoming here. The next 4 events, we have the championship in January in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. That is taking place in the NRG headquarters. That is not a spectator-friendly event. The qualified players and staff will be there, and that's it. That is the 20K championship, but that will be live streamed all weekend long, January 14th and 15th. So you can mark on your calendar or follow.
Yeah, that one very, very friendly to spectators at home. We encourage you all to follow the stream here and be back here for that. And we do have over 600 of you currently watching us here determine at least one of the participants in that event. So very thankful to all of you for joining us here for some Modern this morning, and then some Pioneer in short order as well.
Yeah, and you see the remaining early events next year in March, May, and June, taking a few months off for the winter. But we'll be back in the spring and the summer. So, questions in the chat. Player of the year determined yet? No, not yet. There are still 3 players live. Connor Mullally, Zach Allen, and Jesse Robkin could all still win Player of the Year. Those are the only 3 players currently live, and you can see up top. This is updated as of yesterday's events. Connor Mullally with a 1-point lead over Zach Allen and 12 points clear of Jesse Robkin. But those 3 players could still be the NRG 2022 MVP. Also, qualifications available for one of the Season 3 invites has been grabbed by Raja Szylman. You can see him in blue there. He qualified this weekend. The other one up for grabs. And so you see there, Raja Szylman joining the crew that will be here in January. The winner of the match we're currently watching will also join that list. And then the other Season 3 at large berth, there's several players contesting that, including potentially, if he loses this match, Derek Davis. The other 4 at large bids will also be filled tonight as things play out. There's a lot of implications. Zach Allen will qualify for the championship. How he qualifies will determine how some of these spots play out.
You don't want to be the number 2 at-large person for the season. You want to be player of the year. And
that sounds better. Yeah.
That's very much in range for Zach, who 1 point behind Connor currently. It seemed like for sometime yesterday he was going to leapfrog Connor overnight by top-8ing the Modern event. Had a very unfortunate situation where he thought he could draw, had to play instead, and then lost. And so 1 point behind, but we'll be looking to leap Connor today instead to keep it exciting until the very final rounds.
Okay, well, back to the match at hand. Derek Davis up a game, winning on the play. Ross Merriam, can he equalize? We will find out momentarily. Players about to pick up their opening hands, hoping for solid 7s on both sides. And, I mean, we saw fireworks last game. Turn 2 and 3 were quite impressive.
Yeah, Ross had turn 1 Ragavan into turn 2 to Fairy bounce your blocker, and we thought that was going to put him pretty far ahead, but Derek had... Yeah, right. I mean, Ross did so much that Derek must have just been like licking his chops as all of that unfolded, knowing just how much he was going to get to sweep up with that Fury and draw a card off Risen Reef, just as a kicker there.
Yeah, I mean, that Fury, a free, 3 for 1, and Ross will look for a new opening hand. We'll see if Derek not satisfied either. Both players, or maybe Derek had the nuts, but he, is big on sportsmanship. He's like, "Oh, you're down a card, I'll mulligan also."
Maybe not.
I mean, almost every time I mulligan in a tournament, I make that suggestion to my opponent. If they're an honorable person, they should mulligan also. But not many takers on that.
That's because you're playing Tron, Joe, and you can mold a 4 and and do your thing regardless. But we did flag up in the pregame here that having so many of these pitch elementals means that the usual dynamics of being on the play versus a draw, and then maybe having more versus fewer cards. You having 6 instead of 7 to start the game, that really matters. You almost want to have a dead red card to pitch to Fury or a dead white card to pitch to Solitude. And so there is a real cost to mulliganing in that sense. And then from Ross's side, his deck is built to have a very low curve, to be able to mulligan to 6, mulligan to 5, and still do a lot that's productive in the early sets.
No, absolutely. And Ross does have a lot of efficient cards that are just good on their own. On the other hand, he also has cards that are kind of worthless on their own, like Grinding Station, like Mox Amber. So we'll see what these 6s end up and see who can grab an edge early this game. But as we saw, this Elementals deck can fight back even without spending mana. A lot on the line here. Ross Merriam played in a lot of high-profile matches in his Magic career, but still, a lot on the line here.
Oh yeah, you can find a compilation on YouTube of some of Ross's most heartbreaking moments in the feature match arena, and he will be hoping that this will not join the next edition of that montage.
Yeah, that is a painful list. All right, turn 1 Ragavan gets us started here in game number 2.
And even though we mentioned Ragavan can have a hard time connecting, if Derek feels a need to evoke a Fury, evoke a Solitude just to deal with that Ragavan, go down a card in the process, I think you're happy with that too.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if we're going to see the mighty Flaming Harbinger, which is there as a tutor primarily, but also as a one-man blocker is very annoying if you're trying to connect with your monkey.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it may be a top deck tutor, but it requires removal just as much as anything else does to get out of the way of Ragavan here. So we did see last game Ross with Mox plus Teferi to clear out a blocker. This time with Unholy Heat in hand, can take it a slightly more simpler path. And also, if this Ragavan connects, well, he knows what he's hitting. This Risen Reef will be placed on top of Derek Davis's deck.
Doesn't feel good to have to Unholy Heat a Flaming Harbinger, but you do what you got to do.
Yeah,
and yet Derek values that Risen Reef highly enough that we'll use that Solitude now just to protect it and kill the Ragavan.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the card advantage from going second undone there by Solitude pitch, but Derek going to be able to draw the Risen Reef next turn. I guess if Ross Merriam has a dash Ragavan, though, he can still deny Derek the draw that he is intending for next turn. No, I'm sorry. He drew it already. There was a draw step in between. So that's off the table. But Ross still building here for the future. We know there's Teferi in hand. That's a solid turn 3 play, I guess.
Yeah, not too much left over for Derek Davis at this point, and the Risen Reef is the card that lets you kind of kickstart that engine and get things going again.
All right. Well, a couple creatures in hand for Ross Merriam. In fact, and a Ursaga. Ross's hand looks pretty solid here. A lot of action cards, no real dead draws, and Teferi is going to be the choice.
So Cavern on Elemental, and here is, it looks like Risen Reef, although maybe there's another option. No, it's Risen Reef.
All right, hit the trigger. Not a land. And the card goes into hand. And now we've got a real game developing here. Ross with options, with a construct available, with Teferi balance available, and playable cards in hand as well.
Yeah, you don't want to bounce that Risen Reef because like Derrick's deck is full of these creatures with come into play abilities, but given the Risen Reef makes all of those that much better in its own right, I think you'll take the tempo swing and just force him to spend his turn recasting that there.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2 mana for Dash Ragavan. And then we'll get to follow up with Endree after that, unless... Oh, wait, hold on. We don't have the ability to cast that, right?
No.
Yeah, we made our land drop. Okay, so just an Endree here. That's a fine consolation prize.
Yeah, and 2 mana on the Teferi this time around, so not susceptible to the blowout we saw last game. Oh, I guess Ragavan comes back to hand. Yeah, so, I mean, Endree and Teferi is probably just fine.
I'm adding 2+2 here, and
yeah.
Having visions of Fury coming back around, but it looks like Derrick doesn't have that just yet.
Yeah, Risen Reef in hand, a second Cavern. If there's a Flamekin Harbinger, I guess it is still possible to tutor up a Fury. There is a Flamekin in hand. In fact, there's a Fury in hand as well.
Okay, I think that came off. Did that come off the
Risen
Reef?
I think it did. Okay, Flamekin Harbinger. Here we go.
Yeah, so we see that timing choke that we mentioned before. Then you directly tutor that card into your hand. And so, yeah, this is effectively the same line if we want to evoke the Fury, except that now we just get to have the 1/1 Harbinger in play for future use.
So that Flamekin, the first Flamekin draws the second one into hand, which is pitched to the Fury to take down the Endree and the Teferi. And yeah, this is shades of game 1 here. Derek Davis dismantling Ross Merriam's fairly impressive starts with Fury, picking off Planeswalkers and legendary creatures.
Yeah, this line actually would have been somewhat risky if there was a removal spell to take down the Risen Reef in response, because then the follow-up Harbinger to be pitched would be stranded in on the top of Derrick's deck. But instead, yeah, we just get to clean up everything once again.
All right, and Ross Merriam now going to make a construct here before Saga expends itself and finds... Well, we'll see what Ross is going to search up here, but I don't know that his hand looks particularly impressive, and it's just me a bauble. Looking a little tougher for us, Merriam. Derek Davis is not showing signs of slowing down, really. So what are the ideal draws here for us, Merriam? We're just looking for, I mean, it's basically Breach, right? Is there a number 2? What's the second best draw for Ross Merriam here?
I think it's Breach or Bust. I don't think anything else is on the podium at this point. I guess if Ross has his own Fury, we saw one copy of that be milled over, but still want to draw towards potentially.
Ragavan and another bauble. So Drawing 1 here on upkeep. Ross up to empty-handed other than that and playing off the top. Derek Davis with surgical extraction in hand. Omnath comes off the top. Boy, this is coming together rather well for Derek Davis.
I think is that another Fury I just saw? Oh dear God.
Yeah, so a fetch land here would really enable several additional plays for the turn, but looks like there's not one available. So this Leyline Binding is also going to stay in hand, but there is still interaction available for Derek, in addition to any pitchcast elementals that Ross Merriam might have to worry about. There's also a surgical extraction.
Okay, we're iterating.
Right.
We'll see where that can get him. It looks like another iteration, Ledger Shredder and Mock Samba, I want to say.
Okay, well, have to imagine. All right, Shredder is the choice. Iteration to hand, it looked like. And another Saga, but unlike some matchups, the Saga is not really going to outgrind what the Elemental deck has to offer, especially with Risen Beef in play.
Yeah, when you go to untap with Omnath and with Risen Reef, you see stars starting to dance in your eyes. And there's another Risen Reef ready to go here as well. So we will watch the carnage unfold.
Yes, indeed. So here we go. Risen Reef number 2. 2 triggers incoming. And not just 2 triggers on this Risen Reef, 2 triggers on every additional elemental. And there is the mana trigger from Omnath. I'm sorry, that's the first land. Okay, there's the mana trigger from Omnath.
Yes. Okay, here's the third landfall trigger from Omnath. So Dinging Ross for 4. Now hardcasting Fury. So Ross does get a connive out of the bargain. But the downside of drawing so many lands is you don't even get the power boost there. So actually,
Right.
yeah, now we get to kill Shredder and Ragavan, and we'll draw 2 cards, just by the way.
Fetch land there for Derek Davis, I think, actually went to hand to potentially set up for a future Omnath turn. Here's attack just for 4.
This is making me jealous. I want to be the one playing this Elementals deck now.
I imagine everybody watching does right now. I mean, between the 2 seats, one player is doing a lot more, taking a lot more game options. There is a breach for Ross Merriam. Can he turn this around?
I mean, Derrick seems to win basically every tournament he plays in with this deck, and no one seems to pay attention. So, I mean, why would this be any different, I guess?
Okay, well, we talked about how it may be breach or bust, but it may be bust anyway. We'll see. Ross Merriam has found the breach. He is not guaranteed of another turn if he passes here. So likely it's time to make the magic happen. So what do we think here? Is it, I mean, breach followed by Teferi would allow some protection, but I'm not sure that we have all the tools we need to win even from there. We'll see. I shouldn't speculate. Ross doesn't know this deck better than almost anyone else in the world at this point.
I think there also is... So if there is a leyline binding, then that's a nuisance. But Teferi as that preliminary form of protection means you would have to use the binding in response, and then the Teferi can just bounce it back. And so, yeah, there is protection against binding for this turn cycle. But then, there's surgical extraction.
Okay.
So is there a grinding station that would have been escaped to try and finish the job here?
All right. Baubles
okay, we're taking the baubles out of the deck. So I think the thought process there being, you take away the free artifacts that Ross has access to right now, decreases the chance of any grinding station kill.
Sure. And then So leyline binding on the breach. You said that Teferi can reset. That will cost 2 additional mana, but Ross does have a treasure and a land untapped, so that would be something he could get through and overcome. But certainly Derrick trying to make this as hard as he can on Ross Merriam.
So now, as Ross's final act, okay, we're going for Endree. So now if we hit Amber and then have access to grinding
There it
station,
is.
there's
There's
Amber. And did we see grinding station?
I don't believe we did.
Okay, so now, do we have to just try and high roll with Teferi?
I don't see anything else.
That would be a nice way to finish this game. I gotta say. But you can also, so you can replay the Amber, use it for mana, and then you could have Teferi bounce the Amber, and then that can generate more mana. So that gives you potentially more looks at it.
Do we
more attempts to get the job done.
Could we bounce, if we bounce Endree, that gives us more mills, more cards in the graveyard?
Yeah, I think the issue there is we're going to be gated on mana at that stage.
Sure.
And then we're going to have enough to recast the grinding station, unless we hit like another Amber off the second Endree mill.
No, yeah, you're right. Okay, so
if Ross can piece this together through surgical extraction on the last possible turn,
right. Okay, so there is.
I'll be very impressed.
Amber. Fairy is going to bounce Endree.
Okay.
That's the Oracle. That's the wrong combo piece.
There's not a grinding station. There's station 2. Is there Amber? If we hit another Amber. So I think we're going to end up 1 mana short.
Well,
unless
there's a treasure in play. Ross appears to be tapped out. It may be shy. I'm sure Derek Davis is watching here. Very interested party to see what happens. He's on the verge of the NRG Championship invite. Can Ross Merriam steal it away? He's not done yet.
So what can we do here? How do we keep this going? I guess this could be... We could also go for a... we could try and buy more time with Unholy Heat, on Fury, or Omnath, or something like that. Yeah, it looks like we have given up our combo aspirations for now. And we're just trying to buy some time.
Mm-hmm.
But now we lose the Underworld Breach in turn, so...
Right. So the leftovers for Ross Merriam, I believe, are Thassa's Oracle and Expressive Iteration. There is Endree in play now. That's worth something. We do know the Mishra's Baubles are gone. Derek Davis finds a Solitude. That's going to make it more difficult for Ross to block. There's 2 leyline bindings.
And that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pick up Gahira, cast it. Yeah, that's lethal.
And that's it.
There it is. Derek Davis is your champion.
Wow. Derek Davis on his way to the race championship. Ross Merriam came up 1 match short. Had just a tough time battling through these great starts in both games, and Fury just reset his permanent count. It knocked both games, knocked out Teferi and Endree, and sends Derek Davis all the way through to the championship in January.
Yeah,
that was
that was wild. Yeah, that was a very impressive performance yet again by Derek Davis. Really, I think making the best case you can imagine for that elemental deck. And I don't imagine I'll be the only one giving that one a try in the leagues and so on in the next week or 2.
No, I would think not. Yeah, a #1 seed in the Swiss, and then barges through the elimination rounds and picks up the invite. Impressive work, and exciting games too.
We have a happy furry elemental right here who's
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we have we have games that drag on, that turns go by, nothing really happens. There was a lot of action in those games, and it was tense. And I'm sure Derek Davis was stressed while it was playing out, but we'll see. We'll talk to him in a moment.
Oh, yeah, that last turn where it looked like out of nowhere, Ross was about to somehow stitch it all together through the card that you brought in to break up the combo in this matchup, and came 1 mana, 1 card short, agonizingly close.
Right.
But yeah, in the end, when the dust settled, Ross couldn't get it done. Derrick could. Derrick Davis is your champion, and we will be having a winner's interview with him very shortly here.
Wow, good stuff. All right. While Derek Davis is getting set up here, I'll just let you know. So we'll talk to him, and then we'll move into Pioneer for the rest of the day. So if you're here for Pioneer, you're a little bit early, but tune back in throughout the day. And we have the Pioneer 5K playing out the rest of the day. We have lots more to come. We have more slots to fill for the championship. Other players wanting to join the already qualified crew, which includes now Derek Davis, the winner of the 15K Modern NRG Showdown here in Louisville, Kentucky this weekend.
Yeah,
Not
and
sure
it's a real heartbreaker for Ross, who came so close. He came here with one mission and came as close as you can get without getting it done, and still walks away with a nice chunk of change and yet another good finish on his resume. Another great notch there for the Breach deck, but missing that one final ingredient that he was hoping for so badly.
Yeah, hopefully with time comes perspective, and he doesn't look at this as something that got away from him, but a pretty successful weekend, all things considered, despite not coming up champion.
I'd say can't complain, but you can complain a little bit. I think he's done that right.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, especially when you come in and some of these players are. Well, Derek Davis is in the booth. Somebody like Derek Davis, for example, had an outside shot of qualifying even with a loss. Ross Merriam does not, and his NRG championship hopes are dashed. But Derek Davis, the elemental player, the champion this weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now,
That was
Derrick. Am I right in thinking, is that the Mox jacket that you're wearing?
It is, yeah.
So okay, let's recap here. You qualify for the Mox with elementals.
Yeah.
If I go on your Goldfish page, I'm seeing page after page of finishes with elementals, and you seem to be the only one really flying this flag. You're like, I don't want to be some generic 4-color deck with an elemental sub-theme. I'm playing elementals, and you seem to win basically every event you show up to with elementals. What are the rest of us missing here? What's the big secret?
I really do think that some builds were popularized early on, that the Ren and 6 fairy stuff, and everyone just assumed that's the best thing to be doing. And I know you've noticed that I kind of go off the beaten path with that, and I like to adjust my deck based on what I think I'm going to expect from the day, and I think that goes a long way. I early on, when I first started playing the Thunderkin Awakener builds, people were playing Ren and 6 Fairy, but the way to beat up on it was the Bring to Light Scape Shift and big mana decks like Tron, and I was playing things like Thunderkin Awakener and Skelemental and ways to close out the game early and punish those combo-ish decks that were trying to kind of unload their hand early to get land drops on the field, and then you just take away their cards out of their hand and then kill them quickly. And same thing with Tron. I got to bring in Fulminators, and Thunderkin Kahira means you get to bring back Fulminator every turn. And so there's a hard lock against Tron there. Obviously, I'm not playing that build today, but I felt that the Voices and Unsettled Mariners were in a better spot than Thunderkin Awakener, Vesperal Arc, all that stuff, because Leyline Binding and Solitude and all those cards that exile make Thunderkin a lot more awkward. And I feel the pressure on table and the 4 voices for things like Archon, where they're making you sack creatures, ways to make those things do less to you, and just coming prepared for what I'm expecting on the weekend. And I think that goes a long way.
We saw Leyline Binding as a pickup.
Yes.
Which, basically any kind of 3 or 4 color deck is added on that 5th color to try and adopt that card. Seems like a natural fit here. I know in the past, the kind of Cavern of Souls style lands, those mana bases have kind of clashed with being able to do that. But now we have Ephemerate, Leyline Binding as reasons to maybe play a more conventional mana base once again, it seems like.
Sure. I'm actually not even playing like a much different mana base. Like the reason why I like these builds in particular is like I like playing 4 Cavern Souls. It helps against the counterspell decks. It helps against burn, things like that, where it's like you're just not taking damage off your lands. But sometimes Cavern and Leyline Binding clash. But it's like even if you have Triome, Cavern, it's like you can cast a Leyline Binding as an O-Ring with Flash. It's like that's perfectly reasonable. This deck generates a lot of mana quickly, and it's okay.
All right, so let's go through this finals here that you just played. I mean, that was did that kind of play out the way that you expected, or like how stressed were you?
I was super stressed.
Okay,
I was super stressed. That last turn was just like heart wrenching.
Yeah, that last
I
turn
had the
was
double.
wild.
I had the double binding Kahira, so I was like, even if he gets rid of one of my creatures, I still have lethal. Like already in hand, and he doesn't know I have lethal in hand through that stuff, so he might play conservatively, like bounces Underworld Breach set up for the next turn or something. But yeah, when he bounced in, it was just like, oh god, here we go again. It's just terrifying.
He was close there, and then you had the surgical extraction. So when you pass your turn to him with surgical in hand, him needing to draw breach, he does. He has it. At that point, are you thinking, what are my chances? Like the surgical is. It's not a hard lock based on the graveyard. It's not going to guarantee a win here. But were you thinking, okay, I pretty much got this, or I need to get fortunate here? Like, what was your mindset?
I felt pretty confident when the breach hit the table. Like it was like a hiccup for me, where it's like, oh god, what? But he didn't have that many cards in hand. So I believe it was just one at that point.
Yeah.
Which I thought it was going to be Grinding Station when he played the Teferi from his yard first, leaving up 2 mana. So I just had to take away zeros to make sure he can't go off. Obviously, it played out a little differently than what I thought was going to happen. But I felt like it was absolutely necessary to take away those zeros from the graveyard, because even if it's just a value breach, like set up to block and all that, if he casts 6 baubles, he draws a billion cards and he casts back up and gets in the game. So.
Right. Yeah, we really saw Fury show its worth there in both of those games early. Clean. I mean, Ross had about as good of a start as he could probably imagine in game 1, and then you just shredded it.
Yeah, Fury. It's super important in this matchup just because, like, you cannot sit around in the matchup. You have to end the game quickly, one way or another. Even if it's just like Surgical Thassa's Oracle or something like that. I know it doesn't end the game. They still have ways to kill you, like through Urza Sagas and Shredders and all that stuff, but it's really hard to kill elementals through regular damage when your deck halfway is like Grinding Stations and Mox Hammers and all that. So, like, you have to lock them out quickly or have some like stranglehold on them early on. And Fury helps push through a lot of damage early on, especially chip damage to set up for those lethals at the end. Like, I barely crossed the finish line for lethal that turn, and Fury helps clear the path for that early on.
So one thing that we shouldn't gloss over is you're also coming off a top 8 at the Pioneer Regional Championship, qualified for the Pro Tour. So congratulations there as well.
Thank you.
Are you going to try and go back to back today?
Yeah, I am. Right as soon as I get done here, I'm going to be walking over to the Pioneer area. So
nice. Well, I expect this is not the last we'll be seeing of you today. Congratulations once again on yet another fantastic performance, and we will be seeing you in January for the Nerd Rage Championship. You have to be excited for that, right?
I am.
Yeah, that'll be a big deal. And well, we're playing Modern and Pioneer, and it seems you're well versed in both those formats. So Derek Davis joins the list of qualified players for the championship. Congratulations to him. To Raja Szylman, who also qualified this weekend, and we've got 5 more spots to give away. So Derek Davis is our Modern Showdown champion. Elementals looking strong. All right, we're going to take a break here, and we are going to get things set up for Pioneer. We'll be back. We're switching formats. If you only love Modern and you hate Pioneer, well, we appreciate you having been here this morning. But if you're open to other formats, if you're open to Pioneer, we'll be back in a few minutes. Dom and I will be back, jumping into the Pioneer Nerd Rage 5K. Stick around.